Good fun, 9 hours, Charlie. Great stuff down in the pits. Thank you, Martin, for accompanying us and keeping us all kind of sane. Thank you online for keeping us company as well and correcting us when we're getting things wrong. And enjoy the rest of this 8.5 hours left of the Spa 24 Hours with Bruce Jones and John Watson.
Well, like brave Serradas, you can run away.
Oh yeah, you're staying.
I'll be staying at lunchtime, so you and Charlie can run away. I imagine that we'll also welcome Dakota back. I'll give Bruce a chance to get his headset on, and then he can run through the next hourly update, which should be coming our way in a couple of moments. But just to recap, Maxime Soulet coming in, I think at the end of a double stint in that. No, end of a single stint, because we heard from Andy Soucek just at the beginning of it. So Soucek handed over to Soulet. They're changing though to Vincent Abril. In also has come Dominic Baumann in the 85 Mercedes, so we're suddenly getting into that flurry of pit stoppers. But after all the safety cars during the middle of the night, and I'm afraid I can't tell you how many, because I'm not Paul Truswell and I didn't think to write down either how many there were or how damn long some of them went on for. Yeah, we had a big slew of safety cars, and we lost all that contiguity.
It changed people's plans.
Right, so for those who are just joining us, let's take a look at how the race has panned out since yesterday afternoon. Warm and sunny afternoon, little overcast, fairly humid, but fortunately the weather forecast for many thunderstorms had been very much diluted by the time the drivers were suiting up and ready for the start of the 69th 24 hours of Spa. 4:30 it got underway, nearly didn't make it to the line, Maxi Buch in the bronze Mercedes, as Giancarlo Fisichella took the lead from pole. The very sideways Lamborghini nearly collected 61 following cars. Maxi Buch made his way back up the order, and everybody else finding that 63 cars, even in Spa-Francorchamps, meant that tarmac was at a premium. There's not quite enough to go round in the opening couple of hours of the race. Early pit stops triggered off by the 63 Lamborghini from second place, but by the time the number one Ferrari, leading Ferrari had stopped, it was down into second spot. Trouble for 912, it was going to be a torrid race for them and for the 98 BMW. Bentley on the charge up the order. The early part of the race was dominated by one battle, 63 Lamborghini versus 55 Ferrari. Oh yeah, that and traffic and Italianate gesturing, more of which anon. First major accident, passing Latourus, wrecking the number 50 Ferrari, and that was reduced to its components in a heartbeat. Passing Latourus, fortunately okay, long clear-up operation, first safety car of the race. First McLaren to retire, 188, which didn't make it all the way into the pit lane and was pushed out of the way. For the Audi, number 17 car of Jamie Green, spat off the curbs and into retirement. And as they went green, the Ferrari had one lunge at the Lamborghini, couldn't get by. Lambo stopped, Ferrari stayed out for another couple of laps, and when it did stop to hand over to James Collado, he emerged back in front, and from there, drove away from the Lamborghini, couldn't get by on pace, but could leave it on pace. Moment or two in Eau Rouge, never far away from anybody's mind. Problems continuing for the Man Filters Mercedes, which was struggling right from the start. Another safety car closing the field right up as we headed towards dusk, this time for the number 6 Audi, which had come to a grinding halt at the bus stop, despite the best efforts of the team to offer advice. Total electrical failure counted the car out, and another of the Team WRT cars went missing. Back to green flag racing as the evening drew in, and still with a host of cars on track, well over 55 cars still running, all looking for the perfect racing line. It wasn't always easy to come by. More problems for 912. By this stage, their sister car 911 had already been retired. Fighting your way through traffic becomes considerably harder in the dark, no matter how talented, fast or experienced you are. Bentley number 8 remained in the hunt as Bentley number 7 went 2 penalties and nearly 2 laps down on the leaders. trouble then for the 84 Mercedes. A high-speed lose from 4th place from Jimmy Eriksson put the HTP car out of contention. We were down another starring car. It got away from its driver in Eau Rouge, and that was all she wrote. Passenger into the barriers. Late night firework display caused all sorts of problems. All the debris from the fireworks getting into cooling ducts on the cars. Well, the fans didn't notice or care much. They were too busy enjoying the racing or the party. 9:12, an incident caused by one of the McLarens, and more trouble for the Herbert Motorsport Porsche team. 55 Ferrari stayed in the lead through another round of pit stops, sailing on serenely. Bentley took the lead and another group of changes. But by now, although the fans in the music centre were continuing to party on, some of the drivers, some of the teams, even some of the fans were starting to feel the pace. With fatigue come mistakes, fatigued teams, fatigued tyres, damage and darkness are never far separated in endurance racing. Good run towards the front of the field by the number 90 AKA ASP Mercedes. Kept them with smiles on their faces, but those were not long to remain. The team that had started with 3 cars was fairly soon down to 1. 89 had struck problems, and then in the darkness hours just before dawn, we were to lose the 88 car as well, buried in a tyre wall at the far end of the track. Driver was okay. Felix Sorales walked away to the medical centre, but the car was out, and AKA ASP were down to just 1 entry, by which stage we had lost 3 of the 6 Team WRT cars. All their Pro-Am cars were out of the race, and just 3 Pro cars remained. But there was still a titanic battle. Bentley, BMW, Audi, Mercedes, Ferrari and Lamborghini all taking turns in the lead. Trouble never too far away. It can come looking for you at the best and the worst of times. Into the wee small hours, more trouble for Black Falcon, the number 18 car, comprehensively wrecked again. Driver walked away without injuries. A sprinkling of rain brought the wet track announcement, which freed up the option to use wet weather tyres, but the shower quickly went and nobody actually changed off their slicks as the track remained relatively dry. Huge accident for the 00 Ram Racing entry, which in turn was a replacement for the car that was destroyed in qualifying, and it was hit by the number 3 Audi that seemed to turn sharp left under braking, removing them both from the race. And then the rain did arrive. Not the forecast biblical downpour, but about 30 minutes of reasonable rain showers. A lot of the field stopped for wet weather tyres. Rory Butcher, worrying incident, came to a heavy stop in the bus stop. Took a few minutes to rescue him from the car. And as they got into the 12th hour and the ability to do the mandatory 5-minute pit stop arrived, the WRT Audi team stopped all 3 cars for brake changes and went onto wet weather tyres, as many of the front runners did. But it was not the correct choice, despite the odd moment for those that stayed on slicks. The 3 cars that braved it out, the 63 Lamborghini, the 55 Ferrari and the number 4 Mercedes, all benefited. Number 4 came in for its change, but by the time it had finished the 5-minute brake change, it was no longer wet weather tyre weather. They stayed on slicks, as did Giancarlo Fisichella. Monstering around, a double stint in the wet on slick tyres really paid off. 53 came in with damage on the Spirit of Race Ferrari, and then the 43 Straka Racing McLaren was out. Straka pulled the door down on every one of their cars before daylight. More safety cars, more bunching of the field, wet weather, narrow drying racing line, and suddenly the game was on once more. All sorts of drivers using the opportunity to push themselves back into the fray towards the end of the nighttime session. Giancarlo Fisichella deep in the pack at the latest restart, as the 85 Mercedes of Dominic Baumann led the field for HTP Motorsport. Off-track moments never far away. Andy Soucek having to take avoiding action as a lapped car didn't see him coming. He survived that without major dramas. And the race leader was finally in for its 5-minute mandatory stop, once more handing the advantage back to the number 90 Mercedes. And as dawn started to break, it looked as though we were in for a battle royal once more. Mercedes out front, but being caught. And then drama. The second place Mercedes lapping the freshly pitted number 55 car. Contact as he lapped him. Marco Ciocci going off hard at Eau Rouge, the very next corner out of the race. Furious Italian gesturing at compatriot Raffaele Marcello in the 50 car didn't help. Number 8 Bentley losing the nose. Doesn't seem to have affected the pace of the car much, and it is still very much in contention. Anybody in the top 10 with 8 hours to go has a great opportunity to win this Spa 24 hours. Currently, the number 1 Audi leads from Mercedes number 90, with the Grasser Racing Lamborghini in third. And the best of the Audis, the second best of the Audis, the Santalot car, which has crept slowly up the order, courtesy of some great nighttime driving by all 3 men at the wheel. Our 12th place car is the number 16 Black Falcon Mercedes that leads the Pro-Am class, and that is still nearly 2 laps now ahead of the 97 Aston Martin, which Sally Yolick has taken over from Johnny Adam. Third in class now faded a long way away, and that is the 961 Spirit of Race Ferrari, which has dropped down to 20th place. Not far ahead of the best of our amateur cars, the Kessel Racing 888 Ferrari 488, and that leads still by a lap from its close rival and alternate race leader, which is the 488 Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, which led earlier on and then lost a little bit of ground through the night and has remained in second in the class ever since. Third is the Valkenhorst BMW, and that remains in 29th place. That's their number 36 car. So the AM class cars with the red backgrounds, Pro-Ams with the black background, and the Pro class cars with the white background. And it is still the number 1 Audi of Nico Müller, who is our race leader, with 8.25 hours to go. And it is at this stage, Bruce Jones, that I bid you a very fine good morning, sir. I'm off in search of bacon and eggs.
Thank you very much, Martin Haven. Sterling job to take us from just after fall of night to definitely after rise of sun. And there is a blue sky, broken clouds above us at Spa-Francorchamps. Yes, there was the rain in the night, not for long. Only one period where it was particularly heavy, and we seem to have got through that relatively unscathed. With the number 1 Audi leading the way, Nico Müller at the wheel. He's sitting on an advantage over the number 90 Mercedes. In second place, Michael Meadows at the wheel of that, and Andrea Caldarelli third in the 63 Lamborghini. When I went away, it was the 63 Lamborghini and the 55 Ferrari fighting it out, and not so long ago, that 55 Ferrari with Marco Ciocci at the wheel edged its well after contact up at La Source with the 90 Mercedes. The 55 Ferrari went off at the next corner, which was Eau Rouge, broken steering. And I saw, as I headed off for a quick bite of breakfast before coming on air, a very dejected figure, hands in the pockets of his jacket, tramping down the stairs towards his team's hospitality area, absolutely gutted for Giancarlo Fisichella. He put so much emotion into this race and so much pace as he led away from pole position. But the 55 is gone. The pit's still a busy place to be. And it's the number 7 Bentley. That's the one that hasn't got the loose nose. The sister car will have lost a bit of performance with its nose having been knocked out of true. The bodywork flapping around and just waiting for the pit stops to be completed. And welcome back, John Watson. Watty, it's been a relatively incident-free night, but of course we have had the shake-up with that 55 Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari out of the reckoning, having looked good in the warmer conditions, in the cooler conditions, looking right on it. But we have a Team WRT Audi at the top, and we were very much admiring of their calling of the tactics during the safety cars last night. They brought 1 and 2 in together. Still, we can see that damage the section, the little bit of bodywork.
The carding that goes around the radiator, basically, that came loose about half an hour ago, and now it's been detached, and the car is running. It'll make little difference to the cooling of the car. It might make a marginal amount of difference to how the aerodynamics But in reality, there's bigger issues than worrying about a bit of fiberglass or maybe carbon fiber. So we're now back into the daylight hours. The track is dry. And just looking at some of those highlights, the battle that's going on between the Bentley and the BMW, that's been a sort of a work in progress as they fight their way around. The 7th place Bentley, 8th place Tom Blomqvist behind the wheel of the BMW. A young driver, again, like so many young drivers coming into these GT championships. This is the Blancpain Sprint Endurance Championship, the total 24 hours of Spa, finding great opportunities with the disappointment of their earlier careers now behind them, and driving in top teams, factory cars. And that is how close those two cars are coming across the line. The gap was 3/4 of a second, and well, you can barely even see it.
Entirely so, John, and with the announcement in this past week that Porsche's pulling itself out of the World Endurance Championship, you feel there's going to be another roster of drivers who can come over and join us in GT racing. We'll welcome them with open arms, particularly if they can match or even exceed the performance some of our hot guns who are racing out there. Just seeing Vincent Abril holding off Tom Blomqvist, 2 young chargers, 7th and 8th for Bentley and BMW. And through the night, the BMWs have been sort of up and down. At the moment, they're in 8th and 19th places. The 99 car really somewhat out of the running off that long pit stop as early as about the second hour of the race. It was the first round of pit stops, so just into the second hour. And rear damage for that. Number 5 Audi at the moment, that is outside the top 10. It's down with André Locher talking about drivers coming over from the WEC. Of course, he was parachuted into the number 5 crew and not heading towards the sort of result he would have been looking for, but what an illustrious history.
Yeah, the
German racer
63
has.
Lamborghini in the pit lane. So it's come in for another routine service. Of course, everybody has gotten out of sync, not least of all due to what occurred last night when the rain fell. And those courageous drivers who chose not to come in and ran on slicks on a track that was sufficiently wet, in my opinion, that it should have been a mandatory wet tire situation. Nevertheless, that was the choice of teams and drivers. And the time that you save by not making that pit stop, in fact, it's going to be a double pit stop because you have to come back in again, against the time you'd lose on the track. Well, that was a calculation teams made, but what was for me very disappointing was, I suppose, it was just coming up to almost the first glimpse of morning light. The contact between the 90 Mercedes and the 55, the car, the Ferrari that had led and had looked majestic all the way through. And to see that car go out because of a broken steering as a consequence of almost like a wheel-to-wheel contact, that car had just run absolutely like it was going to run forever.
It was, and of course, as John and I were girding our loins to come back into the commentary booth, they had the change in the order. We came back in and the 85 Mercedes was at the top of the tree, but that was the last of the front runners to come in for its mandatory 5 minutes technical stop. That has shuffled it down the order just outside the top 10 at the moment, in 11th place for the 85 Mercedes, HTP Motorsport. Edward Sandstrom at the wheel, but certainly some very strong running from Fabian Schiller and Dominic Baumann through the night. But the white Mercedes, you can see there, number 4, has edged its way ever closer to the front, and right now it's Lucas Stoltz doing the driver, sharing with Adam Christodoulou and Jelmer Berman. 4th overall, just 8.5 seconds down on Jules Gounon. Jules racing very, very well indeed. That'll put a smile on the face of his father, Jean-Marc. 3rd place for the 25 Audi from Team Santalok, and he's sharing that with Christopher Haas, who did some great stints, and Marcus Winkelhock, who the perennial Marcus Winkelhock, who ran in the early stages of the race in the 25 Audi. Just got a pit caller in the background, waiting to see which one that is, but 0-4 on the windscreen.
That was the lead car coming into the pit lane. So just watching Lucas Stoltz and the number 4 Mercedes, a car that kind of got caught out in qualifying, but what they've done is they've just run to a set agenda, and bit by bit they're dragging themselves up. Now the car's in 3rd place. That's due to the pit stop for what was the lead, or was
no, it was the 25.
The
it was the Gounon car that came in.
Yeah, but the Nico Miller, the number 1 car is also in.
So 0-4 looking remarkably unscathed. Some of the cars we've seen some bodywork damage. The 85 Mercedes, that had some form of contact. Rear damage had to be checked out during its technical stop, but apart from the flies and tyre dirt on the front and flanks of that number 4 Mercedes, looking in very good form indeed. for the Black Falcon crew. They bought a whole host of cars in all sorts of, a whole host of Mercedes in all sorts of different liveries, but this was the one that looked most likely. But with the sister car, number 16, is leading the way in the Pro-Am class. That's Oliver Morley, Miguel Toril, Marvin Kirchhofer, young German who's at the wheel at the moment, and the final teammate, Maxi Goetz. Really a pretty stellar crew in the 16 Pro-Am class leader, down in 12th place overall. Lapping about a second or so. The lap times are a bit all over the place at the moment. I think we've got quite a few people just coming in and out of the pit. So, but a good time at the moment is a 2 minutes 23.
Yeah, I mean, the last lap from Michael Meadows, 2:23.0, which is considering we've been running now, what, 15, nearly 15 hours, coming up to the 15-hour mark. So that's a very strong time at this particular point. But in fact, just the last lap, Nico Müller, who is in second place, has done a 2:22.1. So that charge is 13 seconds down on the lead Mercedes. So that charge suddenly taking on a different perspective, because that's virtually a full second a lap on the last lap, on a lap from Michael Meadows, which was a very good lap for that car at this particular time.
In the sister Audi number 2, that's also lapping the 2:22s, but that with Fred Vervish has just gained 2 positions during pit stop, is down in 8th place now, and also the 2:22s down in 18th place is the 99 car.
So fifth and 6th. The Bentley of Vincent Abril and the BMW of Tom Blomqvist, they're also lapping 22.0s and 22.4 for the BMW. So there is a race on. Although people might assume that when you get to this point in a 24-hour endurance race, people are looking now to the checkered flag, but there's lots of racing going on.
Bizarrely, John, just as we started talking about the lap times, most of the screens are saying 2:23s, 24. Now most of our top page are saying 2:22. Track conditions coming back to them, maybe light conditions helping them too as it improves. But wow, there really was a massive sea change. Again, of course, when you start a race with 63 cars, there can be so much traffic to be encountered. No traffic at the moment for the number 4 Mercedes, as you can see, clear track ahead of Lucas Stoltz as he heads up the Kemmel Straight towards Les Combes.
But what he's not done, he's had the Ferrari, the SMP Ferrari behind him now for a couple of laps. He's not dropping that car. So the 4 cars last lap was a 2:22.5, and he's not being able to pull away from the Ferrari. So
yeah, quite so. With 0-1 on the screen, that's the 90 Mercedes, one of only there were 3 that started from ASP. It's their only one remaining. We lost Sarajes from the 88 car that had been going so well. But Michael Meadows doing a great job lapping, well, not as fast just about as anyone else. Let's see if this lap, as he completes it, everyone, as we said, seems to suddenly be getting down to the 2:22s. He was 2:23.8 last night, coming around just behind the car that's second in Pro-Am. That's the Aston Martin, 2:22.9. Now he's getting back towards the pace, but he's sitting on a fairly tidy advantage over the Audi, the number 1 Audi. But that Audi has been closing down, waiting to see how much that interval will fall to.
Hold on. Tom Blomqvist done a 2:21.8, and behind him the 117, likewise, that's the Porsche, has done also a 2:21. So what's going on? What's happening is we've now got racetrack conditions. The air is still relatively cool, although it's actually quite humid. But track conditions are now actually very, very conducive to being able to produce really strong laps.
Yeah, so, but when I came in this morning, John, when you came in, I started seeing a handful of 2-minute 20s down at about 7 o'clock this morning.
You sure you weren't looking at the best laps?
I was looking at the best laps. I saw some of the best laps being set, as you can see.
Just like, for example, lap 3:24.
We've done 350 laps on the
clock. Marcus Finkelhock, for example.
Yeah, a whole host of 220s.
Yeah, and Frederick Vervish. So when you have had a track that's been wet and it begins to dry, ordinarily it takes time to get that track back up to speed. But certainly, as you pointed out, Bruce, there have been strong, and again, the Mercedes has got the Ferrari glued to its tail. So this is the car currently in 3rd place, Lucas Stolt. Last lap, 2:22, and the Ferrari is still there.
Well, I think the Ferrari drive is just taking its rhythm off that number 4 Mercedes ahead of it. They're not in a class battle. They're not in an overall battle. The Mercedes is very much bolted onto 3rd place. Now that Bentley BMW battle coming up behind one of the cars that was fairly obstructive last night, the orange Team Lazarus,
yes.
Lamborghini, and that's not proved to be the easiest car to pass. The 27 Lamborghini, just checking who's at the wheel at the moment. It's Fabrizio Cristani. He's down in 23rd position. No reason to block the car in 7th.
There are 3 strong professional drivers in that car. And they appear not to think that they need to concede ground to a car that's catching them, that's going to put a further lap on them. And I think they're just saying, if you want to get past, you make your own way past. A dive down the inside. You'd have thought there was an opportunity for the Lamborghini just to leave the door open, just back out of it, maybe a few meters earlier, let the car go through. No.
And what you always wonder, John, is have they noticed it's not just one car behind them, but two? That's the question.
That's what I was just going to say. He's coming, trying to get down the inside into the source again. So Tom Blomqvist is sitting there, and he now knows that he doesn't want to get even closer to the back of the Bentley. He needs to be in a position where he can see what's happening and read that, and then try and take advantage of it. Coming down the hill through Eau Rouge, the Lamborghini and the Bentley. Now that is a situation that if frustration sets in for Vincent Abril, he might want to maybe take a punt and come from a long way behind and shoot down the inside. There he goes, has a look, but he's too far back as they come up into the Lecum. As he got it this time, the Lamborghini did what I suggested that should have done up into the bus stop chicane, just back out of it a few meters earlier and let the car go through. Again, the team in the pit lane should be radioing him and saying, this car is not an hour race, do not inhibit it.
More to the point, John, they've got the Aston Martin. Sally Yoluk second in the Pro-Am class, coming up ahead of them, and they're reeling him in. He's about 5 seconds, well, last lap he was about 5 seconds a lap slower, and the orange Lamborghini has kept out of the way, so Tom Blomqvist hasn't lost any ground. But had the orange one team Lazarus Lamborghini caught the Aston Martin any sooner, then that would have made it far more complicated for Vincent Abril, who's running around in 4th place, their number 8 Bentley. Car not looking as pristine as it was even an hour ago. The front section, the cowling in front of the grille, has been taken off. That was flapping loose and would have been a big distraction. There is our race leader, Michael Meadows, sitting on an advantage of 11.6 seconds. Let's remember that margin because he is being closed in on bit by bit, half a second a lap. Nico Muller is getting closer in the number 1 Audi, so 11.5 seconds, that is coming down. But this Bentley in 4th place, Vincent Abril, the number 5, the 5th place 98 BMW with Tom Blomqvist having a great morning scrap. And when you're driving through the night, you're doing an endurance race, actually having a scrap is really, really good, John, just to fire you into the morning. You'd rather run around, would you, John?
I would probably be still resting up. No, I mean, there are periods in a 24-hour race which get really intense, and you'll be in a battle with 1 or maybe 2 or 3 other vehicles around you, and then there'll be periods in the night time coming into dawn where you'll wonder where am I at a race or not, because you'll not see another car, one behind you or one ahead of you. But this is a battle that's a pivotal point for the 8 Bentley and the 98 BMW, because both are currently lapping, well, they're actually both lapping now slower than the top 3, so that was more to do with getting past the 27 Lamborghini. Now on this lap, when they will get the clear natural pace, they should be back at a slightly higher speed. But
they're running 4th and 5th, John. I'm interested in the car in 6th. Fastest car on the
just
circuit. 2:21. And that's Laurent Vantor. This is the 117 Porsche. Really strong team. Sergeant Kevin Estra handed over to Michael Christensen. Laurent Vantor, not an Audi driver, now a Porsche driver this year. They've had 2 setbacks, and yet they're still there in 6th place.
And only 5.7 seconds behind this battle, which is currently taking place for 4th place.
Exactly so, John, just waiting for a long shot.
Laurent Vantor drawing himself up. Now, these 2 cars are going to be able to run at a pretty good pace. They're not sufficiently close to slow one another down, but it is Laurens Vantor in the 117 Porsche that is beginning there. It's just waiting to see it coming out of Speaker's Corner as Lucas Stoltz goes into the pits in the number 4, so that will drop that car back down. It will promote the 8 Bentley up to 3rd, the 98 BMW up to 4th, and the 117 Porsche up to 5th. But of course the overlap on the pit stops will, once again, that will all rotate at a later date. So the fuel goes in. The only other work that can be carried out on the car is for somebody to clean the windscreen, clean headlights. Not that they are now needed, other than for... And it depends. It was interesting, just before we went off air last night, Bruce, that a number of drivers were being given warnings for aggressive use of the headlight. If you're coming up to an AM car in particular as a pro driver, you're only permitted to give a certain number of flashes. You're not allowed to go up and melt the back of the car with these amazingly powerful headlights.
Yeah, we saw two different messages. One was that, I can't remember which driver had used them 8 times, which is deemed too many, and another one used them 3 times between one corner and the next. So the rules are far more intense than you realise.
No, there is a clear ruling on the use of your, basically warning a slower car that you're coming through, and if it's a bit like you're on the motorway, you want to get past a car that's sitting in the fast lane doing 60 mile an hour when you could be doing 70. And you're bullying the driver to get out of the way. Well, that's in effect what they've legislated for.
Now let's just look at right. What we're just going to look at is the amount of time spent in pits. Number 19, race leader, only 40 minutes and 19 seconds. As you can see, a whole host less than the Audi. 46 minutes 42. How about the 117 Porsche? 49.22. But the Bentley, number 8, just over 40 minutes. That's the winner in that particular battle. But just remember, 9 minutes more than the 117 Porsche that's in 6th place. Had a 3-minute stop-and-go penalty for an unsafe pit entry very early in the race. And I think they might have also had a drive-through penalty, so that's more than a lap thrown away. I mean, that factor that back in, and that puts that Porsche right on there. But it's great to have that time spent in the pit thing. We really get our head around it. After midnight, they're all allowed to do a 5-minute
That's
technical.
where the race fundamentally is won and lost. But what's impressive is that the 117 Porsche, having had that setback, has clawed its way forward to get up to currently 6th.
Now, John, of course, not all the cars. If the race runs to a regular pattern, the drivers will all come in at pretty much the same sort of time. But the 90 Mercedes, how much out of kilter that is, one would really have to go and crunch some numbers. Of course, some of the crews, the number 1 and 2 Audi crews, were jumped in during one of the safety car periods last night. That put them out of kilter with the others. And the 90, I've got to really start doing some research on Motorpoint, get someone else to do it for me while we're commentating to work out when its next pit stop will be.
Everything went out of kilter when we had that first full course yellow, and we saw the 2 Audis diving in. And from that point forward, unless you've got somebody sitting beside you crunching the numbers, we can't do that sitting here trying to do the commentary, because it gets, with the number of cars in the event, it gets slightly complicated.
Well, here is the number 1 Audi that's running in 2nd place, and right behind, so therefore a lap down, is the 117 Porsche, the fastest car on the track. Lawrence Van Tor at the wheel. He's the car who's going to be catching up with the 98 Bentley and the 98 BMW and the 8 Bentley. They're 4th and 5th, he's 6th, but he's got the car that in many ways is the effective race leader. Number 02 on the windscreen, but 1 on the door. That's Nico Muller. How fast is this lap? I'm just going to see if that gets
slower
Muller.
Because he's caught behind the
exactly,
Audi.
But it's a faster lap than it has been for a while for Muller as he closes to 9.6 seconds now. But this is going to compromise his pace. He'd be quite wise to let the Porsche go through and then sit on its tail.
Yes, and that again comes down to management from the pit lane. But of course, Audi will be acutely aware that by letting the Porsche go ahead by a sort of wave through is kind of giving them a free pass, that if we get another scenario of full course yellow, they all of a sudden could find the Porsche that much further up and challenging for ultimate victory. So there you can see down the straight, not a lot of difference. Ordinarily the Porsche would be quicker at the back end of the straight. Bits of bodywork, or is that just tape? I'm not taking a bit of tape around the front of the front bodywork is flapping there. The battle again continuing with a 3rd place, Vincent Abril and Tom Blomqvist, and nothing really has changed. The gap between these 2 cars over the last 5 or so laps has pretty much remained a constant, around about half a second.
Well, it's been a feature of this race. There is a bit of bodywork tape, of course. That's where the grille is missing. The cowling in front of the radiator in the prow of that number 8 Bentley. It won't really be distracting Vincent Abril. In fact, the camera angle is slightly higher than Vincent's point of view, so he won't see it as much. But what he will see is that 98 BMW just edging closer and closer. He may also notice that the weather is becoming slightly greyer. There was fairly clear blue sky and a mist this morning on the way in.
And it's just gorgeous. All of a sudden, this black clouds roll. Well, actually, they look black because we've got a bit of screen, or not screen tape, but tape across the top of the window in the commentary booth to cut out the effects of the sun, which we were badly affected with, in the early hours of the race getting underway yesterday. But what needs to happen is for Lawrence Van Tor to get ahead of the number 1 Audi, to allow it to get into contact with this battle that's going on between the Bentley and the BMW. Again, you can just see how much pace was lost by the Bentley catching up to the tail of the 16 Mercedes, and Tom Blomqvist sitting there thinking, well, and there's the race leader.
Yes, he seems to have gone backwards at a great measure. 2 minute 24 last time around, so he's only 8.8 seconds clear of Muller. And of course, a lap down the 8 Abril Bentley and the 98 Blomqvist BMW getting in onto the tail, of course, onto their tail. Well, let's see how his lap time is. He's not really gaining anymore. His last
Michael Meadows' last lap was what's the word I'm looking for? Was compromised by having to get past the Mercedes, which is now just being overtaken by Vincent Abril. But nevertheless, if the Bentley can get ahead of the number 90 Mercedes, they will then go back onto the same lap. Their lap down on the lead number 90 Mercedes.
Yeah, so effectively 90 and 1 on the lead lap, and the best of the chasers is Vincent Abril and the number 8 Bentley trying to unlap himself. Tom Blomqvist likewise in the BMW, 98 behind, dives past the car that's leading the Pro-Am class, the number 16 Black Falcon Mercedes. Miguel Torrell at the wheel in 12th place overall. So there we have Meadows from Muller, Abril from Blomqvist. But just remember, Meadows and Muller, the only drivers on the lead lap. Great shot looking back from the high point above Rivage back towards the top of the circuit where we're sitting on the start line, and you can see it's a grey morning at Spa-Francorchamps. Doesn't look right now, John, as though rain is on the way, but it's certainly the conditions have got worse in the last 5 minutes.
Literally the clouds. I mean, they've been rolling through. I was watching them before we came on air. I was amazed at the speed at which the clouds. So there must be a lot of wind, and of course we're also about 600 meters above sea level. So we're in the forest, and the forest is just like a massive sponge waiting for moisture to fall. We thought we maybe had seen the end of the rain, but now, having looked out and seeing what we're getting, it's not. Look, there you see it, just above. So how quickly the conditions at Spa change.
It does, and I mean, it was always a feature of this circuit, particularly in its original form, where it goes off into the next valley over towards Malmedy and Stavelo. Totally different conditions at the far end of the circuit, but even in the form it's had since the early 80s, John, you can have very different weather down at what we now call Curve Paul Frere. Used to be Stavelo for years.
Well, still is Stavelo
down
to
at
me.
the bottom of the hill to what we have at the top of the hill as we sit just before La Source. Just going past our commentary position, 0-1 flashing on the windscreen, and it's still Michael Meadows leading for Team ACA ASP. Miguel Torrell, he's in the number 16 Mercedes, leading the Pro-Am class, Spanish racer, and he'll be enjoying that battle ahead of him, mixing with the big guns. And certainly his lap time last time around, 2 minute 25, so he's lost 2 seconds a lap, but he's gaining great experience of what the cars are doing at this point in the morning.
Well, Miguel Torrell in the lead Pro-Am car, and I think some of the comments I was hearing, I think he found the pace in qualifying and in practice. You know, there's this march forward with both. Look at this. Defense, big defense from Michael Meadows, not really wanting to let the number 8 Bentley get ahead as we go back to the Aston Martin, currently running in 14th place, second overall in the Pro-Am category. Selick behind the wheel, and there's the number 4 Mercedes, which had been up into 4th place. Lucas Stoltz still behind the wheel, that car in 6th. And the car that it will be chasing is the 117 Porsche, which in its turn is chasing the BMW in 4th and the Bentley in 3rd.
So just keeping an eye on the sky, eye on those clouds. 0-2, yes, the Aston Martin. Well, very easy work. And Lucas Stoltz really flying since he came out of his pit stop. He did a 2 minute 20 lap. He's done a 2 minute 21.8. So he's trying his best to close the gap on Lawrence Vantor. Lawrence still stuck behind the number 1 Audi, trying to get a lap back on that. But the Aston Martin going well now. Sally Yoluk, one of the handful, if not the only Turkish racing driver on the international racing scene. Has done a lot of his racing in the British GT Championship, the Michelin Road to Le Mans, and really enjoying his involvement in the 69th Total Spa 24 Hours. And Aston Martin is the sole flag waver for that great British mark, and doing itself a great job. But his lap time's 2 minute 29. He is losing ground on Miguel Torrell.
Just got a brief glimpse of the 23 Nissan. Look at the Donia's
damaged bodywork on the Ferrari there.
Yeah, but just go back to 23. Look at the Donia's in 17th place.
But that is leading Am. But how much tank tape will it take to get that looking pretty again? Because he's been chased pretty much all race by the 488.
Suddenly it's peeled away altogether.
Yep.
So now that may get a black and orange flag from race control if they feel that is potentially a hazard. So they may want that car to come. Oh, and squirming under braking coming into the bus stop chicane. So there is a bit of bodywork. Once the race director can see it, get a good look at it, he will decide whether that is potentially a hazard, because if it flies off, it could certainly get into the path of an oncoming another car, or might just literally fall off on the side of the track. But it is not just being held on by very little.
Just looking at the pace of that car, it's certainly not the quickest car in the AM class. Still leading the way with Marco Zanettini, Pierre Ere in the 488 Kessel. Sorry, that's the Kessel Ferrari. In the Rinaldi Ferrari, the green one, is lapping rather faster as he gives chase. He's in 26th position. Zanettini, we're looking at there, leading the AM class in 24th. Next car up the road is the 961 Spirit of Race Ferrari, but that's in the Pro-Am class. That's in 23rd position, and that's lapping fast. So that's going to be going away from Zanettini, but Zanettini doing what he needs to do. They've got to keep an eye on the pace of the 488 car, but the bodywork looking as though it's going to shed any moment now. It's peeled away at the rear of that car. Was that when was that contact? It might have already had a slight repair, and that has started to come undone. But
so the wind pressure on the bodywork of a race car is enormous. I mean, the simple way to check it out is do this in the safety of without other vehicles around. But if you just wind the window down in your car and put your hand out at 40 miles an hour or 50 miles an hour and hold your hand vertical to the direction of travel, you will feel the extent of the wind pressure. So that's why it is imperative that body panels, the location and the security of them is so carefully attended to.
Yes, because also if one panel goes off, it's often interconnected or overlapping with another body panel, can do damage to that as well. And just saw the number 4 Mercedes getting stuck into the mix of the action, going very well with Lucas Stoltz at the wheel. Well, we've been talking of all things, not been talking too much about Audis, but let's go down because Dakota has caught up with René Rast.
René, good morning. You're currently in P2 right now. Is all good so far?
Yeah, all good so far. We had one drive-through penalty during the race, but just that, and yeah, from there on we had a very clean race, catch up to the leaders, and now running in P2, which is obviously very nice.
Now the weather looks like it might change here. Will this be a problem for your race?
I mean, there's still 8 hours to go, so still a very long race, and anything can happen. During the night we had some rain showers, obviously, and right now it also looks like it could be raining again, so I mean, anything is possible.
And when are you getting back in the car?
I'm just waiting for my stint, actually. So yeah, whenever there's a full course yellow, I will be jumping in, or I wait 15 more laps and then I jump in.
Thank you. Good luck.
Well, always a smile. Brand new set of overalls there for the Audi crew, but only down 4 seconds away
Bruce,
from Michael
there's a yellow
sector,
sector 2. So we don't know whether that's for something on the circuit or whether there's a car in a precarious position. We're still in sector 1, so we need to have a little wander to where it says team manager of car 8 to race control immediately.
Well, that's Vincent Abril, that's the team it's the Team M Sport Bentley. That's the one that's had the flapping bodywork at the front end of the car, and likewise we've been looking at the back of the 888 Ferrari that's lapping slower and slower with its
flapping into sector
bodywork.
2. So as blue flags, I mean, sector 2, you're meant not to be overtaking under a yellow flag sector. So where actually is the issue that there's the yellow flag, so it must be in this area around Fagnes and then down into Campus and the Paul Freykorb, because that is the end of the sector. So here we again, nothing on the circuit that indicates that there's a reason for that.
Full course yellow in 20 seconds.
Well, Alain Adam, our race director, is just informing everybody, full course yellow in 20 seconds. We cannot yet tell you why that is occurring.
10 seconds.
And it's a stopped car apparently out at turn 12.
5,
That's the middle of the second
4,
sector. But anyhow, going into full
3,
course yellow.
2, 1, full course yellow now.
So we're just trying to, because in sector 2 we didn't see any car. So that sector 2 begins just, I think, after the Bruxelles corner and all the way down to Campus. But we didn't see anybody parked, certainly on track. But everybody now creeping around the circuit at 50 kilometers per hour.
By the bottom of the Circuit de Francorchamps sign, just looking for it, just trying to...
There it is.
Oh, it's
the
a
Lamborghini.
It's 63 Lamborghini. That been right in the mix, just had a pit stop. Christian Engelhardt has turned the lights out. He's gone under the tyre wall.
That's literally, he hasn't made it into Fagnes. Now, whether that was a mechanical issue, maybe driver error, we don't know, but that car's got itself well and truly buried. And remember, the driver sits on the left-hand side of the Lamborghini, he won't be able to get out of the car unless he can crawl over the other side.
He won't be able to see a great deal. It suddenly would have... Oh, well, there
But
he
he's
is
out of the car, yeah,
so
he's
he's
out of
done
the
well
car.
to squirm away. Ironic, that was one of 3 cars that stayed on slicks when it was raining, and yet now we have dry conditions in the morning. Something has gone amiss, and just at the tail end of the top 10, it's now tumbled down to 11th, will continue to fall. But taking the opportunity to come into the pits from second place overall, Nico Muller, he will be handing over to René Rast. So René was right, he was ready to take over should there be a full course yellow within 1.5 minutes.
Bruce, he may not have
called
been
it.
ready because he was talking to our pit lane reporter and saying when the car comes, the next safety car, a full course yellow. So there will be a bit of a hustle, a bit of a move on from René Rast to get himself, because in my opinion and in my experience, I always like to be ready to go maybe 10 minutes or even 15 minutes before the scheduled pit stop.
And you didn't
there you
have
can
to...
see now the rush to get Nico Muller right, to get René Rast in.
But you can see there the hands device, it's not just like throwing a helmet on as it was in your day, John. It takes a bit longer to fasten it to the hands, but clearly he's got it ready just in time to hop into the number 1 Audi. The race-leading Mercedes, number 90, also in the pit lane. Expect also the remaining front-running cars to scramble if they felt it was a good time to do so. But it looks like a untroubled pit stop, I must say. Shouldn't say that until they've got out of the pit stop, but it's looking pretty good for the Team WRT.
And
there
the
is
lead
the
car,
90,
yes,
the
lead
race
Mercedes. I
leader.
mean, that's a sensible thing for the HTP team to do, to get that car in. Will Michael Meadows stay behind the wheel? And in fact, he won't.
No,
He's jumped out of the car. An opportunity for a change of lead in the pit stop, because the number 1 car, there you can see the 90 Mercedes, they're just getting to the wheel change. So difficult times for everybody, and the WRT team, I think they responded. They were behind on the road, but the difference was only 16 seconds.
It was 4 seconds. It was 4 seconds. Their pit garage at different points in the pit lane. It got down to 4.1 seconds, the last time I saw before the full course yellow. And so there's the leader pulling away, still 0-1 on the windscreen. And
who pulls in behind? What car pulls in behind? Was that the leader of the race, or is that me still slightly weary?
Well,
it was the leader of the race. So we've now got first and second, literally.
Look at the number on the door of the Audi. Is it number 1 coming out ahead of number 90?
I think it is.
It is. So it did change. You called it very well indeed, John. Coming back out, but still full course yellow on the track. So not heavy acceleration, but positional change. So let's see if it changes on the windscreen. It's still listed as 0-4 ahead of 0-1, but I'm feeling as we get a side shot, let's have a look.
Try and get
sorry,
that
it's
number.
14 on the screen, so it's not. Sorry, it's one of the sister
we got all
cars.
excited over nothing.
It was. I wish they'd paint their cars in greatly different liveries. Grey is grey in grey weather. It's hard to pick them out, but we can tell you, of course, that it's Raffaele Marciello who's taken. He's gone back in.
Yeah, it's not just the colour. It's the fact that there's 14, 15 hours of grime.
Well, let's ride with the Lamborghini before things went dark. Christian Engelhardt coming into Fagnes.
Never turned,
and then suddenly, well, he just can't even get around that part, and then.
Very strange.
That is very
looked
strange.
like he just didn't have any front grip.
He got it down to second gear at that point, and.
How do you get out of that one then? I mean, that's a difficult situation when the car is buried in the tyre bales. So it just looked like it never really wanted to turn, as if it was as if he was on a wet track on slick tyres.
Yes, that.
We need to have another look at that just to see if we can pick up anything else from what he was trying to do within the cockpit.
Yes, it was a peculiar one. Much as Marco Giocci went going almost straight off at Eau Rouge just after his suspension broke. The clash with the car that's leading the race now, Raffaele Marciello. The driver who's leading the race, Raffaele Marciello, had their clash up at La Source. The damage done to the 55 Ferrari off at the next corner. So there's a safety car stopping, waiting. Is that at Fagnes? No,
yes, that's Paul Frey. No, it's not. That's Paul Frey. So they're coming up onto the beginning of the climb back up to Blanchimont. Oh, yes, it is. Bruce, that is Paul Frey.
Yes, it is. I noticed that's Campus Corner before, because you've got the trucks that get parked down there by the university. And look how much tyre debris is at the exit of the circuit. Can't see anything untoward.
If they can get the car out, hopefully there's no... Well, we don't know why the car didn't... There could have been a tyre.
Let's have a look.
Let's look and say, Now, the only other issue was if he had a tyre deflation.
This is coming down the hill.
he hardly turns the wheel. It's as if he sensed something at the front wasn't, but there was no appreciable amount of lock put onto the car, and it just off it went.
That is still a very hard one to call. We listened to him as he went down towards
everything
Pouhon. All was normal to the exit of Pouhon.
Yeah, everything seemed normal out of Pouhon. Came down to the normal braking zone, and then he was doing what he needed to do, but the car wasn't responding. But he only had a small amount of steering lock on. And normally, if the car, but instinctively, you'd want to put more on to try and make a turn, but he just kept that amount of lock.
So still full course yellow as that's cleared up. Wow, fantastic RT shots of the driver change. René Rast, cutting over Alain Adam, our race director, talking about the safety car coming onto the circuit now.
Great stint by Nico Müller.
Yeah, the Swiss driver doing a really good job. He already had the pristine set of overalls. He's got those race used now, and in jumps René Rast. All these moves just so orchestrated, and it's great to see it in slow-mo.
Nico Müller's taller than René Rast, so there are different seat inserts for each driver. There's a standard seat, but they have each their own insert, so that has to go in, and in doing so it means that they can pretty much use the same belt setup, particularly the lap and the crutch strap package. It's the only difference then is the shoulder harness strap, which then comes across the top of the hands device and then bolts into that six-way. So let's go back.
But it's interesting, John, look. Okay, let's find out. Car 63 off into the barriers, and that was Christian Engelhardt. But let's hear, Dakota's caught up with teammate Andrea Caldarelli.
Andrea, what an unfortunate way to go out. Do you know what happened?
We are still checking the data, but it looks strange from the video. Something happened. During my stint, I didn't feel any problem, but I don't know. Christian was saying something about in the radio, something not working, or we don't know. He had some issue, and we are still investigating on the data. We don't know.
And on the ABS, you mentioned to me before maybe a little ABS problem.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like something related to the brakes, but yeah, now we're watching the video. It looks like something related to the brakes, but it comes suddenly because just 1 hour ago with me in the car, I didn't feel any strange, so yeah, it happened.
That's racing, sorry.
Well, still listening. Still a hard one to call. Do you think he's right that it's most likely a brake problem there, John?
I think it's difficult until you speak to Christian Engelhardt and he gives you the full insight as to what happened. Whatever occurred as he was approaching and preparing for his entry into Fagnes, everything appeared to be normal. And it was only just at the very end, before the impact with the tire bale, that he was putting more and more and more lock on. So whether that was a brake-related problem, whether it was a deflating tire that he wasn't aware of, there could be any number of issues. So it's just speculation. Nothing was sufficiently clear from the onboard shot to see if there was a clear reason for Christian Engelhardt to go off as he did. But what was clear is he wasn't able to make the normal entry into Fagnes. He went all the way around. I think he'd hoped he might have managed to skirt around the perimeter of the corner and get back onto the track without contact, but sadly that wasn't to be.
Okay, the number 8 Bentley looking tattered and battered in the pit lane, going for its full course yellow now. Safety car period. We saw the car wait for the pack and join the track ahead of them out of the curve. Paul Frere down at the bottom end of the circuit for the Bentley, trying to go fast. No driver change in this pit stop. Vincent Abril will stay in that number 8 car, but that will allow the 117 Porsche to move ahead of it, and a whole host of other, probably the number 2 Audi as well. Fred Verviche at the wheel of that. Still haven't seen the front left corner from the driver's point of view on that Lamborghini. Oh, almost saw it as it was taken away on the flatbed truck. See how much damage, but of course those tyre units wrapped in the coloured tarpaulin. We might get a chance to see it now.
If we stay with this picture, then we will get a glimpse of the left front. I mean, it'll not tell us what was the cause, it'll just give us an indication as to the degree of damage.
Safety car in this lap.
So let's have a look at the left front. Oh yeah, no, that's not going to go anywhere.
So unfortunately, you can see the amount of mud sitting on top of the roof of the car, just showing how much that Lamborghini went under the tyre wall, which did what it had to do, absorbed the impact. And as you said, John, it would have gone suddenly very dark in front of the driver as he was under that tyre wall. Safety car in at the end of the lap. There is the message up on our screens. So for the 63 crew, don't forget the first half of the race, that was dicing for victory with the 55 Ferrari. One is definitely out, which is the 55 car, and for the 63 car, I think that quite possibly has just joined.
Well, if it's not out, it certainly isn't going to play any further part in the battle for the lead. But what is, we've had the 84 Mercedes out, we've had the 55 Ferrari, which led pretty much from the lights or the flag falling. We've now had the 63 Lamborghini, which was its principal challenger. So the three top protagonist contenders have all gone out through incidents, not mechanical problems.
Lights off.
So lights out on the safety car. The message from race director Alain Adam, who's kept us so informed of the myriad signals he's had to get out to the crews for drive-through penalties, for safety car periods, for full course yellow periods. You can still see the yellow light flashing SC underneath on the light gantries around the circuit, but race leader Raffaele Marciello hanging back, as drivers are wont to do.
What we're going to have is a three-way battle for the lead of this race, because you've got the Mercedes leading the Audi, leading the BMW, and the gap on the road, which is that we now see as they come through Blanchimont, is where it is. Top three cars covered by, what, 3 seconds?
Yeah.
Green flag, green flag.
Don't forget, of course, Blomqvist is a lap down in third place. And he had originally the Abril Bentley behind. So the first two nose to tail. René Rast, he'll love this battle with Raffaele Marciello. Let's have a look as they plant the throttles, accelerate over the start-finish line, right past our commentary box. Now up to La Source they go. Rast not close enough, so Marciello has done enough to cover his line at La Source. And in behind, hoping to get close enough to... sorry, that's the 99 BMW that's tucked in behind. At the moment, that's Maxime Martin, but he's down in 18th place overall. Don't know what his pace is going to be. Wait and see. But Marciello really attacking Eau Rouge, and René Rast trying to get into his slipstream in that number one Audi. Up through Radillon. Looked a little bit more speed was carried by the Mercedes driver, but he's not the one who could gain a tow. He could have the car behind. That number one Audi with René Rast get right in under his tail. Not close enough to make a challenge up to Les Combes.
Again, it's a lap down, but the 117 Porsche...
John, but he did.
Oh,
he made a late stab. We just said it wasn't going to happen. He made a late stab, contacted the door.
And the Mercedes is off in Les Combes. Mercedes is off in the barrier at Les Combes. Contact between the Audi and the Mercedes. So what we thought was an impossible pass didn't look like it was going to happen. Well, talk about drama.
But I thought when he made that little dart, it was just to say, didn't quite make it, but just to let you know, I'm going to try.
I was looking at the timing and scoring to see, because the 117 Porsche is only 1.7 seconds behind the third place BMW. Wow, what? Now that may well be a penalty, depending on who was at fault, because we only saw the two cars coming up the straight. We didn't see what happened at the point of entry. This is what we were watching. Look, the Audi's feigning to come. So,
car 8, exceeding driving stint.
Okay, in that case, there was
penalty car 8, exceeding driving stint.
Both cars tried to make it through the entry into Fagnes. Rast had the inside of the corner, and Marciello tried to go the long way around, and the two cars...
76 pit stop infringement.
So suddenly, the more notable of those signals is number 8 drive-through penalty.
That's the second time this race.
Second time for them. And
I mean,
I would still say that René is the smiling assassin. He's always smiling, but I think he wasn't quite far enough up to make a challenge. He decided it was worth having a go. Maybe Raffaele Marciello left the door slightly open in that 90 Mercedes.
Looking at it, Rast got up the inside, and Marciello tried to hang out on the outside. And there wasn't space for the two cars. Both will feel that they were in the right and the yellow driver was in the wrong. It may have to be looked at by the race director and the stewards. They may make a separate judgment. But, you know, it was an opportunity, and the Audi had the inside of the corner, but it wasn't fully square alongside. But Marciello tried to go the long way around. As the consequence, the contact occurred.
Between car 90 and car 1 in turn 6 under investigation.
Well, there's no mystery which accident that was. That was the contact between Raffaele Marciello and René Rast, who made the charge. Rast now leading the race. Tom Blomqvist in the 98 BMW up into second place, and the 117 Porsche up into third. Lawrence Van Tor at the wheel, just 1 and a bit seconds down on the
Porsche. There it is. No, it's not. That's but the Porsche is. We're looking at the number 4 Mercedes.
That's in 8th place overall.
The Bentley runs number 9 way wide in the middle of Lake Como as the Bentley drives through for. I don't. Is this? I'm sure it's the second time in the event that there's been a penalty for exceeding driver's stint for the number 8.
Yeah, the first one was suspended,
yes,
and then it was
that's
suspended.
Right. Yes, that's right.
Pit entry had been blocked,
that's right.
and much to the relief of the
and Maxime
Bentley
Soulet, explained that to us in an interview. So,
but it's still a long rumble through a long pit lane. It's not just the one at the top; it's the one that's on the downhill run from La Source to Eau Rouge. You can see after they go slow, they have to twist and turn their way through it before they finally can start accelerating up through the hill towards the exit of Radion. Meanwhile, out on the circuit, it's René Rast leading. No apparent damage on the nose of his Audi from that contact, just taking
well, it wasn't the nose that was going to be damaged. It was side by side, but the contact was very light. It doesn't need an awful lot for two cars when they're in that delicate position to be set into a spin. So there's nothing that represents any. There's no even scuff marks from what we can see.
Not the fastest
the Mercedes on the side of the Audi.
He's not the fastest Audi on the track because in 7th place, the new fastest lap of anybody.
19.7.
Marcus Winkelhock.
Fastest lap of the race, Bruce.
Oof. Absolutely fantastic. He's a lap and a bit down, but clearly he's managed to be in a good position relative to the traffic because, of course, the field getting really bunched up behind the safety car there, but age clearly no barrier for Marcus Winkelhock. 37 years old and absolutely flying in the 25 Audi. Santilot Racing Car took that over from Jules Gounon, but 1 on the door and 001, meaning you're the race leader. That is René Rast. He's got the orange Lazarus.
For the moment.
We can only talk of the moment, John.
For the moment, because there is an investigation into that incident up at Les Combes, and it will be interesting to see if there is a judgment given against the number 1 Audi, or whether they just put
0.8, so not managing to match Marcus Winkelhock, but he's in the lead. Winkelhock down in 7th place overall in the 25 Santilot Racing Audi. And right now, nobody around and about the number 1 who is in a position to challenge. That orange Lazarus Lamborghini down the order has been just outside the top 20. Yes, 23rd position, Nicolas Pola. But
drive-through penalty, car 1 causing a collision.
So there's been a judge that the number 1 car
1 causing
was
a
at
collision.
fault.
Well, there we have it. A drive-through.
That's a very quick judgment because
it's good. I like quick
judgments. We've seen other judgments taking longer. Vincent Voss up there on the pit box from the WRT team. He will be, I'm going to say, very unhappy. He'll feel that his driver had made the move. It was a clean move, and that the Mercedes came down on the top of the Audi. But that isn't the judgment of the race director and the race stewards.
So the driver, René Rast, will have been sent that signal from Vincent Voss on the Team WRT pit wall. That will promote Tom Blomqvist and BMW into the lead of the race. Remember BMW? They won this event last year. They've been quietly.
No. The race lead is going to be the 117 Porsche because it is now just under 1/10 of a second, or 9/10 of a second behind the BMW, and the lap times of the Porsche vis-a-vis the BMW have been quicker in favour of the Porsche. Currently, they're both lapping in the 2:24s, and I'm assuming that's because they've got themselves trapped behind a lapping car.
Yeah, but until I see otherwise, it should be BMW at the front of this race. Of course, Vantor has the momentum with him, or had it before that safety car period, both picking their way through traffic.
In he comes.
Is number 1 coming in? Yes, he is. From the lead of the race. Drive-through penalty, but it's a long pit lane. It's 2 pit lanes, in effect, at Spa-Francorchamps, down to the pit lane speed limit, cursing, no doubt, under his breath. He's got to stay calm, stay cool. René Rast made that move, so determined to put Audi back into the lead of the race, and perhaps trade optimistic. The stewards have agreed that that is indeed the situation. So Blomqvist into the lead of the race any moment now, just waiting to cross the start-finish line. 4.7 seconds clear of Laurens Vantor. So it was he gained about 4 seconds in traffic on that lap alone. It's a bad lap for Laurens Vantor.
Yeah, it was a very poor lap indeed. 2 minutes 26. So clearly, again, a traffic issue, or maybe he's made a driving error. We never got to see that. We were focusing on what is going on here, and who are we on board with there?
Well, that was the number 1 car.
Coming down the pit lane.
Coming down the second pit lane,
yeah.
Or just entering the second pit lane. Looks like he could rejoin the circuit, but of course you have to do both pit lanes. Now you can see in the background 02 on the windscreen. Still registering because, of course, the Audi had crossed the start-finish line and to go towards its pit garage at the exit of the top pits.
So the BMW caught now behind one of the AM cars, the Audi, and they got the 23 Nissan up ahead. So Blomqvist will slide down the inside into Bruxelles, get disposes of the Audi. That's happy news. It'll be more difficult to get past the 23 Lucas Ordóñez. Either Ordóñez will step sideways and let the BMW go, or he might just say, well, if you want to get past me, you've got to do it yourself. The number 2 car, Fred Bavish, is into the pits.
Pitting from 4th place, so don't forget he's sort of out of sequence with the others, but rose from about 8th to 4th during a real shuffle. Looks like a tidy pit stop until that wheel wasn't collected by the mechanic. Engine on as the final wheels have all been changed. Wait, thumbs up, mechanic. That's an exit of the top pit. Still got to run through the other pit lane. Chased by a camera. Super keen.
I've never seen a pit. I mean, I don't know how they can get away with doing that in an active pit lane. So there, the Nissan still has not shown any indication of waving through the lead BMW. There we look inside Alexander Sims, sitting back enjoying what he's seeing. This is the car that won last year.
His car, though, don't forget, is the 99 car, which is down in 17th place. But you can see another driver sitting alongside him, helmeted up. So presumably that's Maxime Martin. Yeah, Eng's in the car at the moment. No, Martin's in the car at the moment. So it's Philippe Eng, presumably helmeted, waiting to take over the 99. Right, 0-1 now on the windscreen this time around. In the lead of the race, we knew, but it had to get to the start-finish line to be credited.
Part of the reason why Laurens van Thor has not been able to make progress, he's caught behind, I think, the 85 Mercedes, but that will not be an easy overtake. Again, it needs the benefit of assistance from the pit wall to the driver to let the Porsche go through. And in the meantime, well, look at Ordóñez, almost appears to be pulling slightly further ahead of the BMW as they go through Eau Rouge.
One thing we reckon is that 98 car owes us a pit stop. We saw those wonderful pit stop graphics earlier, and that was the car that spent the least time in the pits of the top 8, but only has 18 pit stops on the board. The car giving chase, Laurens van Thor, 21 pit stops. That has 2 driver penalties.
He's buried behind the Nissan and 2 quick cars in a straight line.
Slight front bodywork damage as well. It might just be tape on the front. You can see it
that's
flapping
been
around.
Flapping like that for quite some time, certainly since I got in this morning. So I don't think that's going to be an issue, but there has been a bit of damage to the lower part of the front spoiler guard assembly, and that tape is now beginning to lose its adhesion.
Well, the Nissan sitting in front of it, Lucas Ordóñez, is down in 16th position, one of the fastest cars on the track last time around. Nothing wrong with its pace with the Spaniard at the wheel, but he needs to get out of the way if Laurens van Thor is going to be able to come through, because they seem to be matching each other performance, and it's a question of whether the Spaniard wants to donate track space. Down in 20th position, it says on the screen. I think he's a couple of positions above that. But for the Porsche driver, it's been a long haul, and they've had to do it twice in that 117 Porsche to get into the mix. They are in the mix. Second place shown on the windscreen, 5.6 seconds down last time around. There's Thierry Tassin, ex-Formula 2 racer, Vincent Voss in the cap, the brains trust at Team WRT. They've suddenly ended up not in the lead of the race, but René Rast, after the drive-through penalty, down in 4th place overall. Their number 2 car, Christopher Mies, in 7th after its most recent pit stop.
Just happens to freeze at the very moment coming into Fagnes. So the right, then the left, but back on to start, finish straight. And Porsche is that the Porsche coming in? I think it might have been.
Yes, it is, John. Good call, because he came in from behind the Nissan. Nissan goes over the start finish line now. Just check which of the Bentleys is. Is Vincent Abril in that number 8?
That's the number 7. That's the 7 Bentley.
Number 7. Okay, that's picking its way up the order up to 14th place. I think it might actually just improve
on that. The
Bentleys
are easy to identify now because the 8 has lost
it's got a grill.
Radiator shroud.
Yes,
so here is the car that was challenging for second place, was ultimately going to challenge for the lead of the race. But it also, and the one thing about that car, its pit box is virtually the last box on the other side of the main pit. So he'll make his way all the way around La Source, down, and once they rejoin, they've got a short run to the line, after which they can then pick up speed.
Yeah, it's a longer run if you're coming in with bodywork hanging off. More worries about it falling off before repairs can be made, but it seems though it's a minor front bodywork damage, spoiler damage for that number 117 Porsche. In from second place, Laurens van Thor at the wheel. So Tom Blomqvist leading the way in the 98 BMW. challenge is definitely going to be keeping a smile on the face of his teammates Nicky Katzberg and Bruno Spengler. There is the 98 car. The sister car 99 picking its way up the order now. Well, still only in 17th place, but there have been a flurry of recent pit stops. And the 99 car has 20 pit stops to its name. The 98 car only 18. So, John, unless there were lots of drive-throughs for the teammates, one feels that the 98 car will be coming in from the lead very soon indeed for a pit. The 99 car, the sister car, had all that bodywork damage.
That'll effectively hand the lead back to the 90 Mercedes. And second place will be the one Audi, so it's almost deja vu.
You know, the weird thing, with that drive-through penalty for the number 1 Audi, it's only dropped it 20 seconds behind Marciello. Marciello took longer to get back going again after that clash.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, you know, how sometimes fate. Well, there is the 90 Mercedes. Yeah.
So the effective lead, we reckon, with 98.
We got the 90 Mercedes was going to be in the lead, and the one Audi will be behind it. More tellingly, will be the number 25 Audi, Markus Winkelhock, will be in third place. The number 8 Bentley, which is currently just under 10 seconds behind Winkelhock, will be in fourth. And then you've got Christopher Mies and the Audi quite a lot way further back. So there's going to be a big shake-up in the top two once those pit stops are played out. There is the car that we believe will be the lead car, because the 98 BMW will have to come in shortly.
Well, definitely due in. We saw Nicky Katzberg all suited and booted, ready to go. So hand on hips in the garage. Perhaps next time around, he will get his chance to go out onto the circuit.
Porsche goes back out again. Kevin Estre is behind the wheel. So Lawrence Van Voort did a mega stint to get the car up there. Kevin Estre, who is no sluggard in a Porsche. He's raced Porsche before he joined McLaren, then he's back to the family he sort of started his racing career in. So that's a very strong driver lineup in the 117 Porsche. Kevin Estre, Michael Christensen, Lawrence Van Voort. I think, you know, anybody in the top 4, well, let's call it the top 5, because Kevin Estre is just rejoining the field. Top 6 at this point. We've got 7 hours and 17 minutes remaining. This is a Blancpain endurance event at Paul Ricard, plus an extra hour and 17 minutes.
Entirely so, and I don't want to say the words drive-through penalty. The number 1 car has just served one for René Rast, maybe being adjudged to be too enthusiastic in the passing manoeuvre for the lead up at Les Combes. But we have seen almost all of the top runners being served with penalties. We've had a few of the top runners ending up out of the race, the 55 Ferrari, then the 63 Lamborghini, which not yet listed as a full retirement, down in 26th position overall, however.
98 getting itself into a mix of cars. Our friends in the Lamborghini, they seem to always somehow or other be a car in the middle of a mix of cars, including the race leader.
And it doesn't seem to matter. It almost always seems to be that Lazarus Lamborghini, but this time very politely moves to one side of the circuit.
Nicholas BMW coming in, yes it is.
Okay, so Nicky Katzberg ready to take it over. You can see his blue helmet. He'll be running out shortly to take over from Tom Blomqvist. There's the sort of all the investigation, all the screens being judged.
The brains trust.
The brains trust. I didn't want to use that term again because I always seem to use it when I refer to Vincent Voss and Thierry Tassin at Team WRT. The pit lane can seem very long when you're coming in slowly. You can see the flapping thing in front of the camera is the lollipop, showing Tom Blomqvist where to pull up. Right on his mark as he goes there. Oh, I thought it was blue helmet. That was that's a teammate from another car. That is Nick Katzberg. You'll see the red, white and blue Dutch flag on his belt as he clambers in. Yep. So Blomqvist out, but again, as you talked about, John, it's not just the strapping in of the driver, it's the swapping of the drinks bottles. You don't jump out of the car and run away. You have a role to do when you get out.
There is our race leader, car that had been leading, Raffaele Marcello, and he's got, waiting to see the gap between first and second. It looks to be 18.7 seconds.
Right, 2 Mercedes together, 0-2 on the screen. That's the race leader, and the Pro-Am car, the mid-blue car, number 16, Miguel Torrell at the wheel, lapping about 3 seconds off the pace of the ultimate front runners, but doing a great job. His immediate target is to stay ahead of the 97 Lamborghini that's 2 places further back. Ewan Hankey at the wheel, but certainly that Black Falcon number 16 Mercedes has been running very well indeed.
You know, that's nice to see Tom Blomqvist getting the acknowledgement of the team. Sometimes teams don't recognise the effort that a driver has put in, but that one was done by the Royal Racing engineers, so Tom Blomqvist can go away, relax, get some refreshments, maybe take on board a little bit of food. Very quickly checking the pressures of the tyres just to get all the vital information. And that's what teams, top teams, that's why they win races.
Well, I just thought for a second it is starting, this cloud is starting to thin, little patches of blue sky, still looks quite grey out at the lower part of the circuit, but hopefully the rain will abate and stay away.
Bruce, I've been here when there's been a clear blue sky and it's still been raining. You're in Spa. Nothing is unexpected,
yes, also,
nothing is unusual.
John, also we can only see the sky in front of our commentary box. Behind us, coming over from the old pit lane, looking at the old pit lane now, could be the darkest grey clouds in captivity. So the BMW waits to cross the white line. Now it can start accelerating, but it's not a straight exit from the pits. It's snaking around the inside of Eau Rouge as the 98 BMW rejoins. Nick Katzberg at the wheel, listed still as race leader, but we know full well that
Kevin
Raffaele
Estre just comes through. So Kevin Estre right now in 6th place, as the 98 BMW is the car that's directly behind him. So watch the pace of these two cars, because the Porsche is going to try, it's a lap down, but it needs to get that lap back. So the race leader is the 90 Mercedes, the BMW out, showing second at the minute, but in fact it'll be the Audi, the number 1 Audi, that will be in second place. This is the way the overlaps take over in pit stops.
Well, we like to find out. We're looking at the 98 BMW. Let's hear from the driver who's just vacated it. Down with Dakota, Tom Blomqvist.
Tom, fresh out the car, what is the track like? It seems that because of other people's mistakes, it's worked in your favour.
Yeah, I mean, we knew from last year that to keep a good result here was just to, stay out of trouble. So far we've had a pretty clean race, touch wood. The car's working well. It came a bit to us during the night and into the morning as well. So hopefully, the teammates will continue a good job. Team's done a great job, so let's see what happens.
What's the plan now?
Well, just keep doing what we've been doing. I mean, stay out of trouble. Nothing silly, keep the good pace up. Nicky's in the car now. He's done a really good job so far, so let's see what he can do.
Are you podium hunting?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're here obviously to win the race, and now we're in a good shot for the podium. So, it's going to be a nervous couple of hours now, but heads down and we keep plugging away.
Well, congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah, good stint there. Thanks, Dakota, for catching up with Tom Blomqvist. John and I might head off for where we've had our breakfast, but he'll be heading off to chew on a lettuce leaf, look at a picture of a tomato, and do all the healthy racing driver things. But right now, Nicky Katzberg out on the circuit. What do you think of bowl of porridge, perhaps?
Well, a bowl of porridge is very good. It's a very healthy meal to have. But a lot of drivers favour getting a carbo boost. And, of course, the easiest and quickest way of doing so is a bowl of pasta, but not necessarily with some of the more exotic sauces. Just keep it plain and simple, but just eat light frequently. Don't go and have a big blowout Sunday morning, 15 fried sausages and bacon and eggs. Eat light regularly is the key for maintaining your energy through nutrition.
Well, again, let's take a look at the slow-mo. Nicky Katzberg running into position. We'll get Tom Blomqvist hauled out of the car. He looked pretty fresh when he was talking to Dakota, didn't he?
Fresh as a daisy. I mean, he's just come back from a night's clubbing. I mean, I bet you he looks like that every Saturday morning or Sunday morning. So he's done a superb job. And again, testament to the training, the diet, the overall standard that we're seeing. If you go back to when GT racing came to Spa-Francorchamps for the 24 hours, it was probably more of a senior citizens event than a sprint event would have been, but it's now been hijacked by the youngsters.
Well, just look how agile they are at getting in and out of the car. Not great in the slow-mo to see the way that Tom Blomqvist, almost in a form of ballet, pulls out his radio plug, plugs in the helmet of the incoming driver, Nicky Katzberg. Then he works on the belts and also working on the drinks bottle to put them in position. His seat inserts are out there on the roof of the car. That was a great stint, and there was a real pat on the back from the crew for Tom Blomqvist, and he can be very proud of that run. The screen has already been cleaned, but still so much work going on. Yes, it's in slow-mo.
The thing is, Bruce, it is slow-mo,
accuracy is
but
key.
there is no pressure because they can't touch the wheels and tyres until the refueler, who you can see on the other side of the car, until that hose has been withdrawn. and the fuel has a fuel flow pace, so it just can't be dumped in at, above atmospheric pressure. Once that hose is withdrawn, then they can do the 4 wheels and tires. So that takes pressure off the driver chains, allows them to make sure that the driver getting in has got everything precise. The seat belts are adjusted, the drinks bottles in, the radio connection is a clean connection. Detail, and it's detail that helps you win races. Luck, whoever invented the word luck, well, he was maybe lucky to have invented it, because that wasn't luck, that's just good teamwork.
Entirely so. Pat on the roof of the car. We're looking at the sister car, number 99, going through Radion. That's still in the hands of Maxime Martin, so that must owe us a pit stop soon. Down, though, in 17th place. That's the car that's had problem. But here's the car leading the race, the number 90 Mercedes running through. Number 90 leading by just under 20 seconds from René Rast. René in the number 1 Audi must be cursing that drive-through penalty when he attempted to make that move up the inside of the number 90 Mercedes, and they clashed at Les Combes.
So, 90 Mercedes back in the lead. Number 1 Audi in second place. Marcus Winkelhock only 21 seconds, we think, behind the second place number 1 Audi.
Well, John, well into the race. Let's have a look at the highlights of the first 17 hours. Beautiful conditions, slightly cloudy, light wind, 22 degrees at Spa-Francorchamps. Huge crowd, not just on the banks in the spectator grandstands, but also on the grid. We had 63 cars, 63 GT3 runners out to come and play in the 69th Total Spa 24 hours. Track conditions perfect. Last sighting lap for the challengers. Fisichella leading away from pole position. Maxi Buch in the bronze Mercedes on the grass on the run down to the first corner. But look at the twitch going in and through Eau Rouge by Mirko Bortolotti in the 63 Lamborghini. Somehow, just somehow, managing to hold it on. Had he lost it, he'd have taken out the 61 cars behind him. But Fisichella was able to escape while the Ferraris behind, jousting for position. Great low-down shots of the number 14 Stefan Ortelli driven Frey Jaguar. Then pit stop precision from BMW, 4 wheels off the ground. That was a massive moment for Daniel Juncadella in the number 88 Mercedes at Eau Rouge. 9:12, that wasn't the first time we saw the Herbert Porsche having problems, big problems for the 99 BMW. You could see left rear corner damage as that came into the pit, lost a lot of time. But the 2 cars dominating with the 63 Lamborghini and the 55 Ferrari, and traffic certainly played its part, not impressing race leader at that point, Bortolotti or Fisichella, the erstwhile driver of the 55 Ferrari. But the 50 Ferrari went no further. Huge accident going through Eau Rouge for Passin Latourus. Debris everywhere. Best news of all, just after that was cleared up, clearly out of the race, but the driver, Passin Latourus, quickly down to the medical centre and very soon given a clean bill of health. No clean bill of health, unfortunately, for the Garage 59 McLaren. It stopped just at pit entry, and with the safety car leading the field round to bring it into the pit lane as they were clearing up the broken number 17 Audi. That was a tricky moment indeed. Lamborghini still held off the 55 Ferrari in their rush to their pit stops. It blinked first, came in. Bortolotti handed over to Caldarelli. The 55 Ferrari also came in. That had the better pit stop and emerged in front. That's why it had 0-1 flashing on the windscreen. And then it continued to pull away, looking good in all conditions. Not every Ferrari managed to get round Eau Rouge. And the 48 Mercedes from HTP Motorsport bodywork rubbing on the wheel. Lots of tyre smoke. Another yellow Mercedes off the track, but back on. That's the Black Falcon car, number 15. As the conditions changed, as night fell, the temperatures dropped, not by a huge amount, and 1 car stopped at the side of the circuit. That was the 6 Audi. Total electrical failure. Mechanics rushed down to the bus stop corner to shout instructions, but Stefan Richelmy could not fix the car. Then Spa entered its magical moments as the sun went down and the lights came on the cars. Wonderful shots as the race entered a whole new phase. Spin, it's the number 912 Porsche in trouble again. No damage this time, just time lost. But it was a case of keeping things sensible, and Christian Engelhardt just biding his time as he chased after the 55 Ferrari in that wonderful battle for the lead of the race. How's this? A pit stop precision from M Sport as they got the 8 Bentley back underway. Walkenhorst, 2 BMWs here this year, likewise going through. This is the moment the lights went out on the number 14 Jaguar, and again you can see the work that the crews put in. That's the team Abt Bentley, slightly slow away from its pit stop, but great work from its mechanics. Now, the car that flashed off was the 84 Jimmy Eriksson-driven HGP Motorsport Mercedes at Eau Rouge. Got it wrong, got into a tank slapper and hit the barriers on the outside at Radion. Another car damaged, and it's the 912 Porsche in the walls again. This time, it wasn't at fault. It was given a clip and paid the price with the damage. 55 Ferrari still going like a train through the night. Pit stop completed, back out into the race. But as the concerts went on and the fireworks shows raged around the circuit, the drivers started to feel the fatigue. That was Guy Smith rubbing his eyes, and they're all just trying to keep their cool, keep their focus. Great to have fans in the grandstands. Oh dear. Car slightly wider than pit exit. Someone left something in the way. So the crews were getting tired, and there you have the front end damage on the Walkenhorst BMW, one of the two cars they have entered. A lot of drivers not getting it quite right up at Eau Rouge, and that's because we started to have a little sprinkle of rain. And you can see the race leaders coming in. That was the 90 Mercedes coming into the pits there in the full dark conditions. Now you can see a bit of rain on screen, and very, very tight action behind the 90 Mercedes as drivers challenging for position. And quite a few of them running that little bit wide, because trying to pick your way through the night with slower cars, spun cars, and the safety car out again was proving very difficult for some. There's the 63 Lamborghini out over the curbs, managing to rejoin, but curbs not good things to drive on when it comes to wet. More wonderful pit work from the team Abt Bentley crew. And again, the onboard shots almost become more dramatic at nightfall. Lamborghini changing drivers, Engelhardt to Caldarelli. And this was the pattern at another spinner up at Eau Rouge. Oh, so difficult in the night. The 90 Mercedes, though, very much came into the mix and was getting better and better for the 3Ms, Mortara, Meadows and Marciello. 18, though, that would go no further. That was rescued on a flatbed, one of the Black Falcon Mercedes, so put a cross through that one, out of the race. And then the rain became heavier, and almost all the front runners went onto wet weather tyres, but 3 decided not. 63, 55, the Lamborghini and Ferrari challenging at the front, and the number 4, Black Falcon Mercedes. It was touch and go, and then a bit too much touch there, unfortunately. That's the Good Smile Mercedes being given a big clout by the number 3 Audi, and that's 2 more cars struck off the record. Such a shame for the Good Smile Racing crew over from Japan. They had to rebuild the car totally to be able to start the race. Then Rory Butcher off at the side of the circuit, so problems all around. And after midnight, the teams were allowed to give their cars a 5-minute technical pit stop, change the brakes. Rain came down harder and harder, but it was still not quite hard enough, not quite there for long enough for the very brave drivers to bother coming off slick tyres. They had to pussyfoot around, be careful, but they did gain time. Number 4 in for its technical pit stop, and that will continue to rise up the order. And you can just see how wet it was for the 55 Ferrari out around the circuit. Coming in yet again from the lead. A fresh set of Pirellis. 53 going exploring out at the back of the circuit. That's the Spirit of Race Ferrari. A whole host of those in this event. The drivers generally keeping it pretty clean indeed, but not all made it round. The 43 McLaren, 1 to fall, unfortunately. That was the best place of the cars, and before midnight that was running in just the edge of the top 6 in the hands of Johnny Kane. Sam Tordoff also enjoying a great run in that car, shared with David Fumanelli. But working its way ever more towards the front, the 85 Mercedes from HTP Motorsports, with Dominic Baumann at the wheel in particular, working its way to the front. Scary moment for Andy Soucek. One of the runners didn't see him, and then it was the turn of the 55 Ferrari to make its 5-minute technical pit stop. And the 90 Mercedes taking the lead as night fused back into daylight. Wonderful dawn shots. You can see the mist clearing off the circuit as darkness turned to day, and 0-1 on the windscreen. It was shared by a whole host of Mercedes. And then we had a little clash. Raffaele Marciello going up the inside of Marco Ciocci, and at the very next corner at Eau Rouge, broken steering from that clash up at the top led to Ciocci out of the race into the tyre wall. Damaged the car, no damage to the driver, damaged the front bodywork of the number 8 Bentley, and this would lead eventually to repairs, and that car has since had a drive-through penalty to drop it down at the moment out of the reckoning, down into 4th place. Vincent Abril at the wheel. Then a very strange moment for the 63 Lamborghini. We think it was possible brake failure, but we don't know as yet. Going down into Fan, buried it under the under the tyre wall. Can't see the damage there, but if you take a look at the car later as it comes back in on a flatbed, too much damage. The restart, and this was a moment René Rast just quickly into that Audi, went up the inside of the 90 Mercedes, and here is a great view as they go to Les Combes. There is the clash, not quite fully alongside, but making the move all the same. Drive-through penalty followed. That's dropped the number 1 Audi. It's back down to 4th. It's back up to 2nd. And the 90 Mercedes back into the lead of the race since we had the 98 BMW coming in for its pit stop that's put Nicky Katzberg down into 6th place. So it's leading the way as another hour is completed. We've got Raffaele Marciello in this, the number 90 Mercedes from ACA ASP. They started the race with 3 Mercedes. This is the only one still going. The 88 car out in quite a shunt for Felix Serrayes, but leading the way, 0-1 on the screen. Raffaele Marciello, the tall Italian, at the wheel, leading the way, waiting to see how far behind René Rast is. Of course, the drive-through penalty has cost the lead to the number 1 car.
It was somewhere in the region of, I think, 20 seconds before we went into that highlights package. But it's not a comfortable lead, but it's a lead that Raffaele Marciello, who was adjudged to be the victim of that that impact up at Les Combes, there is the number 1 Audi, and it's making its way through La Source. The gap actually just under the 20 seconds, 19.6. And the 3rd place, number 25 Audi, we're on board with René Rast, watching, coming down. Listen. Just a little short pick off and back on it again. But, you know, how committed can you be? You know, it's already coming up to 25 to 10 in the morning. So the German driver pursuing the car that led to the contact up at this point. When I saw the onboard shot in there, okay, there's no point what I'm going to say because the stewards made a decision that it was the fault of Rast. I think both drivers bear responsibility, but the fact was that the leader was taken out by the number 1 Audi, and therefore that's most likely the reason there. We see the 3rd place, Markus Winkelhock, who is now 17 seconds behind René Rast and lapping a little bit quicker on that last lap.
Yeah, and not so long ago he set the fastest lap of the race, the only driver down into 2:19, so Winky really enjoying his run, flashing, winking the lights at 25 Santalok Racing Audi, hunting its way up the order, but 17.5 seconds behind René Rast, closing in little by little, but it's going to be a long haul to get on the tail of the number 1 Audi. But a lot of Audis in this race, so they had many bullets in their gun, if you will. Number 1 and 2 appeared to be the strongest ones in the reckoning. Number 2 is down in 7th place, Christopher Mies at the wheel. He'll be lapping fast, yeah, 2:23.1. Yeah, that's a ballpark figure for a front-running car. Leading the way in Pro-Am is now Oliver Morley, the bearded Oliver Morley, in 16th place overall. What's his advantage? Well, he's just come out of the pits. He's just taken that over from Miguel Toril, number 16 Black Falcon Mercedes, and of course giving chase as it has been all race. Sometimes it's been ahead, sometimes it's been behind, but more recently behind is the number 97 Aston Martin with Ewan Hankey at the wheel. He's lapping well, 2:23. That's a good pace from the Aston Martin driver. So another lap led by the 16 Mercedes, 12th place overall. But there's the gap between, oh, there, 2:14 in the Pro-Am class, so almost an entire lap over this car. Yes, just going through Eau Rouge. Ewan Hankey taken over not so long ago from Sally Yuluk, his regular teammate, but the British driver really getting the car to move a fair bit faster.
Yeah, and it's just on that point, he's just on a 2:23 on his last lap against an overall best time of 2:21, which was set effectively almost in the opening laps of the race.
Lap 3.
So Ewan Hankey, you know, doing a good job for the Aston Martin crew, the 97 Pro-Am car.
When
Johnny Adam is the one that normally gets all the kudos because of his status and of course his achievement and success. But Ewan Hankey will be in there and backing up what Johnny Adam has been doing.
Yeah, Johnny Adam will be looking forward to his next session in the car, next stint in the car, and that I'm sure will continue its progress back up the order. But it's been a long battle with the number 16 Mercedes, and in the last handful of hours it's been the Mercedes in front.
Racetrack, no car. What's happened?
I look at my screen and then suddenly you get, what, six cars in the battle?
This is what I was
shot,
mentioning earlier, that you'll get pockets of cars. There's 6 cars in that little group, 2 in this group, but now we're seeing, which we didn't see at the beginning of the race, once we got into maybe the first 15 or so laps, there was always a car somewhere on any part of the circuit. At any point you picked up a camera position.
Yeah, bar when we had a safety car. A
Yep.
long safety car
So
period
now
would lead them in half a lap.
Just beginning to see how many cars have actually...
I think we've lost 15 cars for sake of argument.
The last one went out was the 88 Mercedes, we think. Looks like it was the last car went out, yeah.
Last warning for track limits, car number 19. That's the sister
Grasser Racing,
Racing
yes,
team car.
yeah.
That's not been well placed during the race. It's down in 19th position, rather fittingly, for number 19 with Ezekiel Perez Companc at the wheel. 961. Still pushing on. That's leading the way, third place in the Pro-Am class. And at the wheel at the moment is David Rizzo. It's run from Spirit of Race. They're very, very busy here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Well, this is the car fundamentally of choice of the AM drivers.
Well,
it's such a good combination of engineering power, and most importantly for the AM drivers, it's a friendly car to drive. And you give an AM driver a very uncomfortable, twitchy, nervous car, it doesn't get the job done. But the 488 Ferrari, turnkey car from Maranello, absolutely the de facto go-to car. Interestingly, Marcus Winkelhock, just cutting down the advantage René Rast has in second place. Winkelhock now down under 16 seconds in third place.
Good to see the bodywork that was flapping on the back of the car that leads the AM class. This is Jack Doiver at the wheel. 01 on the screen, 888 on the door. It's been lapping enormously fast, but it's been removed.
It's been removed by the team because it was going to secure it was not going to be viable. So as long as it didn't incorporate any lights.
No, the light is still there. You can see the light unit is still there. So
anyway.
Jack Doiver took over. Marco Zanettini was driving that car. It has been struggling for pace, but the Kessel Racing car, Ferrari, is still leading the class. The AM class, the 488 Rinaldi Racing Ferrari giving chase. Pierre Ere was at the wheel. That's been handed over to Patrick van Klabbeke now, and there it is, second in the AM class. 488 chases after 888, and the third car in the class in the pits at the moment is car number 36. It's the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW.
There still is one McLaren running, just gone through picture now.
Yes, we were sort of told at takeover they weren't still in the reckoning. They're not in the reckoning, but there's still one in the race. And I think that, just trying to work out, 42, we saw 43 being stretchered away, so it's not that one.
So down through Pohon, and you don't need to drive the wheels off. You're battling for your own category. So the 888 Ferrari is the car that is currently leading the AM, and followed by the 488, and that's the car we're looking at as one of the BMs makes its way down. David Schweitz.
Schwitz, who's in the car that's running third in the AM class, so that's good to pick up. We thought it was in the pits, a driver change. I think it was Stefan Kampenhout who stepped out, but David Schwitz has got in. Now he's crossed the white line. He can accelerate through the pit exit, up through the inside of Eau Rouge, up to Radion, back onto track. Will he stay third in the AM class? It's going to be quite close. The number 26 Audi should be in the mix. That's just behind. I think that will probably cost third place in class to the third.
Just noticed that the lead car was coming up behind Ewan Hankey in the Aston Martin. Be interested to see just how quickly the number 90 Mercedes can clear. Well, there we are. There's the situation. So will Raffaele Marcello make a move down into Bruxelles, or is he going to wait for the wave through from Ewan Hankey? So again, two different categories. No need for the Aston to get in the way, if you wish to, or prevent it from continuing on at its natural pace. It's running quicker. Well, in fact, it's not. The two are running very much the same kind of pace. 223s.
Yeah, and just checked which the McLaren's was that's still going. We thought 43 was out of the race. We saw it being brought back, but Sam Tordoff is driving. He's down in 44th position. He is way out of the reckoning, but still running, and still has nearly 7 hours of racing to see what he can do to pick his way up the order.
There is the Porsche Kevin Estre. It is considerable way behind the fourth place Bentley, 37.5 seconds.
Yeah, but he's got company. 4 seconds behind is Nicky Katzberg in the 98 BMW. There is the car. And tucked in behind is a lap ahead is Kevin Estre in the 117 Porsche. Sorry, that's the 99 BMW we're looking at there, just to confuse matters. But the Porsche, 5th place overall for Kevin Estre, lapping the 221s, quicker than all 4 cars ahead of him, and that could be key.
Yeah, Vincent Abril is the car that he's focused on, is 37 seconds ahead of the Porsche, so he's going to need to be significantly, consistently 3-4 seconds a lap to do anything to, and that would only be getting near to him by the end of this stint that Kevin Estre is currently behind. Still, that flapping bit of bodywork on the left front of the spoiler, which attaches to the splitter, which all attaches to the principal bodywork of the car.
It's always a strange moment in a race when you get 2 cars separated by many positions, able to lap at or close to their potential, and yet 14th ahead of 5th. So that's Maxime Martin, 17th overall, but he's behind 2 of the Pro-Am runners. That's Oliver Morley and Ewan Hankey, Mercedes and Aston Martin respectively. 6th
so there is
overall
Nicky Katzberg.
Should be closing in because they're the fastest 2
The reason
in the race.
why is because the sister car has not allowed the Porsche to get through, so in doing so it's letting the 98 BMW Nicky Katzberg, it's like a free pass to close down the car that it wants to get into competition with. So I'm sure Kevin Estre is not overly impressed with the 99 Maxime Martin driven BMW. Losing. The Porsche was lapping in the 221s. Kevin Estre's last lap also was last lap was a 221. It won't be on this lap, as now Rowe Racing are going to be making a pit stop for one of their 2 cars. And is it going to be the 98 coming in?
No, it should be the 99. The 98 came in recently for Nicky Katzberg to take over, so I think it'll be... Well, we saw Alexander Sims sitting on a deck.
It is the 99 because suddenly the Porsche has been released, so the 99 is into the pit lane, and now this battle, which is a battle for 5th place, will actually be about just out and out pace from both brands and both drivers.
And you know what? I think the Porsche has the pace to pull away again. Let's remember the time, 4.5 seconds between Kevin Estre in 5th place in the 117 Porsche and that car, the 98 BMW. Nicky Katzberg going through as the sister car comes in for its all. Driver change. We've had Maxime Martin hopping out. He seems to have been in there for a very long time.
Now that the Porsche is clear of the 99 BMW, the last lap was a 222, pretty much matched by the 98 BMW. There it is, coming into Les Combes. So Kevin Estre needs, it's hammer time, familiar expression, but that's fundamentally what he needs to get back down to the 221s and even probably quicker.
Just looking at the screen again, those little figures in parentheses, in brackets, the time at a stand in the pits, and as you can see, the race-leading Mercedes must owe us a pit stop, only 42.5 minutes. Look at the 117
it's 9 minutes
Porsche.
longer.
That's had a 3-minute stop go,
yes.
mind,
yes.
but 51.5 minutes. That is a huge difference. 9 minutes.
To be able to recover from that kind of setback, you've got 3 of the top drivers in the world in this Porsche 117, the car number. Kevin Estre did what a good driver would do, is look positive when you're going to pass a back marker. Don't dilly-dally. Place your car, make sure the driver you're overtaking is fully aware, and then go and do the pass.
Yeah, made it work, got past the team HB Racing 777. That's 5th place in the AM
There
class.
is the 8, that's the car that's being pursued by the Porsche. So the gap between Kevin Estre was around about 37 seconds on the previous lap. We wait to see now whether that gap has reduced any. Listen. Well, there's just a little breathe going through the bottom of Eau Rouge. The Bentley has been consistently one of the best cars all day and all night and all afternoon through that part of the racetrack.
So Vincent Abril can no longer see flapping tape. Actually, I think there is a little bit of flapping tape. Yes, there is. Where the nose was damaged on that number 8 Bentley, running in 4th place overall, lapping on the pace of the race leaders, with over half a minute in hand over Kevin Estre, as Estre in the Porsche tries to give chase, and in turn, Nicky Katzberg in 6th place in the 98 BMW, giving chase to this 117 Porsche. Nice clear run. Bit of understeer through the middle of Eau Rouge, but then the HB Racing Bernardelli Lamborghini in the AM class in the passage of that BMW.
Now, the last lap for Kevin Estre, he had to pass one of the the Porsche, the blue one in the background, was a little bit down on the pace of Nicky Katzberg. It was down by, well, just over a second. So Katzberg got the benefit, but now he's going to be delayed, trying to find a way past some of the back markers. He gets through actually very cleanly, good part of the circuit to make that pass. So the gap between what is 5th and 6th coming across the line was 3.2 seconds. So Kevin Estre in the 9-1 or the 117 Porsche, I keep calling it Porsche 991, is slightly on the back foot, but that may well change. There are the two cars, and once that Nicky Katzberg can get sight of Kevin Estre's car, that's again to see that you're closing. It's one thing seeing it in a stopwatch, you've got it maybe on controls on the car, but actually to see the car is great inspiration.
Well, you talked of 991. That is the number of the Group National class car. There are two of them in the race that they have just got past, but I have to mention the name of the driver at the wheel of that at the moment in 37th position overall, but leading this two-car class is Thierry Delattre du Busco. Does that not become the most romantic name in the race, John? It's certainly the worst one to say in the middle of the night.
Bruce, it reminds me of a wonderful movie made in the 60s called A Man and a Woman, and it was a love story basically, but it was focused on Le Mans, I think in 63, 64, and it had all that. Anouk Ami was the female lead, Jean-Louis Trentino, the nephew of the great Grand Prix driver and winner Maurice Trentino. Go and get it, anybody. It's a wonderful film. The motor racing scenes were great.
Yes, not always a given in motor racing movies or movies around motor racing, but going very well right now is Nicky Katzberg. Has he managed to claw back a little bit of time to Kevin Estre? It was 4 and a bit seconds. It's 5.1 seconds. So with getting around that 991 Porsche, cost him time.
Kev got the job done. He's done a 2:21 as against a 2:23 points. So 1.9 seconds swing back towards Kevin Estre in the Porsche. Comes through Eau Rouge. Car looks absolutely planted fair and square. I mean, what is amazing is the fundamentals of this car go back to 1964. I mean,
you're trying to tell me the world has changed since 1964.
I tell you
John,
what,
I won't have it.
Something's changed, but somebody in Stuttgart has gotten something good and they've stuck with it, and it's still a car that can win this race.
Well, it's great to see because in the Blancpain series, Porsche hasn't had a strong presence in recent years, and this will certainly give them massive boost for them. John, obviously a massive Porsche fan, but when it's in the hands of the likes of Kevin Estre, Michael Christensen and Lawrence Vanthoor, it looks very good. It might be the grubbiest car out on the circuit. It's certainly the one that looks as though it's picked up the most race dirt, and you can see the exhaust gases
Bruce,
at the back, but it looks even better.
I had noticed that, but I thought, well, maybe I'll not mention it, but you're absolutely right, it does look grubby. Don't know why, but there we are. The sun's come out again. All that horrible black grey cloud that came over the pits really, what, 20 minutes ago has blown away. That's because probably whatever in Belgium they call the jet stream, they probably call it jet stream, don't they? It's blowing the weather through rather rapidly.
It certainly is, yes. Looking at the trees just behind the grandstands opposite us, John, they're really being whipped around.
I mean, there's a lot of wind
degree.
out there now. I mean, that wind has clearly picked up in the last few moments. Previously, those trees were rather lank and limp, and now they're being blown all over the place.
Interesting, slow-moving car on circuit, and there it is, beautifully picked up. I just saw the white flashing light on one of the gantries.
It's one of the 911s.
It's not the one that matters. It's not number 117. Is it one of the Herbert Precoat cars? Yes, it is. It's 912 that's had all the problems. It's 912 again. We've seen that car off several times, twice of its own devices, but it's made it back to the pits. And so the white flashing screens are out. There's the 05, that's 5th place, 117 in 5th. Yeah, what's the gap?
Well, it's ebbing and flowing because Kevin Estre had to get past the Lamborghini, so that cost him almost a second. Nicky Katzberg got a good lap in. He did a 22.0, almost 1.1 seconds quicker than this car, the Porsche, as it goes through. Look, I mean, it's amazing. You know, the suspension, of course, is contemporary suspension, but it's just planted.
A lot of these cars have set their best laps of the race in recent moments. They came through the night still in very good condition. That 117 Porsche might look tatty, particularly at the back end, but it is lapping very well indeed. Another car that's starting to show the dirt and grime that you can pick up through the course of a day and the night, or most of the day and the night, is the 98 BMW giving pace, giving chase. What was its lap time? 2 minutes 22.8 last time around. So yes, gaining a little here, a little there, but it's down to traffic.
That was just down to the traffic because the Porsche got sort of a little bit trapped behind the Lamborghini momentarily, and that caused it to lose the momentum and the lap time. But back now, we've got clear road for both Kevin Estre and Nicky Katzberg. So let's get a view of the true pace as the race leader comes in. Raffaele Marciello comes in. As we go back to the Porsche, exiting out of Pouron, there is the gap between this battle for 5th place. So the Mercedes makes its way down all the long way up. Wow, Bentley stopped, or is that an off?
That was number 9, and that
something
running just outside the top 10.
The source.
That's Nico Verdonk. He's out of the car, just out of La Source. There's been some bodywork, bits and bobs over the curb for a long time. That's not from Nico Verdonk's car, but didn't see what happened going into that incident, and he's tumbling down the order already. Was listed as 12th.
Well, there's extinguishing at the ready to be dumped into the engine bay, so that looks like a fairly rapid retirement. There's certainly steam coming from the front, whether the radiator has been punctured or whether that's a normal, one might describe as an engine failure. We can't tell. That's steam, not smoke, but there is the race leader's car in the pit lane.
Leader, and it's fallen to 2nd place already. You can see that René Rast has gone past, but just to say that Nico Verdonk had a very quick lap and he passed the start-finish line, and yet gets to the next corner and something clearly went very wrong very quickly for the number 9 Bentley. Looks like a standard pit stop. Is that the number 1 Audi in as well? Yes, it is. René Rast has come past. It looks so he's being released ahead, so he's gained in the pit lane, and Marciello's still sitting at a standstill. So Team
That's
WR2.
The car I'm watching, 25. Marcus Winkelhock running again in the 221s when all around him are running a second or more. So this has been again a mega stint from the German. I dread to use the term veteran, but Marcus is one of the more senior members of the Audi squad. But quality will always be quality.
Entirely so. He's been hunting them down. He set the fastest lap of the race within about the past hour or so, but he's hunted them down. He will owe us a pit stop. It's still effective between 90 and 1, but right now, making hay while the sun, and we're pleased to say, does shine here at Spa-Francorchamps, is Marcus Winkelhock. But back out will be René Rast, yes, just listed as coming out actually behind Marciello. So
we have to wait and see just how they all cycle through, but this is the car. Marcus Winkelhock comes up to the bus stop chicane. This is going to be his 384th lap. There is the number 76 making its way back out. So Winkelhock comes across the line and is credited with being the race leader. The Mercedes and the 1 Audi dropping down, but that's just the rotation of the cycle or out of cycle. And they're still trying to get that number 9 Bentley removed. There's a yellow flag area up there, so drivers need to be wary, or otherwise they can look at him. I think he's just been, his eyes. Schlock horror in the face of Marcus Winkelhock in that particular photograph.
Yes, you're quite right. And shock horror, he wanted that Porsche in front of him to get out of the way, but it couldn't disappear. Go to Radion. That's probably the 912. Precott Herberth car, yes, the sister car, I believe, was ruled out, yes, during the flow of the night.
Bruce, tell me, how many orange Lamborghinis are there in this race?
There's one. It's always in front of the leading car.
Let me finish. Because I've seen probably a dozen of them. Or is it just every time we go to a race leader, that car, the 27 orange 1 Team Lazarus Lamborghini, is always on the picture?
It is extraordinary. I nearly commented on it a couple of hours ago when we just came back on to rejoin the action. But yes, quite so. Just one of them, but we think it's from an army. Maybe they've released some spare ones from the back of the pit garage.
It's amazing that one car of all the field is the car that is consistently popping up, particularly when a group of the lead cars are coming through.
Well, I tell you what, Nicolas Polo lapped, well, going backwards quickly. He just did a 2:33, so that's 10 seconds or so off the ultimate pace. No wonder he's come back into the nose of Marcus Winkelhock, but this will not be helping Winkelhock at all. No wonder the German is flashing his lights at his compatriot, but Nicolas Polo showing no signs of wanting to get out of the way. None at all.
None of the 3 drivers in the 27 Lamborghini have ever done that. It takes them maybe a lap or 2 laps before they do concede ground, but Marcus Winkelhocker will have an opportunity coming up through Blanchimont and get the run up into the bus stop chicane. Closes, doesn't want to close too quickly on the entry, have to back out of it. This is going to be his best chance. He's putting the car on the right-hand side of the track, gets up alongside, absolutely copybook overtake. Goes in a bit hot, a bit deep, but he's compromised, so the Lamborghini will not come back. It might have notions of it, but it's not going to come back. Marcus Winkelhock had to work for that pass. He had to figure it out, and he started it all in the beginning of the campus corner through Paul Frère-Courbe, and it was a build all the way up through Blanchimont, and then planted the car squarely on the inside as the number 7 Bentley plants itself fairly and squarely in its pit garage.
Yep, coming in listing 11th place. There is actually a Pro-Am car running ahead of it. Ollie Jarvis at the wheel of that number 7. Looks like a very standard pit stop. Again, checking at this stage of the race, nearly 3/4 distance for debris at the front end. None to be found other than a little bit of rubber. Don't forget we had a car last year catch fire when the rubber in its rear wheel arches was there to be alight when the engine just started to put a few flames out at the back on the exit of Pouhon. So teams always looking to clear the rubber out if they've got a moment to do so. They would have done so during their technical stops during the night. Get those wheel arches clear. Now we get the change of tyres, refueling done on the number 7 car. A car that's been chasing all race. It was down the order in the early stages, having qualified very badly.
Yeah.
And really paid the price for that.
But the number 8 car has been the dominant car over the weekend, and in particular in the opening stint with Maxime Soulet making his way through the field and did it with precision over some of the great overtakes in the early part of the race, where from that number 8 Bentley, as we see the 16, the lead Pro-Am car just going down into Bruxelles corner, Nissan following, not in the same category, that's down in 17th position. So it's 6 places behind the Pro-Am car, 6 places ahead of the 23 Nissan. Back to, this is the 3rd place now, Kevin Estre in the 117 911 Porsche. He's focusing on Vincent Abril as much as he's keeping a weather eye behind him, but he is some 32 seconds behind the number 8 Bentley. Well, depending where the pit stop cycles come.
Can I just clarify, I erroneously said that having seen the 43 McLaren coming on the back of a flatbed that they'd somehow miraculously recovered it. No, they haven't. The one we see there is from Garage 59. It was Chris Goodwin at the wheel. It's now Alex West at the wheel. It's running in 36th position.
And that was the car we saw
stranded at pit entry.
Yes, way back in early doors in this race. So
had
there it is. There it is.
It's 40 laps down, but it's still going. They've got 6.5 hours to enjoy the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. And at this point, having had the setbacks they've had, hopefully those are all sorted. So Alexander West at the wheel, having his stint. He's gaining experience this year, certainly with the likes of Chris Goodwin around him. He'll be gaining a great deal of advice.
36th place, but it's experience, as you point out, Chris Goodwin. Obviously, with his role within the McLaren, the company that is the manufacturing side of the company, not the Formula One team side. And he's probably the individual who's done the most miles with development on the current family of McLaren road-going cars.
Exactly so. So Vincent Abril in from 2nd place in the number 8 Bentley. No more drive-throughs today, thank you very much indeed, will be their message to the drivers. And even as I speak, 912, one of the Precoat Porsches, the only Precoat Porsche still in the race. Warning for track limits at T17. We've seen it time and again. Blanchimont was a corner that was catching out a lot of the drivers. They blast their way back up the hill. Where we're looking now is the track going down the hill towards Pouhon. Now it's the time for the Pirellis to be put aboard, the fresh Pirellis onto the number 8 Bentley. Had a good race.
Yeah, this track limits, because you can see the lack of shrouding around the radiator on that number 8 Bentley. Oh, puncture for the right rear for the 488, which
that was second in the AM class.
Exactly.
And Van Glavick, he was catching really quite easily, several seconds a lap on Jacques Diver. Will he make it back?
But, we're talking about, and there's the Bentley still being worked on. That was the car that went off at stuff at the...
That's at a different location.
It's gone around the racetrack. To come back to the point I'm trying to make about Blanchimont, if you built a big wall all the way around the outside of the Blanchimont, I promise you, not one driver would hit it.
Oh,
not one driver would hit it.
I think you're right. Now, let's just have a little look. That bodywork is really, really not quite breaking up, but if he'd had that puncture any earlier in the lap,
is he going to make it into the pit lane? He was just about got there.
So back to the pit lane.
Well, there's the Bentley. Look, it is in the pit lane. So they've managed to get the car all the way back to the entry to the pit lane. It looks a mess under the bonnet because there has been extinguishment piled into that.
Well,
so
problems there, as we can see. And let's find out. Well, let's have a look, John, back at the highlights of the event. 6.5 hours remaining, but back at the beginning, just after 4 o'clock, the lines, all 63 cars lined up on the grid. Gentle wind, 22 degrees, fans all the way around the circuit for the 69th Spa 24 hours. Tension at the front. Giancarlo Fisichella getting strapped into the Kaspersky Ferrari that would start from pole position, and a challenge would certainly come from the 63 Lamborghini alongside him, but it was Fisichella who got his nose ahead on the run down to the first corner. On the grass was Maxi Buch in his Mercedes in 5th place. That soon became 6th. A twitch going into Eau Rouge and then through Eau Rouge from Bortolotti, somehow managed to hold on to it. The challenge from Kevin Estre in the Porsche just abated. The Ferraris, didn't matter which class they were in, Pro-Am, Pro, all prepared to fight for their points on the circuit. And the Jaguar was going very well early on, particularly the faster of the two, the Stefano Ortelli, number 14. Pit stops in the world of BMW, all 4 wheels in the air for Daniel Juncadella in the 88 Mercedes. And there were clashes around the circuit, and it seemed that 912 Porsche, that time the innocent party, was very much the car in the mix when those tended to happen. 99 BMW, big delays there. Right rear tyre problems causing damage under the car, but the cars that were running undamaged were the 63 Lamborghini, Mirko Bortolotti, being chased very hard indeed. And unfortunately, traffic was getting in the way. Bortolotti not too happy about it, nor was Fisichella, as his teammate Marco Ciocci was slowed up. But then a car that didn't slow up until it hit the barriers was number 50, Passing Taurus, a most peculiar accident, and that Ferrari given a real battering. Debris all over the circuit. That had to be cleared. So did the car, but best news as that car was retired was that Passing Taurus, the Thai racer, went down to the medical centre and was very quickly dispatched with a clear bill of health. Then we had the 188 McLaren blocking pit entry just as the safety car wanted to lead the field of cars through. That led to a problem with the Jaguar not managing to get into the pit lane, but when the safety car released, it was battle rejoined, and 63 came in from the lead. It was the first one of the front runners to make a pit stop. Andrea Caldarelli took it over, but the Ferrari crew from Kaspersky Motorsport had a better pit stop, and they got 0-1 on their windscreen. So all marks to Kaspersky Motorsport. And how's this for a moment? And a save at Eau Rouge. That will be remembered forever by the driver. The 48 HDP Motorsport Mercedes having a real problem. Another yellow Mercedes in trouble was the 15 Black Falcon car running in the Pro-Am class, but it was safety car time all over again as incidents needed to be cleared up. The 6 Audi stopped at the bus stop, but Stefan Richelmy, despite the advice shouted through to him by those mechanics, could not solve the electrical problem, so that took that one out of the race. And then my favourite moment at the Spa 24 hours when day turns to night. Not such a good moment for the 912 Porsche. No damage done, but more time lost with that spin up at Les Combes. And then Christian Engelhardt, the Ferrari just in front, leading the race, but he had to be careful as he went round a back marker. Look at the orchestrated magic of a pit stop from the Bentley Team M Sport crew. And again, wonderful onboard camera footage. Walkenhorst Motorsport brought 2 BMWs this year. There, the lights will go out any second after that shot was taken. The number 14 Jaguar coming to a halt with failure. Great work from the Bentley Team Abt crew there on the number 9 entry. And then a big moment, a car going where it shouldn't be, and that was Jimmy Eriksson, had just got up to 3rd place in the HTP Motorsport number 84, had a twitch, a tank slapper through Eau Rouge, and then two contacts with the barriers at Raidillon. That needed clearing up. The 912 Porsche in trouble again, this time the victim of someone else's enthusiasm. And as you can see, trying to find space on the track or even near the track was proving very difficult in the dark. So many cars starting this race, 63. None of them, though, seem to have an answer to the pace of the 55 Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari. The 8 Bentley crew was going very well as night truly got into its swing with a concert inside Eau Rouge. No time for the likes of Bentley racer Guy Smith to enjoy the fun. He was focused on the racing. A few fans braving it out, and then that's what happens when you've left something in the way and you try to get your car out of a pit garage when the crew is getting tired. Damaged the front bodywork of one of the 2 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMWs. Little bits of damage out on the circuits as the drivers started to run wide. But the 90 Mercedes moved through to the front. There it is with the blue lights on its roof. Came in from the lead in the middle of the night, and that was a car that very much came into the reckoning. Now, enjoy the footage as drivers get closer and closer, but the 90 Mercedes, very robust in its defence of its position. The 63 Lamborghini still in the mix, providing wonderful onboard footage. And again, an incident at the side of the circuit needing clearing up. So another safety car period. Track conditions were very good at this point. Then we had a slight smattering of rain that led some crews to decide to put wet weather tyres on. Not quite at this point in the race, but very soon thereafter. Again, another chance to gamble at the Spa 24 Hours. Rain is never a stranger here. 63 Lamborghini lost a little bit of ground in the night, bit of bodywork on the track at Les Combes after some contact, and another spin for the 912 Porsche. Had been in the lead of the race, back down to 4th position, the 90 Mercedes, and then the safety car back out as the 18 Black Falcon Mercedes was recovered. And now the rain was coming down, the wet tyres were fetched, not everybody went to use them. 63, 55, the two front-running cars, the Lamborghini and the Ferrari stayed out. Then a big moment, Good Smile Racing Mercedes rebuilt after a shunt in practice and then given a real clattering from the number 3 Audi. So both of those out of the race, and you can see the amount of debris at the side of the circuit. This was the point at which the rain went from slight wet to full wet. So the top crews, as the Rory Butcher Ferrari was recovered, coming in and deciding now was the moment to take their 5 minutes permissible technical pit stop to change the brakes as well as the tyres. And 1 and 2 came in early on. 63, a bit of a moment there for the Lamborghini. You can see how wet the circuit became, but a few drivers did stay out on slicks and they profited. And one of the 3 that did so was that number 4 Mercedes. Likewise, the number 55 Ferrari staying in the reckoning, still coming in. Yet another pit stop taken from the lead of the race. And here's 53 limping its way back round, one of the many Spirit of Race Ferraris, and the Rory Butcher had been given a clatter in that. That needed recovery. 43 McLaren over and out for the Stracker Racing crew. They haven't had a stellar Spa 24 Hours, just cannot get their car to hook up with the tyres. But certainly mention must be made of the 43 crew. David Fuminelli, Johnny Kane and Sam Tordoff, they really waved the flag for McLaren until that end to their race. Finding space on the track, not always an easy thing to do, so go out wide in avoidance at the final corner, or the penultimate corner. And that's what Andy Soucek had to do in his Bentley. But the 90 Mercedes was becoming relentless. It started three cars for Team ACA ASP. That's their only remaining car, and it was in the lead of the race at this point as night turned to day. But it was swinging backwards and forwards. The 85 HCP Motorsport BMW Mercedes also got into the lead battle, and then after a clash with Raffaele Marciello, Marco Ciocci found his steering was broken, went off at the next corner, out of the race from the car that had led the most laps at that point. Front end body damage for the Bentley number 8, that needed rectifying, and they would earn a drive-through penalty as well for exceeding the driver's stint. Then René Rast taking over that number 1 Audi from Nico Müller, great stint from Müller. Then the most peculiar incident for the 63 Lamborghini, and it seemed the brakes went. Haven't had confirmation yet, but Christian Engelhardt burying it under the tyre wall down at Fagnes, but front end damage considerable on that car. You couldn't see it from that angle. And then on the restart, number 1, René Rast decided to go up the inside of Raffaele Marciello. It didn't work, they had contact, and he was adjudged the assailant in this point. There's a great replay of the incident, and they both went for a spin, but he collected a drive-through penalty, and that has dropped him at the moment to 5th place overall. And creeping his way to the front, Marcus Finkelhock charging the way, but he's just made a pit stop, dropped to 6th place, and that's let the 117 Porsche into the lead of the race in the hands of Kevin Este. Don't forget that had a 3-minute stop and go penalty. I think one drive-through as well, but yet it's been relentless, picking its way back towards the front, and now it's the leader. And John Watson's back.
And probably more critical for the 117 Porsche is for a long time the battle between this car and the 98 BMW Nicky Katzberg. The gap between them was hovering around 3 to 3.5 seconds, but in the space of this highlights package which you've just been watching, that gap has now opened up, partly no doubt due to the ebb and flow of the traffic, maybe just simply because the Porsche has been running a little bit more quickly. The last lap there was about a second and a bit between them in lap times, but the gap is now 6.8 seconds. That's what Kevin Estre was wanting. It's not what Nicky Katzberg, because before the highlights package, this car could see the Porsche, and I commented on how important it is when you are challenging or chasing to see the car you're chasing. Now it's virtually out of sight, which is a frustration, and almost you think, oh, what have I got to do? And I've got 2 further cars up, one of which is the car still in the lead of the Pro-Am category in 11th place. That's the 16 Mercedes. So it's not going to be an easy moment for Nicky Katzberg, whereas Kevin Estre has cleared those cars and continue on and start to try and get back into the low 2-minute 21-second laps. As we look at the 90 Mercedes, still with Raffaele Marciello behind the wheel in third place. He's only 0.2 of a second. Well, there it is, Christopher Mies. So that Mercedes, fresh tyres, fuel on board against the Audi low fuel tyres coming maybe close to the end of their duration. And Raffaele Marciello is one of those racing drivers who doesn't understand, don't take a prisoner.
He doesn't. From the instant he's got into the GT3 cars, we saw from his first race, his first race this year at Misano, the opening sprint round of the Blancpain series, that he was robust. He's continued to be exactly that, and the drivers around him now know that he's not someone who will back out in a situation, and he's snapping away.
So Christopher Mies, so that makes everything much clearer for
scared Christopher Mies off the circuit ahead of him, so that will become third place.
But Christopher Mies was right to do was maximise his lap time on the in-lap, and he saw that the Mercedes was all over him, and he could have made it a little bit easier for the Mercedes, but why should he? Because they are all ultimately battling for a podium position. It's between the Porsche, the BMW, the Mercedes, the Audi, 2 Audis, and then a third Audi, and then in 7th place, Andy Soucek behind the wheel of the Bentley.
I'm prepared to go for that level of manufacturer variety. It's exactly the nature of GT3 racing. There is the number 2 Audi. Christopher Mies is out, and I would think that's probably Conor de Filippi about to jump in. We'll see if it's the American racer or is it Fred Furbish. I can't remember.
It's going to be one of the two, Bruce.
It is going to be one, but I think it's de Filippi because I don't think he's been in for an hour, well, a couple of hours now.
So anyway, Christopher Mies, I beg your pardon, has yet again shone in an Audi. And we know his performances in the Blancpain Sprint Championship, where he shares with Enzo Eid, that is a very, very good partnership, and one that's borne a great deal of fruit.
It absolutely has. And again, a nice regular pit stop. Audi delighted they had the pit exit at the first part of the pit lane. That's the positioning of their pit garages. It seems the traditional ones for the Belgian Audi Club team, WRT. But then, of course, they have to negotiate the downhill pit lane, the old pit lane, and make their exit onto the circuit after
There's our friend. I mean,
he's covered a lot of ground,
for WRT. But I don't know how. Oh, Kevin Estre.
Race leader, Kevin Estre, hanging it out. No one on his tail. But
certainly don't need to be doing that. Anyway, his last lap was a 2:23. I hope this next lap he's going to complete is going to be a little bit quicker, because the gap is still 6.6 seconds.
Half a second quicker.
Not a lot quicker. I think what's happening is this run that Kevin Estre has been on, he's getting close to probably another pit stop, and consequently he will be finding that the pace that he's been displaying has taken a toll on the tyres, as the Nissan takes the very scenic route round the exit of the source and didn't stop for a frit and mayonnaise, but still continues down the hill and into Eau Rouge.
Yeah, well, that's Alex Buncombe lapping as fast as anybody, faster than the race leaders, so the pace is there.
Well, not lapping, going around the outside of the source.
No, that's
and, waving to the fans.
Tourist
and
route.
Yeah, whatever.
The old tourist route. But the sun, as we can see, is now slightly stronger. It's not full sunshine, but it's much, much lighter and brighter. The two Nissans running together. Good to have them still in the race. We thought we might lose the number 22 very early on. The car that had problems in practice.
Yeah, 22 is up into 24th place. I mean,
they had
there's the lead in the Pro-Am category, but considering the trauma that 22 Nissan went through, and then, of course, at the start of the race, they had those other issues starting from the pit lane. Number 4 dives down the inside, and that's being driven currently by Adam Christodoulou, and no resistance, and obviously wisely. So the 16 steps aside, lets the 4 go through. But there's only 4 positions between Christodoulou in 8th and the 16 Mercedes in 11th place. And it's currently Oliver Morley behind the wheel. So Ollie using his mirrors. He pays to use them, and he is using them.
Yep, but leading the way in the Pro-Am class, certainly getting the better of the Aston Martin, it wasn't Johnny Adam next in the rotor, it was Ahmed El-Hati, so he is down in 14th overall, lapping at a decent pace, in fact lapping rather faster than Oliver Morley, 2 minutes 27. But let's find out what's happening in the world of the 16 crew. Morley at the wheel, but let's hear from the driver who got out, Miguel Toril.
Miguel, now you've just got out of the car about 40 minutes ago. Can Oliver keep this pace up as you're now leading in Pro-Am?
Well, I hope so. Honestly, he was doing a great job yesterday and this morning. So we're hoping for the same. I'm hoping that he's keeping the same place and then give it to the next driver and carry on with the race.
Are you worried about anything? How does the car feel?
The car felt great. The only thing I'm worried about is we can make a mistake or the car can break down, but till now it's been working very well. So, as I said, we just need to carry on with the same procedure and not doing any mistake, keep the pace, and that's it about.
And when are you getting back in the car?
I am not going back. It's not in the plan now.
Okay, good luck.
Well,
So
there were 4 drivers in the 16 Black Falcon. Oliver Morley behind the wheel, Miguel Toril, Marvin Kirchhofer and Maximilian Goetz. And Goetz is the pro of those drivers. So Miguel Toril has just explained he's not going back in the car. Just over 6 hours of the race remaining. So I wonder, is that a strategic reason, or is there other reasons that we aren't advised of? But what is important is that the race leader Kevin Estre is in the pits. He came in just about a minute or so ago, so that will elevate the 98 BMW back to the lead. Raffaele Marciello has been running really quickly, but who is one of the quickest cars on the track right now is Andy Soucek in the 8 Bentley, doing 2 minutes 20.7. Next lap just completed 2:21. The benefit of those new tyres really shows through in your opening stint laps. So the Bentley has not, or is not by any stretch of the imagination, out of a podium position.
Well, there is the Porsche at a standstill in the pits, but yes, Andy Soucek chasing after Christopher Haas, who's taken over the 25 Santilok Audi from Marcus Finkelhoff. Don't forget, Marcus set the fastest lap of the race in his double stint this morning. And the 117 pit stop looks fairly cool, calm and collected. Getting to wheel changes.
Something flapping in the front there, but the bodywork under the door of the number 7 there is the sister car, the 8. So the shroud around the front of the number 8 Bentley has been no longer a part of the car for the last hour or more. We saw it getting dislodged shortly after we went back on air, or Bruce Jones and myself, John Watson, came back on air at 8 o'clock Spa time. And there is the 97 Aston Martin. It's still in second place. It's still got 2 cars between it and the class leader, the 16 Mercedes.
But lap after lap, John, Ahmed El-Hati is closing in by 2, even 2.5, even 3 seconds on Oliver Morley. But he's got a good lead, so he should still keep the 16 Mercedes in the Pro-Am class lead by the time he changes.
Morley makes no bones about it. He is not a professional driver. He's a very talented gentleman driver. But his pace over the last number of laps and that of El-Hati has certainly been 3 to 4 seconds. And that, you can sit in the pits and do the sums.
Well, we just had the 117 Porsche in from the lead of the race. Now the car giving chase, the 98 Rover Racing BMW in from second place. Nicky Katzberg looks to be staying on for a second stint. No driver change. A change of drinks bottle for the driver there. And that all looks nice and ordered from the BMW crew. No change. We saw Tom Blomqvist handing over to the Dutch racer, Nicky Katzberg. This time rather simpler without the driver change. So Oliver Morley in that 16 Mercedes, and the car that is always bobbing up near the front, the number 90 Mercedes, with Raffaele Marciello now back into the lead of the race. You could just see his number on his screen said 2, and by the time he got through, Les Combes it had flicked to 1. As the 98 car at a standstill in the pit lane. Will that get back out ahead of the number 90? I think it possibly will, but he's got to run through the second pit lane after the tyre changes are complete before it can rejoin. Meanwhile, the number 90 Mercedes going down the hill out of Bruxelles, down through the corner with no name to Pouhon. So I think that BMW should emerge in front.
There it's rolling now, so he's got a relatively short run up to the inside of La Source, but it's probably the best part of 600 metres from there all the way down to the very bottom is the 7 Bentley, and one of the Audis, I'm just trying to catch the number of it, is in 4th place. The 2 Bentleys are running more or less together, but of course they're separated by Jasmine Oliver Jarvis in 13th place in the number 7.
Well,
and the number 8 is Andy Soucek. So Soucek 1 lap down, Jarvis 4 laps down.
Well, we're still looking at another car in 23rd, but why are we looking at it? Because it's leading the AM class. 488 now leading, 888 leading the class. David Perel has got ahead. And let's go down here with Jack Diver, who's down in the pits with Dakota.
Jack leading in the AM class. All good so far?
Yeah, very good. Staying out of trouble and just getting around. I see there's been quite a big attrition rate. First time I do this, 24 hours, and I'm not sure, but it looks like about 30 cars out. No, 25.
And what does it feel like to drive the Ferrari around Spa?
No, it's fantastic. The official test day was the first time for me out here, and it's an amazing track. I've been racing for 5 years, and this is probably the most enjoyable track.
And what do you think about our Blancpain series? It's very competitive.
Well, yeah, for an AM at 53 years old, it's tough going with the young pros. But I must say it's a privilege to be with the best drivers in GT3 in the world. So a great honour and a privilege to be in a fantastic series.
Great, thank you.
Jacques, what are you talking about? It's tough at 51 or 53 years of age. Wait till you get to 71. That's when it starts getting tough.
Yeah, he's talking about starting in his late 40s. Jack Diver, listed as Belgian. You can tell by the name it's a Belgian name, but you can tell by the South African accent that he does hide from somewhere else. Born in Cape Town.
I was trying to work out because he's got a touch of American in it as well.
But he's clearly very international. Born in Cape Town. When I say back in 1963, just a tad younger than me, but going very well. He's raced very strongly in Ferraris the last few years, but this is his biggest race.
Yes, I mean the AM category has been essentially created for people like Jack Driver. You know, gentlemen drivers who maybe in their youth aspired but didn't have the wherewithal to go have a motor racing career. So they went into business or commerce and have been successful, and they're now enjoying it. And I mean, Jack Driver's a young man. I mean, 53 is the new 30, really.
Yeah, well, he looks fit. He must be. 2 years ago, he won the European Ferrari Challenge with Kessel Racing. He's stuck on with them. Now we're looking at the Walk and Horse Motorsport crew, a team that's really picking up its heels this year and going on to much bigger things. 2 on the screen. That's in the AM class. That's the car that's now giving chase. David Shivitz, but he's getting towards the end of his stint and will have to come and make a pit stop, and that should push 488 back up the order again. And that has been running second for a long time, and that's the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari we saw limping home with the tattered and battered rear end because of that puncture. There is 488 looking rather better with air pressure in all 4 of its tyres. Rino Mastronardi, the quick driver in that car.
I don't know what it is that Ferrari and they I think subcontract the development of the 488 and the prior 458, but they make a car that really is the ideal car for the gentleman driver or the AM driver in an event, a 24-hour event. And you just don't want to give... engineers always look for the ultimate in terms of the car's potential, but that's fine if you're going to take the drivers of the highest caliber. To take gentleman drivers, you've got to give them something where there's compliance, where they're not going to be frightened to do the 2 fundamentals. And that's what Ferrari have achieved with the 488 and with its predecessor, the 458.
So 0-3 on the screen. Tony Verlander in the 961 Ferrari. 3rd in the Pro-Am class, and for Spirit of Race in the 961 crew, he's sharing with Alex Demogin, a driver from the Lebanon, Nicolas Minassian, Davide Rizzo, but Tony Verlander is the most Ferrari-friendly, the most Ferrari-backed of all those racers.
Nicolas Minassian is somebody, a name from the 90s and early part of the 20th century, who was, first of all, a single-seater racer, but then racing in sports cars, GTs, variety of cars. Great to see him competing again. Maybe he's rediscovered something that he was very good at a number of years ago.
Well, he's been team managing in the European Le Mans Series. He was racing in it last weekend at Red Bull Ring, and clearly likes having the helmet on his head. back in train this weekend, so his fire has been relit. But first and foremost this year, he is with the Dragon Speed G-Force Racing crew, and that's what he's doing for his main employ. But getting back in the car, such an arch enthusiast. Normally see him hopping from foot to foot, can't wait to tell you what's just happened or is about to happen. Such an enthusiastic driver. So in the AM class, it's a Ferrari, BMW, Ferrari, Audi, and then a couple of Lamborghinis. And the remaining McLaren down in 6th place in class. You never know, we've still got time aplenty, 6 hours in this race. That McLaren could pick up a position or two, but it's a long way back. It will rely on the retirement of others. But at the wheel at the moment, Chris Harris of television road car fame.
Well, actually he's probably more famous for being on the World Wide Web for an incident. I mentioned this in the broadcast yesterday. Before the race got underway, he was standing around the pit garage and somebody walked past from a Formula 3 team with the wing.
Car 51, not respecting track limits.
Drive-through for car 51, that's the AF Corsa Ferrari, of whom Francesco Castellacci and Olivier Beretta are part of the driving lineup. But anyway, Chris Harris was standing there, and all of a sudden it was like somebody took a cutthroat razor to the nape of his neck. It was the wing end plate on the wing from a Formula 3 car, so we had to go to the medical centre, get stitched up. And I mean that literally, not in a metaphoric way.
Meanwhile,
Albans are still the best, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely, they work day and night, but now we're looking for battle for third place. Super tight. Christopher Haas has been hunted down, caught by Andy Soucek, catching and passing at different things, but the move into Eau Rouge.
The Bentley is mega through the chicane, or through Eau Rouge, so has he maintained the momentum? Had to maybe back out a little bit because he's overrunning too quickly before he could use the benefit the Bentley's got through that part of the racetrack. So maybe it was just a fraction too close on the entry. But, you know, sitting in the commentary booth and sitting behind the wheel, but that's where the racing skill. Now, some of the auxiliary lights on the Bentley, the two lower ones are all, you can look at them, they're slightly, the one of them's about to detach, it's flopping around, you can see it bouncing up and down. So I hope that the M Sport crew are monitoring our broadcast. If they haven't seen it themselves, they will know about it now because we've brought it to their attention.
Well, Christopher Haas will be picking up another tick across against him for running wide on the exit of the corner after Bruxelles, all four wheels off the track in that number 25 Audi, trying his utmost ahead to stay ahead of the number 8 Bentley. Andy Soucek has been hunting him down, did appear to get just slightly too close as they dived into Eau Rouge, had to come off and therefore wasn't able to get close enough to make a move up the hill. But rather than clatter the back of the 25 Audi, he backed off and is closing in all over again. A back marker in front of him and also grey clouds in the distance. We'll keep an eye on those. John Watson and I always have to monitor the clouds at Spa.
And also, so does every driver, because now we're heading up. Look at the cloud. It's basically beginning to surround. It's almost like it's going to mug the entire circuit. So Christopher Haas are flashing the lights at the Duncan Cameron, Matt Griffin Ferrari. That's running in the Pro-Am category, allowing Andy Soucek to get a good run, and Andy Soucek may well try to take advantage, but he's going to find it very tight because what Christopher Haas does is just sit beside the Ferrari, and that precludes the Bentley doing anything. But a moment where, a big lockup from the 7 Bentley coming into the bus stop chicane as well.
Very well done by Duncan Cameron there. 6th in the Pro-Am class. He kept out of the way when it gets very difficult to do so as the corner tightens up, the final sequence of corners at the end of the lap. Kept that 53 Ferrari clear of the cars fighting over third place. Christopher Haas and Andy Soucek. Soucek, let's have a look down the hill from La Source towards Eau Rouge. He was closer last time but got himself in too close and seemed to have to come off the power. Now let's see the fabled balance of the Bentley as it goes up the crest over to Radion. No, he's again the same distance back. This time he didn't have to back off, so perhaps he'll carry more speed up the hill towards Les Combes. Yes, he's closing in. He's not close enough to make a move, close enough to pick up a slipstream now. That's why he's able to get the big Bentley onto the tail of the 25 Audi. But he's going to have to plot it all over again. But the good thing is no back markers ahead of them this time. So for the rest of the lap, they should be able to hunt in a clean and pure fashion.
Well, that Bentley in 4th place is just less than half a second behind 3rd place Audi. But the 117 Porsche, 36 seconds behind Andy Soucek. There is Andy's father. And I think maybe Andy's
a fiance, we think. But I tell you what, I just noticed about the car.
I'm glad you said it.
It's also dragging a bit of bodywork down on the left-hand side of the car as we look at it. I thought I saw the side strake coming loose. It's not just the nose that's wobbling around, the lights on the nose. No, maybe I was deceived. There was a bit of bodywork under the door.
It may have been on the 7 car. There was that bit between the wheels, front wheels, rear wheels had come detached. So
7 car just in the back of the shop there, couldn't quite see it in detail, but number 8 still giving chase, still lapping at the regular pace of the front runners, running 3rd and 4th.
The quickest car of the front 4 is the 90 Mercedes, running 2:22.5. The last lap of Rennie Ras, 2:22.8. Then Christopher Haas at 23.2. The Bentley 23.4. And then, very impressive, the 117 Porsche Michael Christensen, 22.0. And also a very strong 22.0 from Nicky Katzberg in the BMW. So those two are getting, well, not close on the track, but very close in terms of their lap times. I think Andy Soucek is losing contact with Christopher Haas here.
Does seem to be. Let's look at their lap times as they come over in 3rd and 4th positions. Yes,
21.9 for Haas. So that's why
he's
stretching that advantage. He's pulling away because he's lapping that little bit quicker. He's lapping 0.6 of a second quicker on the last lap. Ooh, maybe the future Mr. Soucek, stroking your chin, she's picked that up as well.
Yes, indeed. Had a rather fabulous moustache last year that got shaved off after the final round at Barcelona. Sorting a bet, no moustache this year, but no time for a moustache, giving chase after Christopher Haase. And a couple of cars up ahead, including a car, the Speed Lover Porsche, that's leading the Group Nacional 2-car class.
Remember that the pro cars have got to be judicious with the use of their headlamp flasher, because if you go a bit manic with it, with an AM car in particular, to some degree with a Pro-Am car, there's a penalty for that.
Yeah,
not many people know that.
No, if they were watching last night, listening last night, they would have picked that up. But unfortunately, they're Andy Soucek getting the wrong side of the Speed Lover Porsche, which then tries to get out of the way on the run down towards Pouhon.
So within the M Sport team, a little bit of... okay.
Lots of visitors in and out of the pit garages taking a look. So much manufacturer interest in GT3 and the subclass, the junior class GT4, with cars being launched here at Spa. So GT4 will be growing and that will be feeding GT3.
Well, there's an important figure within the Bentley team, now in charge of the group, Winkelman. So head of Audi Sport, and Maurizio Reggiani as well in the grey M Sport anorak. So they're focusing their attention. They're looking for a podium out of this.
But it shows the friendliness of
and
GT
Bentley
racing.
All part of that Audi VW motor group, as is Porsche, as is Skoda, as is Lamborghini, as is Ducati. And probably a watch company as well.
Absolutely so, but doesn't it show how friendly GT3 is?
Oh, forgot Skoda.
The list goes on, John.
Skoda's the biggest selling brand of the whole lot. Well, maybe not over VW, but certainly it is a very important brand, and bang for your bucks, absolutely top-notch.
Well, again, Christopher Haase doing what he has to do to stretch his advantage. Nearly 2 seconds clear in 3rd place overall. Andy Soucek doing his utmost in that slightly battered number 8. Bentley still looks very good through Eau Rouge and up over Radial.
Penalty, car 7, overtaking under yellow flag.
Oh, where did that occur?
Well, Oliver
Must
Jarvis.
Must have been a while ago.
Yeah, overtaking under the yellow flag. I'm trying to think of the last incident, but that will set it back further. From Bentley's point of view, if they want any problems, they don't want it for the 8. If it has, there is the tattered bodywork on 7.
Yeah, there's the bit between the doors. Now, Stephen Kane sitting, waiting for that car to come in. Now knowing it's got to do a drive-through penalty as well. That is... we didn't see it. It's hard to make an observation or comment on it, and that bit of bodywork will need to be removed, which will happen not when the car does its drive-through penalty, but when it then comes in. And I suspect that Oliver Jarvis is coming up. Is it Oliver Jarvis behind the wheel?
Yes, it's Jarvis at the moment.
Whether he was, well, the car is the car that accumulates the penalty, not the driver. But Oliver is the driver currently behind the wheel of the number 7 Bentley, so that's going to set them further back. They're currently in 13th place, just ahead of the 2nd place Pro-Am Aston Martin, and they were on the same lap, so they will lose at least 1 position, and possibly that might be just at best it'll be 1 position, at worst it might be 2.
Yeah, problems have come the way of the number 7 Bentley. Another hurdle to be cleared with that drive-through penalty. But even with that bodywork flashing, dragging on the circuit, Ollie Jarvis pressing on. What sort of speed is he lapping in? 2 minutes 24, so not quite as quick as the very top guns at the front on that last lap, but there was probably traffic. He should be lapping in the same pace as the leaders, 2:23.
Yeah, the 2 Audis, the one from René Rast and the 25 from Christopher Haase, are both lapping in the middle low 2 minutes 22s, where the
Jarvis
lead
in.
Mercedes, well, I was going to say the 117 Porsche, it's also into the 222s, as is Nicky Katzberg, as is the number 2 Audi with Conor De Felipe behind the wheel. So all of a sudden there's a bit of a hustle, particularly the 4 Audis are all in the 2 minute 22s. Porsche's there, Mercedes not, and the Bentley is as well. So it's a bit of a move on with just under the 6 hours of this race remaining. There is the number 8 Bentley in 3rd place, Andy Soucek still pounding away, still has yet to find a way past Christopher Haase. The gap now 2.1 seconds.
So having just crossed the 18th hour off our sheet, that means a further allocation of points. Now, is that rain in the air? Certainly debris on the screen of the number 8 Bentley as Andy Soucek gives chase. But those clouds, are they higher or lower, John? What do you reckon?
I think they're probably more or less, but it's just they're over the, whatever I'd call it, the southeast side of the racetrack. I mean, on a circuit like Spa or Nürburgring, traditional old road circuits in Europe, one of the most important things was to remember not just looking out of the car, looking forward, but looking vertically as well, to keep an eye on weather, because you get localized storms in this region of the Ardennes forest, and it could be dry as a bone up at the top of the circuit at the pits, and coming down to this part at Fagnes, or down through Campus, or through what was called Stavelot. The whole lot was called Stavelot, because the original racetrack, the old 7+ mile Grand Prix sports car circuit, Stavelot was one of the major, take a deep breath and, you know, think of England, corners on this racetrack.
Well, I just had some graphics up, a graphic up there telling us about a little bit more about Andy Soucek, who's driving this number 8 Bentley. His favourite place is Tarifa. I thought kite surfing, and I looked across the right-hand side and it said hobby kite surfing. So you know where to find Andy when he's not at the tracks.
He likes a windy location.
Indeed he does. Tarifa, it's a real case of nail everything down, and certainly that's the driving style he's applying, because he's getting right now onto the tail of Christopher Haase. It looks like Haase had made good his escape, but hold on, is that Haase? Let's just double check it's the wrong Audi.
Haase's the one ahead of this car.
Yeah, because that was 2 seconds, and that's why he's called it so fast. It's not the car that
That's
he's chasing.
Haase there.
Okay, car in 11th, so that's number 5, I think. Number 5 Audi.
And did it get through or not? I'm not quite sure. There is our race leader with a comfortable 17.2 second advantage over René Rast. They got together an hour or so ago and judged to be the fault of René Rast.
Did you see that, John? Car coming down the hill, flashing lights at the orange Lamborghini. Well, your one and only favourite.
Yes. It just almost every shot you get, there's somehow or other it just pops up. It's a very distinctive colour, first of all, so we pick it up very quickly. Whereas a lot of the other cars, the Ferraris in the AM category in particular, the red ones, to pick them up or identify them in a distance isn't quite so easy. But Raffaele Marcello, I mean, really, I think one of the finds of the Blancpain GT Sprint and Endurance Championship this year, and again, a young charger out of single-seater racing, bringing with them those values. Maybe some might say, the aggressive level isn't really necessary in this form of racing, but this form of racing is having to take on what these youngsters are bringing with them.
Absolutely so, John. But now we're looking at the Garage 59 McLaren, just ahead of the remaining Precott Herbert Motorsport Porsche. That's 912. It's ironic that's still going. That's had so many incidents, but it was the sister car, 911, that departed the race during the night. And it's Chris Harris at the wheel of the 188.
Slow-cooked lamb. Well, that's an interesting choice.
Cricket.
ZZ Top. Now, no cricket test match on at the minute. South Africa, England. So I'm trying to keep a weather eye on that as well. Weather has come into play as well.
The opposite word.
So, but ZZ Top, that's a bit of an old rocker, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's been around Eddie Jordan too long on that Top Gear program.
But good that car's still in the race. When cars get electrical problems early on, you really fear for their sort of passage towards the end of the race. But we're at the 3/4 distance point in this race.
Little
looks like
overrun.
he's coming. I thought he was getting a wide entry to then swing into the pits, but no, he's let the Porsche by, and now he's just getting himself back onto the racing line. But he's got lights flashed in his rear view mirrors, and he's got another front runner coming through.
Yeah, I mean, you're allowed to, well, you run headlights anyway. So Christopher Haase comes across the line, and he is 2.5 seconds ahead of Andy Soucek.
Well, it's won and lost on the track, but also in the pit lane, John. We have to acknowledge that in GT3. So let's enjoy some footage from a selection of the pit stops, the precision work that's required, the choreography, fuel in, and then the tyres go on. Beautiful work from the mechanics to move their way around the car, around the drivers as they do the driver changes, and one set of Pirellis off, another on. It's orchestrated. You can't do this without practice. Not allowed to drop a wheel. And look how light that mechanic makes them. Passes them to a friend.
Wheels and tyres are not light. I mean, by comparison to road car standards, yes, they are, but they're not light. And these guys go to the gym. They are given specific training exercises to help them develop the body mass, the muscle that they need to carry those two wheels, because it's so easy to drop on. So they're really, and those guys, you're a rugby fan, they could play in any rugby team. They're physically strong men.
They have to be, and they have to be so precise. In rugby, you can get away with a few fingers and thumbs moments, but when you're trying to pick up those tyres without dropping a thing, you've got to be spot on.
I think the big difference between the pit lane teams and your mates in rugby teams is I've yet to see a cauliflower ear from any of the guys in any of these teams in the pit lane.
Yeah, but we know it's dangerous down the pits, as you mentioned earlier. Chris Harris got a slice. There's a driver struggling to get out of the Volgenhorst motorsport car. You can see the taller drivers, it's harder to feed their way in and
He's
out.
getting back out again, so they have to. The seat insert hasn't gone into position correctly, so he's had to get out of the car, relocate it, get back in again. That creates a secondary pressure. Now it'll be fingers and thumbs and panic.
It's just about resumed. That was David Schiewicz climbing out, the tall figure. German racer, born in 1988. But again, he was racing Renault Sport Trophy last year, won the Endurance Championship, so new to GT racing, and getting in and getting out is a skill. It is an art, and now folding himself down, he's doing a good job.
Well, I'll tell you where there's a skill and an art, and that's in the number one Audi. René Rast is still continuing to get closer to the lead Mercedes. It's by about half a second, 3/4 of a second per lap. The gap is down to just under 17 seconds. So he's having to make up that massive loss for the drive-through penalty, and he is doing good work. It's a shame he had to do it in the first place.
It is indeed, and Raffaele Marciello has been slower in this stint. There have been occasional quicker laps, but by and large, whether they're just being conservative because that was a gift, the
Too early.
Audi, too early to back off entirely, just about to get there, they could just as easily pick up a drive-through penalty.
16 still leading the Pro-Am. That car has been really a great car all through this race. It's kept out of trouble, it's had pace, and other than when Johnny Adam was behind the wheel of the 97 Aston Martin, that car has been the class of the Pro-Am field.
Yeah, but this is now in the hands of Marvin Kirchhofer, so one of the quicker drivers in the 16 Black Falcon Mercedes, now really starting to make it sing all over again, and can't be matched by the Aston Martin at the moment with Ahmed El-Hati at the wheel. Ahmed did some good laps, the Omani racer, but it's 16 going very well. We've just had Oliver Morley get out of the car, and Dakota went and found him in the pit garage, so let's hear from Oliver Morley.
Oliver, now tell me a little bit about your stint.
Well, I just kept it clean. There's not much else to say. I just really wanted to concentrate, get into a good rhythm, count 25 laps, not make any mistakes. Wasn't my fastest pace, but I didn't want to push any harder than I was because we've got a nice, we've got a good lead at the moment, and I didn't want to jeopardise that by doing something foolish. So, but the car's behaving really, really well. Team, the guys did an amazing job. I don't know how they stay awake. I've had a little bit of sleep, but certainly not enough. I actually fell asleep in the deck chair just before I was meant to go out with a helmet and gloves and everything on. That's how tired you get. I do that. Yeah, probably slept for 3 minutes, but it was enough to get me through the hour that we just done. Little boost. So yeah, I'm doing my part. You know, it's a team effort. My teammates are superb. Really, they drove phenomenal through the night, and we've all gelled together. Miguel's real fast. Marvin's just smashing it, and Max is like a different level, you know. So, and I'm bringing up the rear, but you know, very proud to be part of the team.
And how excited are you about the prospect of a winning car?
We're just taking it by stage by stage. We're not thinking of the win. We're just doing the job, just concentrating on the detail, and if it comes, then you know, just. But we're just concentrating on the detail for now. We're not even thinking about that.
Cheers. Good luck.
Ollie, very, very pleased, obviously very proud. No, he likes Ibiza. Bit old for clubbing, aren't we, Ollie? Nevertheless, the shades go down well. Food Chinese, I love that. Boxing, I'm not surprised about that. Music, deep house, well there, Ibiza deep house. You know, the man knows what he likes.
It's funny how many of these hobbies, foods and things go together in pairs, don't they? Very
the Chinese and Ibiza doesn't go together.
No, but you can work on, as you say, deep house and Ibiza. But very measured there. He doesn't want to get ahead of himself.
Correct.
He held himself in check because he knows the car is well placed. It's leading the Pro-Am class for Back Falcon. Now Marvin Kirchhofer lapping 2-minute 24s, 2-minute 25s, doing what he needs to do. And each of those laps is faster than Ahmed El Hati is doing in the chasing Aston Martin. But I think the next driver in the rotor is Johnny Adam.
As a Pro-Am car, this car is the class of the field. And Ollie explained, and he's absolutely correct. His job is not to go out and compete against his teammate. His job is to go out and be consistent, avoid trouble, don't make mistakes, do what he's required to do, and bring the car in, hand it over. And there are more experienced and arguably more talented drivers within the team who will take that car to a different level in terms of performance. But the key is they're coming up to complete 402 laps, and the Aston Martin is somewhere around the racetrack. It's on the same lap, so they've got to remember that one little mistake, one little over-ambitious pass could see a drive-through penalty because of a contact. So 5 hours and 43 minutes, a long way yet for this race to run before they can begin to think. Even with 30 minutes out, you wouldn't want to be distracted with the thought of standing in the winner's podium in the Pro-Am category. There is the second place, Aston Martin. Ahmed El Hati behind the wheel. I mean, he is an Iron Man in this car. We've seen him do double stints on many, many occasions and has got good pace, has evolved as a very proficient AM driver, and very much under the tutorage of Johnny Adam.
Right behind him is Michael Christensen, going great guns in that Porsche, as fast as anything on the track, the 117 Porsche, but some distance back from Andy Soucek.
The hood, the hood on the Porsche looks like it has detached just ahead of the windscreen.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Well,
just noticed that. I haven't seen the car for a while, but there clearly is something has unlatched itself or has become somehow or other detached, so it's not affecting the car's performance, but you can see just on the left-hand side that the air, the low pressure area is lifting that up. And you can see compared to the right, there's, what is it? Yeah, I mean, it's, what, I put it in inches terms, probably 2, maybe 3 inches higher than it should be.
Yeah, well, I think Michael Christensen may or may not have spotted that. The good thing was he managed to pick his way past Ahmed El Hati, the Omani racer, being very polite indeed, running second in the Pro-Am class, but you can see one of the front runners coming through, kept out of the way at Les Combes.
Last warning for car number 1, track limits at turn 17. Who's behind the wheel of number 1?
Oh, René Rast, 1 drive-through penalty already.
Exactly.
No more, René. Keep it in the box.
Yeah, René, you had the drive-through penalty for contact up at Les Combes with the lead car of the 90 Mercedes. Now you're on your last warning. track limits at the exit of turn 17. Cool it, man, because that would be how can I say? An own goal, put it that way. A second own goal.
Yeah, but haven't got to that yet, but we've got to keep our eye on that. You can be sure as sure can be the message is going through to René and that number 1 Audi to stay on the track.
Yep, so it's coming down, or coming up the Camel straight into Les Combes. The area of the racetrack where he's been exceeding the limits is on the way back up the other side of the valley. We're still going up the valley one side. Now you're beginning the drop down, having come out of Les Combes, and you accelerate down into Bruxelles. So track limits here really has not been an issue. It's the corner following Speaker's Corner, a corner with no name. Watch on the exit, easy to let the car because it's an off-camber corner. Good exit, clean, no problem there. Now down the hill, get the car positioned on the right-hand side of the track. Light dab on the brakes into the corner, take that early apex at the car, float out to the outside, and then its natural trajectory brings it back to make that second apex. Absolutely wheel perfect so far. On the brakes, the right turn into Fagnes, you want to keep the car as tight as possible to the right-hand side to get a more accurate and basically quicker exit. So coming into the area where it is easy to overrun on the exit of Campos, everything is absolutely textbook at the minute from René Rast. So out of Paul Frère-Coeur, up the hill, continuing flat out through this right-hand curve, and then you get the first part of Blanchimont, which isn't a problem. But listen, flat or not, no, he's backing out of it. And again, I'm a perfect little schoolboy. What are you complaining about?
But you know what, in that middle sector of the lap, just before Blanchimont, so not the bit that Blanchimont is contained in, he lost half a second to race leader Raffaele Marciello, so not the best lap. There was no traffic ahead of him.
But he's under observation,
exactly,
and he's been warned, and he knows I've got to rein in my pace, so 17.4 seconds behind the lead Mercedes. Now, what is that going to do to Andy Soucek, who's that's Christopher Hasse, I beg your pardon. But Christopher Hasse has got the Bentley of Andy Soucek just under 3 seconds behind him, and a further 34 seconds. Not really a part of this battle for the top 4 is the 117 Porsche with Michael Christensen behind the wheel.
Yep, so that slower lap, nearly half a second lost by René Rast as he had to behave, had to stay between the white lines.
Bruce, losing half a second in a lap is a lot less than losing the time it would take for a drive-through to come in and cycle out. So, prudence, and I don't know who
is more than
she
the girls,
is,
mate.
but anyway, can't stop myself, can I?
No,
prudence is what is necessary now.
The door was open and you had to go for it. But number 1, yes, backing off that little bit. He's matched Marciello in the first part of lap number 409, the one they're on, and again going on down the hill out of Bruxelles. Got a back marker up ahead. I think that could be the Speed Lover Porsche. Not entirely sure as they run down the hill. Yes, it is 991. That's one of 2 cars running in the Group National class.
Stay away from the headlight flasher. You've got natural pace. Rely on the flag marshals. You can see how much speed he carries out of Pouhon. So the Porsche, it was a no-brainer that the Audi was coming through. So I don't think he even flashed once he didn't need to. So good work from the Porsche. Was aware, watching his mirror, keeping an idea of closing speeds. Backed off a little earlier, going into Fagnes. René Rast says, I'll take that any day of the week, and that's cooperation on the racetrack. Good to see respect from both ends of the spectrum. An AM and a pro driver working well together.
And of course, the team will be telling René, check your track limits. Also, the camera is on you. The camera's interested in you for a while, so behave.
Where it all actually goes wrong is when you get a pro on pro, because then the horns come out, the red mist comes down. But actually, with the pro against the AM, copybook.
Yeah, again in that middle sector, a bit of time loss. The gap between first and second, what's it going to go out to? Just about to find out. As René Rast, it's gone out to 18.3 seconds, a second almost entirely lost on that lap. So 2 laps of behaving, and he's hoping the focus of attention will not be the number 1 Audi in the near future.
No,
so
he's
second place, but on his way.
He's going to finish a stint. I think this is a double stint from the German. There's the Porsche currently down in 5th place, still 32 seconds behind the 4th place Bentley, but again, getting entrapped in some of the slower traffic. That's the 19 Lamborghini. 63, of course, we saw buried in the tyre bales as it came down into Fania. So Michael Christensen getting a run. Can he manage to get up? He's on the wrong side. He doesn't want to go the long way around. He has done so. So again, Lamborghini cooperating. The reason I said he didn't want to go the long way around is because on the outside of the first part of Blanchimont, there's a lot of rubbery and debris on the outside of the track, and you do not want to get that pickup on your tyres coming into a really high-speed corner like Blanchimont. But all worked well, and looking at the bonnet on that car, it's still slightly raised on the left-hand side.
Yeah, it should have cost him a little bit of time, but he's able to chase on in the 117 Porsche. Yep, that bodywork up, sort of emphasised all the more by their red strip up the outside of the bonnet, just to demarcate the edge, but so grubby now, John.
I mean, the way Christensen nailed the throttle with so much weight over the rear axle, because the engine in the Porsche sits behind the rear axle. It's the last true rear engine car virtually in the world that can win motor races and is massively popular. But Porsche engineers have made it work, and it is still a very, very formidable weapon.
Now, just look at the times in brackets. That's the time these front runners, the top 8, have been in the pits, and Porsche nearly 54 minutes, 9 minutes, almost 10 minutes. 9 minutes, actually, more than the car that's leading the race.
Almost an hour in what's just under 5.5 hours to go. So, I mean, that partly was caused by the drive-through. Nevertheless,
and a 3-minute stop-go.
Yes,
that was the one that did the damage.
That really did the damage, yes.
And that was for exceeding dangerous entry to the pits, I believe.
That is where these 24-hour events are won and lost. It's the 90 Mercedes, who's pretty much kept itself out of trouble, except when that incident occurred up at Lake Coombe earlier in the stint, when contact with the one Audi and the 90 Mercedes saw both cars spin, as it turned out, quite harmlessly. But could have been worse.
It certainly could. So first and second, Marcello in the 90 Mercedes and Rennie Rast in the number 1 Audi are both in the pit lane. 19 seconds between them. That will promote 117 up a position, perhaps. No, not quite, but he's closing in all the while. And when in clear air, 117, the Dane, Michael Christensen, is able to lap pretty well indeed. The last lap wasn't as quick as his previous ones because traffic was involved. Now he's got a clear stretch of track and will be able to build on what Kevin Estre and Lawrence Van Tor have got up to in the past.
So driver change. Raffaele Marcello gets out, having done a good job behind the wheel, and he does bring his own particular brand of driving style to the Mercedes, to principally the ACA, the ASP Mercedes team. I do like this colour scheme, which is the first time we've seen it here for the 90 car, and not that I necessarily want to promote David Coulthard, but the colours are reminiscent of the David Coulthard race helmet with the Celtar in the blue and white, and it just looks good. It's almost an old-fashioned livery on that 90 Mercedes, and I think they still look great.
But you know what, John, the fact is it works from a great distance away. Looking down a pit lane, you can pick out those little white stripes on the bonnet.
I tell you what, it was many years ago when Elf were a sponsor of the Tyrrell team. They went through colour combinations. What is the best colour combination for a television camera to pick up anywhere around the racetrack?
Blue and white.
It was dark blue and white. That's the colour. That car stands out. Okay, there's a bit of yellow and a bit of red, and it's got bling on it, but it's the core colour of that car, dark blue and those white stripes running up the bonnet. I mean, that could be almost a Shelby Cobra in terms of its colour scheme, apart from all the other things attached to the bodywork.
And of course the front view is so important. That's the angle that most cameras pick up the cars, therefore we as commentators get to see them. Yes, it's got a red and white striped roof. You can't see that at the
why
pit
did
lane.
he let the
Nissan through?
I mean, I would have thought he had enough speed coming up out of the pit lane exit to... I'm surprised at that.
Yeah, well, Struan
Could be
more at
wrong.
the wheel, not happy to go behind, better to be in front. So that hasn't really helped, it must be said, the 90s challenge. And that will help those behind, including Andy Soucek, Christopher Haase.
Eduardo Montara, he's a DTM driver. I mean, they don't give an inch. So, I don't know. Now, the Nissan is quick in a straight line, but basically the speed that you come out of the pit lane beyond Raidillon isn't massively less than if you're running through the circuit on a normal race lap. Here we go, up the inside, gets past the Nissan. That's the 22 Nissan. That's the car that had really all the difficulties and problems earlier in the weekend, and continuing to run. That car is, I'm looking to see where the 22 is. It's in 25th place presently. So, way wide coming through the exit of Fagnes. So Eduardo Montara just getting back, getting his race head back on, and not a stellar opening lap, I would say.
Well, 18 and a half hours of this 24-hour race at Spa-Francorchamps nearly complete. So we're going to take a look back at the highlights from 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, right at the outset. Weather conditions mixed, grey sky but blue in the background, wind blowing slightly ahead of the start of the 69th Spa 24 hours, 22 degrees. And Carlo Fisichella getting his helmet on to lead away from pole position in the Kaspersky Ferrari, but 62 challengers behind him, all wanting to get their way past that last sighting lap, the formation lap, but Fisichella got it all right from pole. Engelhardt tucking in behind, that's Mirko Bortolotti in the Lamborghini behind, on the grass back in 5th place, losing ground as Bortolotti got a big twitch was Maxi Buch, having got onto the grass. Buch fought his way back, however, on the charge for HTP Motorsport. Ferraris all over the track and beyond as 63 cars made their way round the lap. Brilliant conditions, the sky got clearer, the weather got better and better. The Jaguar were going very well, number 14 in the hands of Stefan Ortelli. And how's that for a wheelie from the 88 Mercedes? And we had a spin there for 912 Porsche. That was one of quite a few for the Herbert Motorsport crew. And then a big problem for the 99 BMW. That would require rectification in the pit garage, but the driver on the charge was Maxime Soulet in the number 8 Bentley, but out front it was the 63 Lamborghini ahead of the 55 Ferrari, and Mirko Bortolotti less than happy with the obstruction, as was Fisichella, who led by a dozen seconds at the end of his opening lap. Then a huge shunt for Passin Latourus at Eau Rouge. Still can't quite work out how it happened. There was debris everywhere. No wonder the safety car was called out while that was cleared up. But the good news, Passin Latourus given a clean bill of health down at the medical centre. Not so much the case for the Ferrari, though. That was out of the race. The 188 McLaren from garage 59 came to halt just at pit entrance, just as the safety car wanted to lead the field in through the pit lane. Luckily, that was cleared. Jamie Green's Audi number 17 caused that. But at the restart, the Lamborghini kept its nose just in front, but it also was the first one of them to make the pit stop. That was the driver change from Bortolotti to Andrea Caldarelli. But Ferrari's pit stop was about 5 seconds quicker, and so their car emerged into the lead of the race, and it would stay there for several hours. Did seem to be the fawn car. Definitely the best handling Ferrari. That one further down the field, not getting it at all right at Eau Rouge. And then problems for the HTP Motorsport number 48 Mercedes, and another yellow Mercedes also off the track. That was the Black Falcon example in the Pro-Am class. And as daylight turned to dark, a problem for the 6 Audi. The mechanics rushed up to shout instructions, but the electrical failure was too much for Stefan Richelmy, and that was over and out of the race. Could not be revived. Taken to the paddock and parked up. And then we had 912 Porsche go for another spin, this time at Les Combes. No one else involved then, and they were able to rejoin. Now it's a moment where Christian Engelhardt was giving chase in the 63 Lamborghini just in front of him. You can see the race-leading Ferrari, but just a moment of caution going past one of the back markers. And certainly that was a case of discretion being the better part of valour. Walkenhorst Motorsport brought a couple of BMWs. Jaguar just about to retire. You can see its lights at the edge of the circuit, but promise unfulfilled for the Emil Frey racing team. Both of its cars out of the race. And then a big moment, a tank slapper and then a crash into the barriers for Jimmy Eriksson in the 84 Mercedes that had been started by Maxi Buch. He provided the fireworks on the track. The organisers provided the fireworks in the sky. Number 912, problem again, this time clattered by another car. So really in the wars here in the Spa 24 hours. And you can see the flurries where the track became very, very busy indeed. 55 in from the lead yet again in the middle of the night, so going very strongly for the Kaspersky Motorsport crew. Big concert down on the outside of the circuit at Eau Rouge. No drivers attended, they were too busy trying to stay awake in the pit lane. Guy Smith et al. Really starting to feel the pace. And then Walkenhorst Motorsport not realising you should leave no tools in front of your car, no machinery, and that led to bodywork damage for one of its two M6s was unfortunate indeed, but the teams get tired, and the drivers, they do go off the circuit, as you can see, very close indeed at the front. And the 90 ACA Motorsport Mercedes working its way into the lead of the race. For the 3 M's, as they're known, Eduardo Mortaro, Michael Meadows and Raffaele Marciello. Really tough out on the track, no quarter being given. Great onboard footage, a lot of that coming from the number 8 Bentley that has provided such fireworks in this race. Still incidents at the side of the circuit, and the 63 Lamborghini getting very close indeed to yet more action. Great pit work. This is from the number 9 Bentley, the yellow one from Bentley Team Abt. And again, at night, the onboard cameras just provide a whole different show to what we have in daylight hours. A bit of debris on the track up at Lake Combe, that needed to be cleared. And then a spinner, I think it's 912, yet again going for rotation at La Source, but the number 9 T Mercedes going fine. The number 18 Mercedes from Black Falcon, not so. And as a little light rain came, out came the rain tyres, and the drivers and crews trying to decide, is it wet enough for rain tyres? Shall we stay on slicks? At this point, it was, and then a big shunt for the Good Smile Racing Mercedes, being given a real clatter by the number 3 Audi, both of them out of the race, a big problem. And then the heavy rain came. It wasn't for long. The 3 of the crews decided not to go off their slicks. There's Rory Butcher's Ferrari off at the side of the circuit. He's over and out. That's at the bus stop. And then, as the rain continued to fall, Audi brought in its 1 and 2 cars to get their 5-minute mandatory pit stop. Allowed 1 in the race, and they changed the brakes and sent the cars back on the way. Circuit still very wet indeed, but 63 and 55 and 4, they were the 3 that didn't bother to go onto wet weather tyres, and they really seemed to gain. There's the 55 splashing its way around. The drivers had to be brave, but it was just enough to stay at that point on slicks. Rain tyres followed, but the rain wasn't for long. There was damage out on the circuit, unsurprisingly, in the middle of the night as conditions worsened, but for a lot of the teams, they just held out. The 43 McLaren was one that didn't hold out, however. That was the best running of the Straka Racing McLarens, over and out for them. But at this point, the attrition was relatively light, but a few more would follow it into retirement before night turned to day. 85 HCP Motorsport Mercedes would get into the lead of the race, but was running out of kilter because of the 1 or 2 Audis taking their pit stops at different times. The 8 Bentley kept on coming, whether on the circuit or not. Here's the 55 Ferrari going in from the lead for its 5-minute technical stop. Change of the brakes, and there, as you can see, night turned to the early mists of the morning. Those soon cleared to a grey morning, but with blue sky here at Spa-Francorchamps. Then Raffaele Marciello comes up the inside of the number 55 Ferrari, pushing Marcello Ciocci out of the way, but the steering broke on that car. The very next corner was Eau Rouge, off and out of the race, leading the likes of Giancarlo Fisichella to walk off dejectedly to breakfast. Nose problems for the 8 Bentley still in the mix, but they would earn a drive-through penalty, and so too would the number 1 Audi, and this is René Rast taking over, and he made an impact very soon indeed, but it wasn't an impact he wanted to make. The 63 Lamborghini with Christian Engelhardt seemed to have brake problems, have yet to have rectification of that, but went straight on at Fan, buried the nose under the car, too much front-end damage for that to continue. On the restart, Rast went up the inside of Raffaele Marciello. It didn't work, they both went into a spin, and the number 1 Audi driver was adjudged to have caused a problem, given a drive-through, and that's really affected him. The number 9 Bentley out of the race with Nico Verdonk at the wheel, and there's a replay of that clash at Les Combes. Great avoidance from the BMW and everyone else behind. And then Marcus Winkelhock came on a charge. He set the fastest lap of the race in the early morning sessions, and as the wind picked up over Spa-Francorchamps, the weather continues to change. Here is the order at the moment. Winkelhock's car leading the race, Christopher Haas at the wheel. In fact, he's just pulled into the pits. And up into second place is Michael Christensen, the Dane, flying in the 117 Porsche. That had a 3-minute stop-and-go penalty. If it wasn't for that, it would be well clear. The 98 BMW in third place. 90 led for so long in this race, now back into fourth place, out of sequence though on the pit stops. Conor De Filippi, Christopher Mies and Fred Vervish in 5th place, but expect 2 and the sister car, number 1, to go back to the front when the pit stop cycle goes around. Leading the way in Pro-Am, 11th place overall, is Marvin Kirchhofer in the 16 Black Falcon Mercedes. Sally Yoluk has just taken over the Aston Martin. He's second in the Pro-Am class. And the leader in the AM class, just at the bottom of this second timing screen, Ferrari 488 number 888, the Kessel Racing example. At the wheel at the moment, we have Marco Zanettini. He's leading the class by a few positions on the track ahead of the 488 entry from Kessel Rinaldi Racing that has been challenging, has been faster on track, but it's making up a time deficit. But at the moment, it's now the 117 Porsche into the lead of the race as 25 sits still in the pit stops. John, so we're getting this moment of rotation at the top end, almost all the top crews out of sequence with each other.
Yeah, it's just interesting looking at the lap times over the last few laps. They're beginning to fall back again. There's the odd lap at 2 minutes 22. The last lap of the lead car, the 117 Porsche, was at a 2:26. I'm assuming, again, due to traffic. Nicky Katzberg in second place, 23s. The lead, or what was the lead? Mercedes, same kind of thing, 2:23s. So the pace seems to be ebbing and flowing, maybe just dependent on track conditions.
But John, as we try and think about this, we're now 5 hours and 20 minutes precisely to the end of the race. You really want to be in a position at the half-hour mark, because most of the stints are 1 hour. Maximum is 1 hour, 5 minutes. So we're starting to work backwards from the finish of the race and work out who should be at the top. So let's get to the bottom of the hour, 20 minutes from now, and see who is leading the way. We know the 117 Porsche that's leading the race, the Michael Christensen, has had its setback. It's had, I think, a drive-through penalty. I could be wrong, but it's definitely had a 3-minute stop-go penalty. That has really hampered it. I know twice it's been pegged back, but it's worked its way to the front. Spent more time in the pits, as we saw, nine minutes more than the 90 Mercedes that's now got Eduardo Mortara in third place at the wheel. So this is going to have to just keep on absolutely pressing on to the fullest, getting dirtier and dirtier, but going faster and faster. That has to be the key for Christensen. But his last lap, 2 minutes 26.
I mean,
traffic, yes.
We don't know the reason. I suspect it might have been traffic. Maybe could have been a minor off or something of that nature. But in general, the pace of the lead cars has fallen away. It's now in the middle, 2 minutes 23s, and just looking to see if anybody won. There's a 22 from the 85 Mercedes. So there are little spikes popping up, but they're getting on the odd 27, and lap times are somewhat. It comes across the line. Let's see what the 2:23 for 2:23.0 for the lead Porsche. Now, second place on the road, Nicky Katzberg in the 98 BMW. Let's get a view of his last lap. That will be lap 416. That's the 415. The lead car has just gone on to 416. So, and also the 90 Mercedes. And because of the way the pit stops and whatever has unfolded, the cars that are the most likely cars to be dependent on what you work out on your computer, but it's still the 90 Mercedes, the 1 or the 2 Audi, and possibly the Bentley, the number 8 Bentley. So it's all mixed up with the different pit stop schedules that we're now seeing from their respective teams. But Michael Christensen pounding away hard as he can. The last lap from Nicky Katzberg, just as an indication, was half a second a lap slower than the Porsche we're looking at. But I mean, half a second is something that can be caused by a number of, on a 7-kilometre 19-corner circuit. It's not difficult to lose it.
No, quite so. But still, while the graphic is up, showing the time they've spent at a pit stop, nearly 54 minutes for the race-leading Porsche, 47 minutes for the number 90 Mercedes, 47 minutes for the 98 BMW. They both owe us a pit stop, but that time with that stop-go penalty has really hampered our race leader. Race leader for now, when he comes in to make the pit stop, he'll drop down to about 6th, possibly 5th place. We've just had that flurry of pit stops. It's 117 leading from Nicky Katzberg in the 98 BMW. That will change. All this Porsche crew can do is not go over the curb so much. They cannot afford another drive-through.
What also is standing out like a Belisha beacon is the pace again of Christopher Hasse in the 25 Audi, and a 2 minutes 21 when all around him are doing a second and a half to 2 seconds a lap slower. Now, pit stop, fresh rubber, motivation, get the hammer down, but he's doing the times. Those times will fall away after the tire's done 4 or 5 or 6 laps. Nevertheless, and look at the rubber that's built up on the exit of the bus stop chicane. I mean, you could almost make a tire out of the amount of rubber that's on the racetrack. So there are the gaps, first to second, 31 seconds. And then it's further 31 seconds back to third place. So all the way down to the top 10.
Right, let's give you clarification. The 3-minute stop-and-go penalty was for hitting a mechanic from another team during the pit stop. This is the 117 Porsche we're talking about. They hit one of the HB Racing mechanics. Didn't injure them, but they came into contact with them. That earned them the 3 minutes at a standstill, plus your time through the pit lane. Plus there was a drive-through penalty for contact with another car up at turn 1 at La Source. So that's a drive-through on top. So we're talking
yes, it's a bunch of
6 minutes blown
but
away.
I mean, an incident like contact with another team's, one of their engineers, that's hard to understand. Now, did the engineer walk back into the path of the Porsche, or did it just the driver behind the wheel of the 117 Porsche make a misjudgment? It's hard to know. We don't know the facts of the matter, but anyway, the penalty had to be paid, and a further 3 minutes. So if you take away those 2 penalties, this car should be leading by a country mile.
Yep, should be 2
But then
laps.
everybody could say the same
They could.
thing. You know, if the 90 Mercedes didn't collide with the Ferrari, the 55 Ferrari, it would be leading. And then we see an incident up at Lake Coombe when the one Audi collides with a 90 Mercedes. The Mercedes gets no penalty other than it gets spun around. But why was there no penalty for contact with a 90 Mercedes with the Ferrari that was leading the race, which then went out the next corner?
That is a question that does need asking, John.
Is
But
that
the moment has
ultimate
passed.
pub question?
Not the ultimate, but it's certainly one of them, John. Well, the fans having good fun. They've weathered the night, some looking fresher than others. Don't show us beer at the moment. That might have to come after the race. But glad to have people out around the circuit, the drink and food stands, enjoying the action. And one of the beauties of Spa-Francorchamps is there's catering facilities all around the place, but just brilliant views. Go and try another corner. Work your way around this wonderful circuit in the Ardennes Forest. One person who is working his way around the circuit, of course, is Michael Christensen. How good will this lap be? It looks like it's been untroubled by traffic. It's a big wide exit on turn 19, the final corner.
2:24, so it's a slower lap, and it was a clear lap.
That's
coming
interesting.
probably close to the end of this particular stint. So consequently, maybe the grip isn't quite there, but he needs to focus, and it's better to give up a couple of tenths, 3/10 of a second per lap, and stay on track than it is to be a hero and then be a zero.
Exactly so, when your crew has worked you the way through nightfall and brought you out the other side into daylight. But definitely worth keeping an eye on the track speed of the race-leading Porsche. Kuss Team 75 Bernhardt. Timo Bernhardt, well, people say, why isn't he driving himself? But he's moving into team management after his illustrious times. And people are listening to us, John Watson. They are out walking around the circuit. That's the climb from the uphill climb out of Pouhon back up towards Bruxelles and Les Combes at the top of the hill. Some wonderful sights, and you get brilliant shots of this circuit dipping in and out of the forest and dipping in and out of the incline. There is Bruxelles, the exit coming down the hill through the left flick and then down the kink straight towards Pouhon. In the distance, if you can see lots of buildings, that is the pit complex and the control towers up just before La Source.
Look how close the Mercedes is in third place to Nicky Katzberg in second. It was just over half a second as they came across the start-finish line. They're now a third of the way around the lap. And the number 4 car, which was driven by
Jelmer Berman now.
Jelmer Berman was Lucas Stolz we were watching earlier in the day, but Jelmer Berman, who has been really, again, a driver who hasn't been around GT racing, around the Blancpain GT Sprint and Endurance Championships for a number of years, has come back with this Black Falcon team and is right on the pace.
Yeah, he's running a lap down on this battle in 8th place overall, but lapping at very much the same sort of pace, maybe a tad slower, but when he tucks in behind Eduardo Mortara, he can sit in his slipstream. Similar cars entered by different teams, the AKA ASP number 90 Mercedes and the Black Falcon Pro car. There are 3 Pro-Am cars from Black Falcon, but the white number 4 is their Pro entry. Lucas Stolz, Adam Christodoulou, and the man at the wheel at the moment, Dutch ace Jelmer Berman. Ooh. Ace is having a go on the slot racing track. They haven't invited us in. That's in the Pirelli compound down in the paddock.
Red flag,
turn
red
1.
flag.
Another off at turn 2. Honestly, these drivers can't control themselves. But again, plenty to do. You don't have to stay in one position at the Spa 24 hours. Yeah, John, I'm sure you would have been quicker.
Well, I did refer to it earlier in the broadcast that when I was an adolescent, slot car racing was a very big within the hobby industry. But anyway, here we go. Here's the ultimate slot car, or slot cars.
Not all the drivers find the slot, unfortunately.
But the way these cars are designed and engineered, they are, I mean, this is a production road car, modified, but where the GT3 regulations have evolved, and these cars now, and if you think back to maybe 8-10 years ago when we had GT1, these cars probably would outperform a GT1 car. And inevitably when GT4 and the brand new Mercedes AMG GT4 in the paddock is a mirror virtually of what we're seeing here, the GT3 car.
It is also Honda launching its NSX GT4 car in the paddock. GT4 very much on the move, but just notice a big wide run from Jelmer Berman, all four wheels over the curb on the exit of La Source. He'll have to watch that. Warnings will come his way. Haven't yet, but that's him trying to hang on to the tail of Eduardo Mortara, not matching the lap times, giving his all, but again wide over the curbs as they go out of the exit of the corner before Bruxelles. Down the slope they go, but Mortara in that 90 Mercedes, all eyes on Nicky Katzberg's BMW. Gets close, but can't get close enough to make a move.
Just watching again on timing and scoring Christopher Haas's progress in 5th place, still doing 2 minutes 22, but Andy Soucek replenished fresh rubber and new fuel, 2:21. So the Bentley in 6th place will be catching the Audi in 5th, which is going to catch the number 1 Audi in 4th, which is trying to get back on terms with the 90 Mercedes, who know that the Porsche leading in the BMW are out of sync. So this is a 4-way battle, one way or the other, and the Porsche and the 98 BMW will need maybe something fortuitous to get them back up into the top 3.
Yes, it's not a concertina effect, it's just a case of different groups of cars with their different respective speeds being moved to different points in the overall order. The top 6, effectively, as the BMW goes through in 2nd place, past the Rinaldi Ferrari. But it's some of the quicker ones coming back through, having made their pit stops. Of course, after the pit stops on fresh rubber, they're able to put the hammer down, go faster. But certainly Christopher Haas and Andy Soucek running in their Audi and Bentley, respectively, in 5th and 6th, are the drivers making the moves on the freshest rubber. And I expect a whole host of these runners at the front end to be coming through. But again, we said, look at who's well placed at the half-hour mark, i.e. at the bottom of the hour,
and
which just came up in 10 minutes.
The lead Porsche just come into the pits.
So more fans out around the circuit. Bentley cap being worn there, and certainly if I'd been taken to the Spa 24 hours at his age, I'd have been very happy. If I was fed on Freet in the morning, I'd have been happier still, John.
Yeah, no, it's part of for children to come to these events, particularly an endurance event of 24 hours. You can dip in and out, and that's what I think is so appealing, because you can have there's the Porsche make its way all the way back almost to the pit lane exit.
In from the lead of the race. Michael Christensen should be... it was Kevin Estre in the car before, so it should be Laurence Vantour taking over, but not all the teams run a complete cycle. They seem to change their driver order according to a different sort of pattern, so we'll see who gets on board. That's Michael Christensen, the tall Dane, getting out of the car. Yes, it's Laurence Vantour. You can see the yellow, red and black Belgian racing colours on his helmet, so that makes sense.
They've relocated the bonnet on the left-hand side. Somehow or other the attachment had... is it or not? It is, I think it have, yes.
It's made to look as though it's more up by the red flash up the side of it, but certainly that appears to have been reapplied. Or is it?
I'm not sure it is.
Still sitting up. It's still sitting up.
The red paint makes it difficult to clearly see whether they've even bothered. Maybe I think they haven't.
You know, it might just be that the red flash isn't right at the edge of the bonnet and the black edge is attached the whole way up. But anyhow, we'll keep an eye on that. But for the 117 Team 75 Bernhard crew, that looks a pretty good pit stop. Nice and ordered. And in 6th place, the answer, I just wanted to see what position it come out in, and the 0-1 turned to 0-6. But it actually might be ahead of that, because one of the cars that's just crossed the finish line may still be coming around La Source.
You see the exit speed of Laurens Vantour, okay? Yeah. It's slower than the Ferrari that's just passed, but it's not a massive amount of difference. And one of Belgium's motorsport heroes back behind the wheel of the team that he joined this year. And it's part of the VW Audi family, but it's an entirely independent culture. You go to Weissach or you go to Zuffenhausen, where Porsche is based. The factory, this car is not based at either, but it is developed at Weissach by the Porsche engineers, and then the cars are allocated to preferred teams, this time with Timo Bernhard's team, which is forming and developing as the 98 BMW has made its way into the pits.
Well, it spent a very limited amount of time in the pits relative to those around it. Some 9 minutes less than the Porsche did before its pit stop. So this will be equalising, but it'll still come out with sort of 9 minutes less at a standstill. But let's see, Katzberg out of the 98 BMW, and haven't had Bruno Spengler in for a while, so the European-based Canadian should be the fellow taking over. And again, it all looks very ordered, very well practiced indeed. And Bruno, of course, spent most of his years in the DTM, 12 seasons he's had. He's in his 13th season now, DTM, champion in 2012.
He's a Mercedes driver or a BMW driver? BMW, okay.
Yeah, having just changed.
Just looking again, Bruce, timing and scoring. Who's quick and who's not? Andy Soucek has been quick. He did a 2:21 a minute ago. And you think, we're 5 hours remaining, 19 hours in. Lap times are still pretty impressive. There's the 90 Mercedes, Eduardo Montara. You can see by the body language of the Mercedes, nowhere near as aggressive as we see from Raffaele, Marcello, and don't know why. Maybe it's just the individual styles, but it doesn't send out the message that that's the hot gun in that car.
Right, we've very much enjoyed the slow-mo replays, the work of the pit crews in slow-mo. It works really well, particularly when you've got a driver change, John. You can see what the driver's doing. This is simple tyre replacement, old Pirelli for new Pirelli, but it's the way the mechanics have to work. One rotates, the next one comes in, then he has to turn back and pick up the other wheel, take it to the mechanic behind the white line. Only 2 mechanics allowed over the white line. He'll pick up the other spare wheel as the air gun goes around to the far side of the car. Mechanic number 3 takes one wheel, number 4 takes the other. Beautifully done. Here's a fresh piece of Pirelli rubber. Let's apply that to the back corner. And again, it's about removing the wheels and getting the fresh one in.
And motion study. That's the description.
Beautifully walked, great camera work down there to give us all that. 0-1 on the screen, that means Eduardo Mortara is in the lead of the race in that 90 Mercedes. We keep going through this cycle, keep working through. He's lapping well, 2-minute 22s, but it's time to hear from Michael Christensen, who's just got out of the 117, and he's been hunted down by Dakota in the pit lane.
Fresh out the car, how was your stint?
I was struggling a bit with grip, but I just tried to stay clean and do no mistakes, or as least as possible. So yeah, all good. No big mistakes and clean pit stop, so all good here.
And now you've come back from a couple of penalties. Are you worried about anything?
Excuse me?
Come back from a couple of penalties. Are you worried about anything?
Well, we had some hard penalties in the beginning of the race. That's how it is. Of course, we would have liked to avoid those, but it happened, and I'm happy that we are back now where it's more fun to race. So, let's see. It's still a long ways to go. So we just keep going and try to have our rhythm all the way to the end.
Let's see how you go. Good luck.
I mean, we saw at the end of the race last year the unexpected thunderstorms, which turned everything upside down. And it's almost as if you say Michael Christensen, he's not willing that type of weather to come, because they could be caught out as much as anybody else. But there needs to be some final roll of the dice to put that 117 Porsche into a situation where it is in position to have that final last chance to certainly get a podium and arguably stand on the winner's podium. That's unlikely, but I think they will believe in the Bernhard Porsche team that this certainly has got the opportunity to step up onto one of the podium slots.
No, you're absolutely right, John. All they can do is just keep pressing on, hope for something that presents them with that opportunity, and then they'll pounce. But such a strong driver lineup. No drop-off between any of the 3 drivers. And right now, the 117 with Lawrence Vantour on board, matching the pace. I want to see its pace on the next lap after its pit stop. running half a minute and more behind Andy Soucek's Bentley, and that's where you really get to understand how much time was thrown away with the stop and go penalty. 3 minutes at a standstill. That penalty would have cost them almost 5 minutes with the in and out from the pit. Let's call it 4 and a bit minutes. And if you gave it to them now,
it's a lap and 3/4 in effect in terms of distance on the racetrack.
Yes, every bit of penalty hurts, and close to 2 laps. Quite right, John. So leading the way in the Pro-Am Cup is the number 16 Black Falcon Mercedes. Looking at that right now, and he's a lap clear of the Aston Martin. It was very near a lap before the pit stop. Sally Yoluk back on board, but Marvin Kirchhofer in the 16 Mercedes lapping 2.5 seconds a lap faster than the chasing Aston Martin. The Aston Martin will start to make progress again when Johnny Adam, who I think is next in the cycle, gets back on board. But at the moment, Marvin Kirchhofer doing a great job to extend the Black Falcon Mercedes team's lead in the Pro-Am class.
A little bit further down the field, just again watching the timing and scoring, and suddenly you get little pop-ups of drivers' lap times, and down in 16th place, Chio-san in the 23 Nissan is doing middle 2 minutes 22 when, well, Christopher Haas is just on a 22, as has Andy Soucek. But, you know, it just illustrates if the 23 Nissan had had a better start position and it had been able to run with the leading group consistently, that it could be certainly in for a top 10 finish easily, maybe a top 6.
Still looking at Marvin Kirchhofer, we've talked about Raffaele Marciello coming over to GT Racing from single-seaters, and Kirchhofer, another one who's followed him over, was racing last year in GP3, finished 3rd overall, so 5 wins, so really a driver of talent, but he then did GP2 in 2016, 2017, moved across to the ADAC GT Series, but really dipping his toe in the big pond by coming here to the Spa 24R with Black Falcon and not putting a wheel wrong. He's lapping 2 minute 24s lap after lap after lap.
Penalty car 777, track limits.
Well, there we have Alain Adam, our race director, telling us that 777 HB Racing Lamborghini track limits. That's the most popular one, the most frequent reason.
That car is down in 30th position, and it's not even in contention in the category. So why would it put itself into that position to fall further back? I mean, you need to make your drivers understand that you help yourself, don't help your competitor.
Yeah, and some drivers do it because they're being overly aggressive. Others do it because they simply haven't. They've taken too much speed into a corner. They wash wide on the exit or 4 wheels over the white line. But the penalty is huge. A drive-through penalty undoes several drivers' stint times.
As a friend of mine used to say, you're riding along on the crest of a slump.
Fine friends you keep, John. So 0-1 flashing on the screen, leading by 18.5 seconds. Antonio Garcia trying to hunt down the 90 Mercedes, but the 90 Mercedes continues in the lead. Team ACA ASP, they came here with 3 strong crews. Only 2 of them are left. And we've been talking of ACA ASP. Let's go down and hear from one of the drivers of number 90, Michael Meadows.
Michael, now 5 hours to go. You're currently running in P1. That's quite a good place to be.
Yeah, it's been a tough race so far. We've worked hard on the strategy to gain a lap back and stuff. So it's now just about being sensible, you know. In the last 3 hours, then we start trying to take some risks. It looks like there's going to be 5 cars in the mix to win.
And that was just about to what I was going to ask you. What's the strategy?
The strategy is to stay ahead the 4th car, which we are fighting for the lead with 4th car. We are very close. So our pace is a little bit slower, but maybe at the end it will be enough to stay in front.
Do you think it's going to come down to the timing of the last stops?
Last stop should be a nightmare because it's very tight to do the last stint, the 65 minutes, but it should work. We are working on.
And can you tell me the story of what happened to the other cars?
Both cars had an accident. The 88 car hit a back marker, and the 89 had a problem with the brakes and went off.
Unfortunate. Good luck.
Well, it was good to hear not just from Michael Meadows, but the man who is the boss of and owner of ACA ASP, Jerome Policon, ex-racer, raced up to Formula 3000 level, always a big enthusiast, but you could see the strain on him there. He's been up through the night and he's worried, as he said, can they squeak that last stint? The timing is going to be very tight indeed.
4 minutes just under the 5-hour mark, so a long way to go, and there are factors that are always beyond the control of the entire field, namely weather. Again, there could be an incident where you get either a full course yellow, more likely a safety car procedure we have in previous years. Please, let's not have one of these, but a full course red flag situation. So lots of things that are beyond the team's control. All you can do is, you've got a plan, stick to it, and try and, as Michael Meadows said, we may not be, over the 3 drivers, the fastest overall car in the field, but we're pretty quick. We just don't need to make ourselves vulnerable by making unforced errors. Something flicked up.
Yeah,
I saw that.
something flicked up.
I don't know whether that was from this car or whether it was, I think it was on the circuit.
I think it was on the circuit, but just little things like that, a cut tyre, and all that work goes. So even at this point, with no traffic in front, no behind, Eduardo Mortara just did a very good lap last time around, pulling out more of a gap, just over 20 seconds now on the number 1 Audi. Hopefully that won't lead to anything.
Watching the way Mortara drives the car, compared in particular with Raffaele Marcello, who is a more aggressive in his nature as a driver. This is being driven in a more, I would say, endurance style. It's not being forced. There's not that sort of, you can see the energy that you get for Marcello when he's driving. This is a more rhythmic, flowing, but the times are there. The times are there. I mean, this car's best lap over the entire race is 1 second quicker than Mortara has just done. That's impressive.
Yeah, but the 2 cars behind have lapped their fastest laps, respectively 7/10 faster in the case of the number 1 Audi and 1.75 seconds quicker in the place of the 25 Audi in 3rd place.
Yeah.
Yes, they're out on different sequence, but
Michael Meadows said, we're working with what we've got. We've got the key is they've got the lead. They have control. They've done the hard yards. They're there. They've got currently a 20-second advantage over Antonio Garcia. You know, a blink and there is Chio's. What is he like? Pizza. That's fine. Plays Monaco. Who's EDM? Never heard of them. What's football? Never heard of that either.
Man of mystery then.
Well, certainly needs a little bit of further explanation. I don't mind the pizza. I do like a good pizza.
Absolutely so.
That with a good bottle of Chianti Reserva, sweet as a nut on Saturday afternoon. Sit down, turn the TV on, a bit of sport.
So sport for the Nissan. Chio's 16th at the moment. He's got 2 Pro-Am cars ahead of him. He's got to keep on chipping away. There is the car that's the only remaining car in the Group Nacional level entry, sort of below the AM level, and it's a speed level Porsche.
Mercedes behind almost tripped over the back of the Porsche coming out of Brussels. Wasn't quite sure which way the Porsche was going to go and kind of anticipated it. Worked out in the end. So the Nissan, again, one of those cars, it's an if, an and, or a but. It's a great long distance car. Some of the aspects of Spa work for it, some maybe not quite so favourable. It's going to be replaced by a new GT-R from Nissan, which is meant to have all the kind of developments that other GT3 mid-front engine cars have been employing over the last 2 seasons. In other words, you need a pair of step ladders to find where the engine is. It will be set so low, so far back, and it will be, I have no doubt whatsoever, it will put Nissan right back at the front of the GT3, the Blancpain Sprint and Endurance Championships in particular. They're going to be right back at the races.
Yeah, and just a couple of seasons ago, of course, we had Alex Buncombe leading the way to help Nissan win the Blancpain Endurance Championship 2015. And that was a phenomenal result, along with Katsumasa Chio there and Lucas Ordonez. So all keeping going, keeping the faith in the 23 Nissan, trying to pick their way up the order, lapping well, 2 minutes 22.9 last time around for Chio. The pace is there. The setbacks, unfortunately, were also there.
Yeah, but he's been doing that lap time more or less all the way through his stint. I mean, he had a couple of the laps where there were other issues. Look at the rubbish on the track just coming down. Does that look like a bit of inner bodywork under the guard, those guards that are underneath the main bodywork, so some of that's got detached as we see race fans returning to the circuit, and they can enjoy a relaxed Sunday brunch and probably wash it down with a, I mean, I'm not a beer drinker, Bruce, you are. I mean, Belgian beer is a major specialty of the nation.
Absolutely, very well rated. Belgian beer, Belgian chocolates, what's not to like? Mercedes in that grouping, 85, Fabian Schiller at the wheel, that's in 8th place. We're looking there, it's chasing down and trying its best to keep up with Katsumasa Chio, but Chio, yes, maybe another lap down in 16th place overall, 2, 3, 4 laps down actually. But the 85 car has been in the mix. We had Dominic Baumann leading when I came back to the circuit this morning, but they were out of kilter and they were the last one to do their full 5-minute technical stop, and that dropped them way back down. And that's why, even though they're lapping very well indeed, they are behind the 98 BMW with Spengler at the wheel, but in 8th place overall. Now they've caught up with Katsumasa Chio. Getting past is going to be another thing altogether. Leading the race, though, still is Eduardo Mortara, getting towards the end of his stint, but he's getting really into the groove now.
But he's in a very nice place. He's doing 22s pretty much consistently. Somebody who's doing a little bit better than that is Laurent Van Thor in the 117 Porsche, and he's running in the high 2 minutes 21. Now that's just one lap that's just popped up and caught my eye, but if he can continue running in those 2-minute 21s, he needs that kind of pace to get up to the tail of the number 8 Bentley, Andy Soucek, and Andy's doing low 2 minutes 22. So big task for Laurens Van Thor. If there's anybody worthy of it or up to it, it's the Belgian race driver.
Yeah, so long a Porsche, an Audi driver, now a Porsche driver. Still, even the fact I stumbled on that sentence was because I couldn't convince myself that he's changed to the other side. But number 1,
second place,
Antonio Garcia at the wheel, and that has been in the swing. But he's done a series of slower laps, John.
What's interesting, okay, just the 16 lead car in the Pro-Am category has just lost a position. So the 16 Mercedes is now only 1 position ahead of the second place Aston Martin. And that might have been, just wondering, it was a pit stop for the 16 Mercedes, so that's really the reason why. There is the Aston coming down. And I mean, another venerable brand. You know, this Aston Martin Vantage has been around since James Bond, basically. So there are meant to be new great things coming out of the Aston Martin works in the future. Whether they will be developed as a racing machine, as we've seen from this current Vantage range, be interesting to know that one.
It certainly will, John. Of course, Aston Martin being linked to maybe moving to providing engines in Formula 1 in the future, but I think that's far enough off. And the big changes in the years to come.
I think that would be purely branding.
Yeah, purely branding, but in terms of it's also their spend. If they decide not to do that, it gives them more money to remain a presence in sports car and GT racing, and certainly still going great guns in GTE Pro.
Do you remember Aston Martin's last Formula 1 effort?
No. I wasn't quite born, but they were behind the game, weren't they? The engine was still in front of the driver.
They introduced a front-engine Formula 1 car when the whole world was going rear engines, and they basically used the straight 6 engine, the twin cam straight 6 engine, which was used in the DBR 1s and 2s, which DBR 1 of course winning at Le Mans 1959, but it just was wrong time, wrong place.
I was going to say, it's good to be different, but not when everyone has proved the concept you are embracing as well, that is over and out. Yes, Ferrari scored that last win, 1960 Italian Grand Prix, with a front engine car, but the writing was so on the wall that it was extraordinary that they couldn't be moved to follow the likes of Cooper et al. To put in the engine.
Interestingly, in GT racing, it isn't de rigueur to go for mid-rear engine cars. What Aston Martin have done, what BMW have done, Mercedes have done, Bentley have done is they've got a front engine car, which they've made a mid-front engine car. So, and with the balance of performance that is the overall arbiter of an individual or the collective performances, you can have something which in Formula One terms is as old as the Ark, but in GT3 racing, it is a race winner.
The star on the circuit at the moment is at the wheel of the third place car, number 25, Audi from Santalok Racing. Christopher Haase, you've been earmarking him for great things for years.
Yeah.
He is just so super consistent and super quick. He's 8.5 seconds down behind the number 1 Audi, but that gap has been coming down and down. He's got 16.5 seconds advantage over Andy Soucek's Bentley. He's dropped it. That has been the story of the last hour.
Just looking
That's
at the
a
Audi
good question. I will investigate it.
Okay, we've got a brief message from Alain Nadin. 2 cars doing 2 minutes 21 of the minute. One is Dominic Baumann in the 4 Mercedes-Benz. The other, of course, and consistently is the Porsche 117, Lawrence Van Thor. So they are 2:22.0 for Van Thor and 2:22.9. That was for Chio, so he's doing 22. Dominic Baumann, 21.4. So the number 4 Mercedes is getting a real hurry on. Currently in 10th place, 2 laps down with the overlap. That time they had a recent pit stop, so again the benefit of a new set of rubber, and that really is where the new set of rubber gives you that 4 or 5 lap boost in performance. Then the tire plateaus at its regular race pace until you basically wear it out, and then that's where the time slips away. That was what I think Michael Christensen alluded to when he was interviewed a few moments ago, that as he got to the end of the stint, the car was sliding around a lot more. Is there more of that front of the Bentley coming off, or is it just maybe we haven't seen it for a while?
Well, I just want to have a look at the front-on shot again. We had the lights, which are no longer on, still on the car, but they're not illuminated. It's the ones lower down. Yes, you can see those 2 under the sort of bar across the bottom of the grille area at an angle to each other, whereas they started the race on, say, 4.
It's amazing when you take that cowling away from the front. It makes a massive difference to the visual of the Bentley. It makes it look a big car, whereas the cowl actually diminished what the facts are, but it is a large car.
Yeah, having that big slab of black, whereas it'd be a dark slot amid a white rectangle, effectively really does. Yeah, it looks quite a chunky car, but with that big slab of black, yeah, it really does look a whole lot taller. What sort of pace is Andy Soucek doing as he laps in 4th place at 1 minute 23.9 last time?
If he's doing a 1:23, Bruce, he's really going to win this race.
Yeah, a 1:23, yes. Well, he's done a 2:22.2.
Yeah,
that's the
is.
best lap for a while.
Yeah.
So, yes, 1:23, that shows that he's less tired than I am.
Anyway, it's, I mean, everybody now with 4 hours, 43 minutes to go, and this is beginning to get tense in the pit lane. All of a sudden, the pressure is going to go on to the people who are looking after this, working out the strategy, and when do we want to come in? Do we want to make a short stop and then get it right for the last? I don't know.
Who can affect the outcome of the race? The drivers, yes. The team chiefs, the strategists, yes. But also, it could be a driver who's nothing to do with the lead battle, who may get it wrong, drop his car, cause an accident just at the right period for some of the teams who are at the right point to pounce into the pit lane, and the wrong moment for the teams that have just made those stops.
You got anybody in mind, Bruce?
No, but I'll have a look at my notes and I'll see if I can give you a name and a number. But, you know, these things, as hard as you try. And then, of course, drive-through penalties for exceeding track limits. Driving through, they're not going to have too much trouble about flashing their lights now, so that's one thing. But, of course, we heard the 117 Porsche. They had a penalty, a 3-minute stop and go for clipping a mechanic from another team. And then for hitting another car, they've got to drive through. So these can all happen.
Every aspect of what you've said is absolutely right. And that's why, you know, the driver's responsibilities are very clear. That's why a team's responsibility, and that is to ensure that there is no transgression of any rules and regulations. And we have seen over this year's 24 hours of the total 24 hours of Spa that rules and regulations are now being enforced with rigor, and mainly due to driving standards issues. So everybody's on a slow learn on that one, and some are making the adjustment quicker than others. But I mean, I'm certainly delighted with the track limits abuse. I think it's well overdue. and eventually the message will get through. But there are so many aspects of the remaining 4 hours and 41 minutes which could have a significant bearing on the final outcome of this 24 hours.
Oh, still very, very spectacular for 117. Lawrence Vantor really getting the tail out. He's pressing as hard as it will go. As you said, Michael Christensen said towards the end it was a struggle to get the lap times out of the 117 car, but Lawrence Vantor entertaining almost as though it's the opening hour of the race, except look at the dirt, that lovely race dirt all over the 117. Koos Team Bernhard Porsche. Very much being the sole representative in a competitive car for Porsche. Huge pressure, but for them, of course, it's been Team Manti for years, but for Bernhard, big honour, big accolade.
What I think, I mean, Michael Christensen mentioned as the car went through the session that it became a little bit less easy to drive. Lawrence Vantor always drove the Audis, the WRT Audis, on a knife edge. So probably for him, as we see the 2 car making its way up through the field, where is it? The 2 car, it's sixth place. Because Lawrence Vantor always drove the Audi, which is not in itself what I would call a user-friendly AM car, but he mastered it. So he found that balance between getting the car to be ultimate performance, but at the same time within his own capacity. So with the Porsche, which again has got an unusual engine configuration and layout, maybe for him that adaptation, once he had gone through the learning phase, is second nature. And that last lap from the Porsche, 222, he did do 221s, but 222s is the same as we're seeing from Hasse, from Andy Soucek, and we're seeing from
Conor de Philippe, who's giving chase, 6th place in the Porsche number 2.
Real race going on outside of the top 2.
This is what is so hard if you're just coming into this race. 90 Mercedes, been looking at it a short while ago, leading the race, but the pit stop sequences are not united. There have been twists and turns through the night. We've had safety car periods, full course yellows.
No, we were told he wasn't getting back in.
Aha.
He told our pit lane reporter that he wasn't getting back in.
Kept on his toes.
I wonder what happened there.
Wonder who overslept.
Or maybe
I wonder if he just hadn't read the team rotor right, because he said that with about 6 hours to go. I thought that was plenty of time to get back.
I know there's 4 drivers in this car, but it would be a driver of Miguel Torrell's skills. I would have thought it would have been a no-brainer. The only thing is, of course, was he getting to the end of his... Maybe he'd done a lot of nighttime driving. There's a maximum amount of time a driver can drive, so maybe that was an element of what he was suggesting.
It could be, we also heard from Oliver Morley, and he acknowledges he's the slowest of the drivers in the 16 car. He says the others are all pros, particularly Maxi Götz. But maybe they just decided that Aston Martin that's giving chase, Sally Yoluk at the wheel, is just getting a little too close for comfort. By putting Torrell back in for another longer stint, it'll just eke out their advantage that little bit more. What sort of lap time is he doing at the moment? He's doing 2:25.1 last time around. That's competitive enough for the Pro-Am class. Just want to give themselves that comfort
breathing space.
Or the breathing space.
Breathing space. Just take the pressure off, and if you've got one of your 4 drivers who can do that, even if he's only in for a single stint, that's something that, they've had certainly Miguel Torrell thought he was out of it for the rest of it. He was probably going back and getting the old lounger out and sitting back and watching the TV to the finish, but he's back behind the wheel. 4 hours, 37 minutes of this 24 hours remaining. Mercedes 90 still in the lead, 27 seconds advantage over Antonio Garcia, who's a further 7 seconds ahead of Christopher Hasse, 14 seconds ahead of Andy Soucek, and, Lawrence Vantor is the one who's got the biggest task of all, 26 seconds behind the 4th place Bentley.
One of the things I absolutely love, looking at watching the 3rd place car in the Pro-Am class, it's Tony Villander. He's lapping as fast as the leader, 2:23.6. 3rd in the class, he's up into 18th place overall in the 961
Bruce,
Ferrari.
Why wouldn't he? He's a
mega star. But what I just love is the fact that, what I was about to say, there's a bit of breathing space in the race at the moment, so we can have the wider shots that show this magnificent circuit in all its glory. It shows how, as we look at the 52. Sorry, the 52. It's the green and white AF Corsa. Duncan Cameron, Matt Griffin, Aaron Scott, Riccardo Ragazzi. Entering Aaron Scott at the wheel at the moment. But it's the majesty of this circuit. When you have a wider shot, you can appreciate the topography, the nature of this Ardennes forest. and it's just such a brilliant place to come racing, and certainly the shots can stay fresh as Tony Villander pushes on. He's looking again very good. He's 20 seconds down on the car he's chasing, which is the number 12 Ombra Racing Lamborghini. Michele Barretto has handed that over to Stefano Gattuso at the moment. But Tony Villander, big inhale of breath, John.
Big inhale of breath. 117 Porsche back into the high 1 minute or 2 minute 21s. So a bit of a shuffle on. So that's all he can do. That's all he can do. That for me, of the top 5.
It's simplicity, isn't it?
That's the focal point to see how much Laurens van Voor can eat into 4th place Andy Soucek. 24 seconds behind, and Laurens van Voor probably coming up to mid-distance in his stint. So he's used the car to its full effect. Tony Villander, again, you know, it's almost a shame that Tony Villander is in a Pro-Am car. But of course, if you're a contracted Ferrari driver, you go where they tell you.
You do, and you improve on your 2 minute 23 by doing a 2 minute 22.5. So only really out there at the moment, quicker than him, is Laurens van Voor, who's in 5th place, but on the charge of the 117 Porsche. So Villander very much in the sweet spot, but then he's got a little bit of traffic in front of him out on the circuit, as they all do from time to time. But certainly with about 15 plus cars out of the overall mix. We started with 63, we have closer to 45 still going. It's a chance to take a look at the drivers. Lorenzo Bontempelli in the 51, running 4th in the Pro-Am class, just the end of the top 20 and 20th position overall. Haven't seen so much of Lorenzo in this race, sharing with this Ishikawa Motoaki, Olivier Barretto, who started the car, and Francesco Castellacci. Barretto, one of a handful of drivers on the sort of Ferrari Pro roster.
The roster, yeah.
They place all over, and that's why AF Course and Spirit.
I'm up for a bit of that.
Yeah, go on. Hold on a second. I'm sure you refused it when Mike Scott, our director, suggested he might start a team with you as his man when he wins the lottery.
Yeah. Maybe have a bit of that. The skill's still there, they say.
Yeah, but you don't do night racing, John.
This is true. We'll have to get somebody who's a nighttime specialist.
Okay, all right. Years of planning, but anyhow, Bontempelli having a good session out there. Now down to 5th in class, according to the message on the screen.
Diving into the pit lane, the Lamborghini. No, it didn't. It dived over to the right to let these cars go through. I thought it was a very late cut into the pit lane, but it wasn't. It was just being thoughtful and let Tony Villander get through. As you see, the 8 Bentley making its way up through the back markers as well, and he'll be looking for assistance. He's had good pace all the way through his stint. So Andy Soucek 18 seconds away from that coveted podium position.
It has been a very good stint from Christopher Haase. They were relatively close when they came together, and he's just eked his way out as he stretches his advantage in the 25 Sansalok Audi in 3rd place. 888's been having a really strong race. Marco Zanettini still battered and tattered, the rear end of that Kessel Racing Ferrari, but still the tool to have. 0-1 on the screen in the orangey red writing means that's in the AM class, cocking a wheel, doing everything right, and still didn't get to the foot of when that damage occurred during the night, but the tattered bodywork was ripped away, and clearly it was only that particular panel that was affected, so no other problems there.
What's intriguing to me is that the damage to the 55 Ferrari, the car that had the collision with the 90 Mercedes, just as we were going off air, or we were leaving and letting the nighttime crew take over.
Very kind of us.
It was, but that, the fragility of suspension components when impact loads occur for which they're not designed, yet you can still drive around in this car, bodywork hanging off, and so this is an overtake just when we were having a little chat.
Yeah, well, that's Stefan Kampenhout in the Volkenhorst Motorsports BMW getting past, but I'm sure the driver of 888, Marco Zanettini, knew precisely what was going on, leading the class for Kessel Racing, the AM class. He's happy to let the BMW go through, but Van Kampenhout racing on home ground, lapping very well indeed. About 4 seconds a lap faster. And certainly it was the early advantage that the 888 crew built up for Kessel Racing. They're living off it now. Their quicker drivers will come back in, but they're going through their cycle of drivers. But they had that lovely cushion. They're able not to take the risks. And for Van Kampenhout, well, he's just pressing on home ground. The front bodywork a little bit twisted on that car, but not as much as the sister car. We saw that clouting a bit of something in their pit garage. during the night, and just annoying things you have to fix. But it's a 24-hour race.
Yeah, I mean, these are turnkey race cars from both Italian and German manufacturers. And part of what they build into the car is both reliability but durability, but the ability to take knocks and bumps and bangs. Let's have a look and see what's going on with the 90. So
he's our race leader towards the end. Well, it's a replay coming up. Oh, it's very nice of him to show us all his sponsors. He's got the 991 Porsche just behind him. I think the 991 might have been involved. Another message on screen says team manager of 911 to race control immediately. Louis-Philippe Cernan at the wheel of that at the moment, but didn't see the way in, but we saw the way out. Well, they're close together. He's got back
getting away with a biggie, and that was a potential biggie. What has he done to his tyres? I suspect he's got 4 well and truly flat-spotted Pirelli tyres.
Well, he was late in his sequence. We heard from the team boss from Acre ASP, Jerome Policon, saying we're very, very tight on our pit stop times, our pit sequences before the end of the race. 4.5 hours remaining. This could have made them make another roll of the dice.
That was the unexpected.
Exactly,
the
we talked about it.
Control over, and all of a sudden, didn't see what caused it, but it looked like he just was maybe too wide entering into Eau Rouge. But my concern is, has he flat spotted 1 or all 4 of the tyres?
I think the 991 car with Louis-Philippe Cernan may have just wandered into his path. He made a move, but going into Eau Rouge, your options are limited. Coming down the hill,
yes, so we can see
which
these
car is leader? Mortara is not the leading car in that group. He's going around the outside and is given a little kiss up the rear. In fairness, where could Cernan have gone?
I think Mortara actually pinched the Porsche. He knew he couldn't get too far out to the left, so he got sufficiently far ahead, and he thought, I can pinch down. But in doing so, the nose of the Porsche must have just given the lightest of kisses to the right rear, and there's not even a mark on the right rear of the Mercedes. It was just probably even a breath onto the right rear, and around Eduardo Mortara went.
And you know how much time he lost?
Nothing. Well,
15 seconds.
15
seconds.
Yeah,
his lap time.
He may lose a lot more.
Now all these rotten tyres, yeah.
So his last lap was at 2:38. You've done the sums. Wait and see what this lap time is, because that will indicate if he has flat spotted 1 or all 4 of the tyres. The worst thing you can have as a racing driver, particularly, is a front tyre flat. Oh, 98 going in the garage.
And that is from 7th place, Bruno Spengler into the garage. Keep an eye on that. What is occurring for the Canadian racer? Something that needs more mechanics than you can use on the car at any time if it's sitting in the pit garage. What are they working on? It's the back rear, it's the rear, well, right-hand side of the car as we look at it, being worked on. Can't see it to the left, it's very dark.
It's the right and left rear corner.
Rear corner of the car.
That is rare to see a car if it hasn't got just a wear and tear problem. That is more concerning than wear and tear. All of a sudden, we didn't see anything. And there, the 98 BMW, Bruno Spengler behind the wheel, was running in 7th place. But the overlap again due to the pit stops. As we see, the 90 Mercedes making its way up, trying to get alongside the 188 Garage 59 McLaren. It's not at the same event, so it stays well and truly out of the way.
Chris Harris at the wheel of that, TV star Chris Harris. And who absolutely adores his racing, and now getting ready to call the 90 in.
More
tyres. Round tyres rather than square tyres. That's what Eduardo Mortara has ordered. Looking at his lap times, yeah, he's about a second and a bit down in the middle sector of the lap. Opening sector, about half a second lost on his rivals. Traffic, yes, has got in the way.
Will this be a full driver change fuel tyre service, or will they just try and do the under the 95 seconds and just change 4 wheels and tyres and send them? Because they are he's coming in the pit lane now.
Okay, John, let's explain. Your pit stop has to be under 95 seconds or under, or over 1 minute 133 seconds,
yes.
2 minute 13 seconds. Anything in between, you get a penalty. It's a peculiar rule, but it's a rule they all have to understand. And then here you are, is that Chris Mahasi, the 25? Well, there you can get caught out. That can really muck you around.
What will briefly become the leader, the number 1, has come in the pit lane, and now it is Christopher
Haas, who just had his nose squeezed going through the final sequence of corners. Lamborghini wanted to be on the other side of the track, across his nose. Here's the number 1 coming to a standstill. And there's the Lamborghini from Attempto Racing that really rather got in the way.
And you hear the running on the pit lane limiter. That's why it sounds somewhat constipated, but it's the only way you can guarantee your speed. So another stellar stint from Christopher Haase gets out. Well, slightly shorter. The Mercedes still rolling down to find its pit box.
But after that 15-second loss with the spin, the next lap was a slowish one from Mortara. Desperately needs those new tyres, and the gap between first and second as they cross the start-finish line, both of them in the pit lane, was 12 seconds precisely, or 11.999.
So it is going to be a full-service fuel. Whether they do a driver change, I wonder.
Yeah, they will. Well, down here we don't know as yet, but Michael Meadows was around in the pits to be interviewed a short while ago. So unless he had nothing better to do, he's probably in his suit now. Is there a driver change?
I don't think there is. I think they're keeping Eduardo Mortara in the car. So they'll put the fuel in, then they'll do the four wheels and tyres. I'd love to see those tyres when they come off, because...
Yes, they probably won't roll very easily to the back of the garage.
I'll tell you what, you could put them on the slope and they wouldn't roll down, because the flat spot will be so flat. There we go, a nice brand new set of Pirelli tyres going on, and the car will feel so much better. And when Eduardo Mortara takes it back out again, he'll think he's, well, how good is my car?
Again, we were talking about its livery, the dark blue with the white stripes up the bonnet really does help it stand out day or night. Now, a lot of teams work out a great livery for the day, but not for the night. And that was a bit of a slow...
Didn't quite catch. He was a little bit aggressive, a little bit ambitious getting the car rolling. So gets down to the line.
From its pit garage, a very short run to the exit, but of course, it's such a long time. Where is the Audi in relative position? Down the pit lane behind. So he came in 12 seconds behind. It looks like he'll leave about 12 seconds behind. But don't forget, when it was between the 63 Lamborghini and the 55 Ferrari, that most notably driven was by Fisichella, the Ferrari gated the pits. I think that's fairly even.
Do you think that pit stop was a strategic pit stop, or was one that was necessary?
I think it was a straight response.
Did WRT respond to cover? I think you're right.
I will go with that, John. I think you're right too. We're both right together. That's a rarity. Let's stick to that.
Well, we'll do our best.
Oh gosh, there really is a lot of debris on the circuit on the way down the hill. Great big piece on the right-hand side.
That's been lying there for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, but you wouldn't want to go and get it. Nobody in their right mind would want to go and get it unless they put out a full course yellow and a safety car. But what we have, Bentley just popping out of the pits behind the 25 race-leading Audi. Christopher Haase will be coming towards the end of his stint, but he's been rattling off the 222s. We've seen him in the 221s. He is leading this race, but he will be in the pits relatively soon. And so the order has changed, with 90 and 1 coming in from the lead of the race. But the big change, still sitting in the garage. Let's go off to some highlights now, because we've got 4 hours, just under 4.5 hours remaining. And 4.5 hours yesterday afternoon, just after 4 o'clock. It was the start of the 69th Spa 24 Hours. Clement conditions, grey sky, but blue in the background. Giancarlo Fisichella about to get helmeted up to start the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari from pole position, with 62 cars following him around the formation lap. Gentle weather conditions. Suddenly got pretty hot in the cars pretty quickly. 63 of them coming down the hill. Maxi Buch on the grass, but in front is Fisichella as they lead down to Eau Rouge for the first time. Look for Bortolotti. A twitch on the way in the second place Lamborghini. A huge twitch in the middle of Eau Rouge. Somehow got it back together. That delayed all behind and let Fisichella escape. Maxi Buch was soon finding his way back. The Ferraris in the Am and Pro-Am classes going at it hammer and tongs. And one car that really was going very well was the Jaguar. One of the 2 Jaguars from Emil Frey Racing, with Stefan Ortelli deep inside the top 10. How's this for a lift-off? The 88 ACA ASP Mercedes going flying, but coming back to terra firma at Eau Rouge. 912 Porsche, that was the first of many incidents for one of the 2 Precourt Herbert Motorsport Porsches. And Maxime Soulet provided action galore with his onboard camera. But the first and second place cars in the race, the 63 Lamborghini and the 55 Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari, and neither of the drivers. There's Bortolotti on board, and there's Fisichella after his stint, very unhappy with some of the back markers. And then the biggest accident we've had in the race, a huge one for Passin Latouris on his own. He was already a lap down after an extra pit stop, but racing with the first and second place cars, got it wrong, or something went at Eau Rouge. Huge impact. The Ferrari battered, but the safety cell did its job, because Latouris soon moved on from the medical centre, battered and bruised, but fine. And then Jamie Green lost a wheel on his 17 Audi. This brought out the second safety car period. But when the cars were released after that Audi was cleared, it was battle rejoined. Mirko Bortolotti blinked first. He came in ahead of the 55 Ferrari, handed over to Andrea Caldarelli, but the Ferrari pit stop was about 5 seconds quicker because that was its advantage when it came out. And 0-1 on the windscreen, apart from pit stops, was to be theirs for hours to come. How's that for a save at Eau Rouge over the tarmac on the outside of the corner? HTP Motorsport, number 48 Mercedes got a clatter, bodywork rubbing on tyre. Then the 15 Black Falcon Pro-Am Mercedes going wide, but coming back onto the right part of racing tarmac. Not everybody managed that. 2 mechanics had to run down and shout instructions to try and help Stefan Richelme get the number 6 Audi restarted, but total electric failure accounted for that one as the retirements started to come. 9-12 in the wars again, a little spin all on its own at Les Combes. And then Christian Engelhardt chasing after the Ferrari, just see it ahead of his rearview mirror. That was the battle for the lead, but he just had a little bit of circumspection, which was quite wise as he went past the speed lover Porsche. Walkenhorst Motorsport in the pit lane. That is the last we would see. The 2 taillights that immediately went out on the 14 Jaguar. That was over and out because the sister car 114 also parked up before we got to midnight. And then a big moment, a twitch, a tank slapper for the 84 Mercedes. It didn't crash at Eau Rouge, but went across the track, front and back impact at the top of the hill for Jimmy Eriksson. That brought out the safety car again, but soon we were racing, and the 9-1-12 Porsche in the wars again. This time, not the driver's fault, was clouted by another car out on the circuit. Not all the drivers managed to stay on the circuit through the nighttime hours, but one driver who certainly did was Giancarlo Fisichella, along with Marco Ciocci and the 3rd driver of the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari, James Collado, who did some fantastic stints, and the pace started to tell. Guy Smith in the Bentley pit looking tired, as all the drivers were, and the crew. Oh dear, I've left a small generator in front of the car, and that led to bodywork damage, unfortunately, for one of the 2 Walkenhorst BMWs. There it is, bodywork adrift. That had to be fixed, and again, contact yet again up at La Source, side by side. Cars being pushed out over the curbing, but a lot of the runners going out over the white lines, and they would pick up drive-through penalties. So many penalties in the early stages of the race for track limits. But one car that rose to the front was the number 90 Mercedes from ACA ASP Motorsport. They came here with 3, and by dawn, that was the only one still running, but it was in the lead of the race. And another car that came up through the course of incidents and a little bit of onset of light rain wasn't the 63 Lamborghini. That stayed in the mix, but it was the 85 HTP Motorsport Mercedes that worked its way to the front. Great pit stops from the Bentley team Abt crew. The black and yellow entry, not the white and green ones from the regular crew. There's Bortolotti hopping out of the 63 Lamborghini, and then more spinning up at La Source, up at the hairpin. And that 90 blue and white Mercedes looking in better form than another blue and white Mercedes. That was the end of one of the Black Falcon Pro-Am cars. Out of the race, Ombra Lamborghini pushing towards the edge of the circuit. And then a big moment for Good Smile Racing. Not a good moment for Good Smile Racing. They were given a real clatter in the 00 Mercedes. The number 3 Audi was the assailant. That was before the rain came down. And it came down, but not too heavily. And a lot of the crews just thought, leave them out on slicks. Rory Butcher had a moment and parked the 53 Spirit of Race Ferrari against the tyre wall. Didn't see what the problem was. The rain then came down a little heavier, and that kept the drivers and the team managers on their toes, and some of them even stayed on the track. That was the 63 Lamborghini not doing so. And certainly the 63 crew deserved a prize for bravery, because along with the number 4 Mercedes, that's the one there, that's the pro entry from Black Falcon Motorsport, and the 55 Ferrari, they decided not to go for slicks in the early stages, not to go for the rain tyres. They stuck it out on slicks. It was difficult, but they kept going. And there's the damage on the recovered 53 Ferrari. Through the night we went. Night doesn't prove as long in northern climes in the summer as it is in the warmer climes, but most of the teams got through, but not that 43 Straka Racing McLaren. In fact, their cars all out before dawn. Again, great onboard camera footage. Number 85, as I mentioned, found its way towards the front end of the field. Dominic Baumann doing a particularly good job in that, but just staying on the track, not easy. There's the moment front from onboard and offboard, if you will, from outside the car. The number 8 Bentley in the problems by going wide into the bus stop, but then the cars were being put into the garage for their 5-minute technical pit stops, a chance to change the brakes as well as the tyres, get more mechanics working on the car. Slightly misty morning as dawn came, and it was the 85 Mercedes leading the way. Pivotal moment in the race in many ways. Raffaele Marciello in the number 90 Mercedes coming up the inside, clattering into the side of the 55 Ferrari. At the very next corner, Marco Ciocci found he had no steering, so off he went out of the race. Front end damage for the 8 Bentley as well. That panel would eventually be removed. And then wonderful pit action, beautiful slow-mo shots. Here's René Rast taking over the #1 Audi from Nico Müller, and then a peculiar moment for Christian Engelhardt in the 63 Lamborghini. Just appeared not to be able to turn properly when he got down to Fagnes, and that over and out the race, had to climb out from under the tyre wall, if you will. The car was taken back to the pits to retire, and then on the restart, René Rast decided he was not quite there, but he was going to make a move on race leader Raffaele Marciello. They both went for a spin, but the #1 Audi driver was then given a drive-through penalty. The fans had fun, but the #1 Audi crew knew they had to do it all over again. This is another look from on board the #1. As you can see, Marciello had at least half a car length's advantage. Great avoidance from the field as it came through behind on that restart. And then in the last few moments, we had a big spin from our race-leading number 90. And that was Eduardo Mortaro after a little bit of contact with a speed lover Porsche as he went through at the apex of Eau Rouge, and that's flat spotted the tyres and certainly didn't do a great deal of good for Mortaro's heart race. But we have rejoined the race. The highlights are over, but it's the number 25 Audi leading the way by 40 seconds from Lawrence Vantore in the 117 Porsche. Third place is now Bentley with, well, in fact, that's just changed because I think that's now just dropped down the order. Number 8 Bentley listed as in third place, but in fact, while we've been speaking, that's just come into the pits, fallen to 6th. So Connor De Filippi now up into third place in the number 2 Audi. And back out, 90 is still ahead of #1. Eduardo Mortaro stayed on board, came out ahead of Nico Müller. The gap between them, 11.5 seconds, stayed as it was. Leading the way in the Pro-Am class in 10th place overall, Miguel Torrell. The 97 Aston Martin second in class, but team manager has been told to go to race control immediately. So let's see what has happened. They've just put their fast gun into the car. Johnny Adam has taken that over. Expect it to fly in a way that it hasn't. On top in AM class is number 888. It's been there for a long time, Kessel Racing, and it's Niki Kadai. He can make that car really fly. So 36 has moved into second place. That is the Van Kampenhout driven BMW. So that's doing what it can, but 888 are suddenly putting their quick guns back into the car. But yes, we're getting at a cycle of all the runners. In fact, now as we look at our down to 36th place, we're getting down towards the last of the runners. We see DNF next to the number 9 Bentley. We saw that stop with Nico Verdonk at the source and then just before pit entry. But McLaren still going. West, Goodwin, Harris and Ellis. Chris Harris still on board in 34th position in the AM class, just in the pits at the moment, but they're still going. So the electrical problems behind them. And for the cars on the remaining pages, we will see, I'm afraid for them, their races are over. I'm not sure if we've still got that 40th. I think Adrian Amstutz might still be going in the 40th place Barwell Motorsport McLaren. But for the majority of the others, and particularly the McLaren crews, it was a shorter race than planned. But we've nearly got 20 hours done, John, and leading the race by 40 seconds is now Lawrence Vantore. We just had a change. 117 Porsche into the lead, number 2 promoted with Connor De Filippi up into second place because the 25 car Winkelhock is in the pits at the moment, and Mortara has moved past that now into third as well. All change as we go through the cycle.
Yes, we're just back into that phase where the Porsche 117 is out of sync with pretty much the rest of the field. The number 2 Audi, and that's got Connor De Filippi behind the wheel. And then you go down to the Mercedes, which has been essentially, and one would say, up until that unforced error in the Eau Rouge with Mortara behind the wheel. So that is currently in third place. So we will have to wait and see once the cycle of the Porsche and Connor De Filippi and the number 2 Audi happen. It's more than likely going to be the 90 Mercedes leading from the 1 Audi, from the 25 Audi, the 8 Bentley. But somebody who's coming into play is Dominic Baumann, Hjalmar Berman in the number 4 Mercedes, and he's done a really strong job. Vincent Abril likewise in the Bentley doing 2 minutes 21. So there's still a lot of racing going on, and this is where these top teams will really now have to show what there is left in the tank, bearing in mind they don't want to get caught short on a pit stop, a last 5 minute or 10 minute stop, go sort of get the fuel in, get out as quick as possible.
Yeah, so sitting on a lead of just waiting for Conor de Philippi to get to the start-finish line, because out of the source goes the race-leading Porsche, Laurens Vanthoor. All he has to do, well, it's just all, isn't it, effectively, is keep on charging. Their 3-minute stop-and-go penalty, the drive-through penalty, has affected its chances. They fell down the order twice. First the stop-go, then the drive-through, but they're leading the race at the moment. They do owe us a pit stop relatively soon, maybe in the next 20 minutes or so, but the big question is who's going to be in front at 4:30 this afternoon. It's now nearly 20 past 12. Actually, aching for a coffee right now. I seem to have missed my Belgian coffee in the morning. But Laurens Vanthoor doing all he can. He needs, as we mentioned, John, an incident. We had an incident just then with Eduardo Mortara just going past the speed lover Porsche, maybe not cutting it enough slack through Eau Rouge, a corner where your options diminish very, very quickly indeed. Had the spin, lost about 15 seconds. Next lap also very slow, because the tyres would have been absolutely trashed by that rotation up the hill between Eau Rouge and Raidillon. And that has slightly held back one of the cars ahead, but more problems need to occur for the other cars. Still 4 hours and a bit of racing, 4 hours 11 minutes precisely, but for Laurens Vanthoor, he'll be coming towards the end of his stint. He's doing what he can, and then we will have 117 handed over to Kevin Estre, and then Michael Christensen all over again.
If you wanted to be a gambling man with 4 hours and 10 minutes to go, you would have to go down to the bookies and put a few euros, in my case I would say dollars, pound notes, on the number one Audi, because in spite of the issue of the contact up at Les Combes with René Rast and Raffaele in the 90 Mercedes, I keep remembering it's Raffaele Marcello, I just get a feeling that the way that unforced error for Eduardo Mortara in the 90, that was unpredictable. You've got to stop all that. So I'd love the Porsche to win. They ought to be leading this race comfortably, but those two incidents that gave them those 3 minutes stop-go penalty plus another penalty, other people could say much the same, but that car on screen now, if you discount the time lost waiting in the pit lane to be released, should be comfortably in the lead.
Well, in many ways we say thank goodness it isn't, because it keeps the race absolutely cracking. And the
you might say that.
Well, I can say what I want. I shall. That's what I do. But why the number one over number two? Conor de Philippi.
991. Pit stop time.
Pit stop for 991.
Okay, that's why the manager had to go. It wasn't for the contact as yet, as we understand, down at Eau Rouge with the then race-leading Eduardo Mortara. Now, what's the problem here for the pit stop? We had the team manager of 97 have to go up, but come what may, this is a big delay for the car that's second in the Pro-Am class.
I thought maybe the wheel had got jammed on the hub, so it managed to get it clear.
Released? No, because of course if wheels are left unattended, they can roll down the sloping pit lane here. That's not the problem. It simply was the front hub problem, but I thought one problem might have led to another, which could have led to the team manager being called to the control tower, but that all seems all right on the wheel front. At this point, he's got to pick up the second wheel without dropping it, get over the white line before it goes down. That's all fine. Mechanic takes two. He takes a one, the Tom Ferrier Sport crew. Great work by the cameraman to follow them around without getting in their way. Doesn't always happen, but with the real pros it does.
The cameraman that's doing this, the same cameraman we sometimes see running down towards...
No, I think the other one more headless chicken, this top professional.
And anyway, we're on the other side of the pit complex here at Spa-Francorchamps. We go back to Laurens Vanthoor, that 01 Luminex number flashing on the windscreen, comes out of campus, leans, loads the left rear of the car, lets it rotate. Pretty ideal exit for the Porsche, then up through the curve that really is something that's a quick corner, you should never underestimate it, and then into one of the two white knuckle rides here at Spa-Francorchamps, Blanchimont, a corner that has changed again, like many have at Spa over the years. Not more forgiving, and certainly with the level of runoff on the outside of the corner, giving drivers a big margin if in the event they get it all wrong, and they do occasionally.
Just want to see what the lap time. Yeah, the lap times as with Christensen, they're going to the 2:24s. The Porsche seems really, really good when it gets to the start of its stint, but it does drop away markedly towards the end. And Lawrence Vanthoor, as we can see, ringing in the neck of the car, but yet the lap pace is dropping 2.5 seconds down on the best lap times they were doing, the 2:21s. When they all come out onto the circuit. I haven't seen the 23 for a while. It's now in the hands of Lucas Ordóñez, taken over from Katsumasa Chiyo. Still pressing on, still with the higher body shape of that car. You see, it seems to have more roll than the body does, but certainly the wheels stay very planted indeed. And what sort of laps are he managing? Not quite as fast as Chiyo yet, but I don't think he's long been in that car, feeling his way in.
One of the things that Nissan has got is a high centre of gravity in relation to the mid-front engine cars, and everything else then becomes a secondary compromise. That will be addressed when the 2018 Nissan GT-R is presented to the public and then is available for customer or quasi-factory-backed teams to choose as their car, because I think it'll add more options to teams that are looking to compete in GT3 events, particularly the Blancpain Sprint and Endurance events. And it would be great to see the Bob Neville team, who've been the principal operators of the Nissan GT3 operation in Europe, and maybe another private team coming along. And also, personally, if Porsche were able to see another way of running the current team, which is the KUS Team 75, team of Bernhardt's team, it's such good racing. That's the thing. It's just good racing.
Entirely so, and when you're at the Spa 24 Hours, it's good racing on a fantastic circuit. It doesn't just look brilliant, the drivers love it. It's such a challenge. Looking right now, 0.4 on the windscreen. It was 0.5 a short second ago. Here's 25. That's had its pit stop recently. Markus Winkelhock has taken it back over, and should be Nico Müller in number 1, just up ahead. Separated, 1.2 seconds on our timing screens, and looks like pretty much that interval between them as they go out of Bruxelles, down the hill. Wonderful high shot, looking back towards the pits and paddock in the distance. That sort of scar in the Ardennes forest in the background. That's where we hang out. That's where a lot of the action is. But for the drivers, the action is out around the circuit. And Markus Winkelhock, early hours this around dawn, set the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 19.756. Absolutely fantastic lap from the 77-year-old German, the 37-year-old German. We're the ones that feel 77 come the morning, John.
Now, the sky's breaking up, the sun's coming through. This is almost like a replay of 2016, except an hour before the race finished, the heavens opened, and that really created turmoil for the remaining running cars. There is Markus Winkelhock. I mean, the driver, well, I remember his father, Manfred Winkelhock, a great German race driver, particularly in sports cars, did do some Formula One in the middle 80s. But Markus has made his career largely in GT racing over the last few years, and part of the Audi squad. You don't stay in an Audi squad unless you're capable of delivering, and well, that lap time this morning, 2 minutes 19.7, that's impressive.
Yeah, and it wasn't a soulless lap. He did a number in the 220s as well, so really was on it. Track conditions were good in the morning, but as you can see, just you go offline and there is so much rubber debris, car debris as well, particularly actually just coming up on some now as they go through the King. Oh, in fact, it's moved off the side of the circuit just where the second of those two Audis went looking to find a way past John's favourite car in the race, the ubiquitous orange Lamborghini from Lazarus, still lapping outside the top 20. At the moment it's down in 22nd position, not quite on the pace, but it just seems to be the magnet for the top running cars. Maybe it's easy to pick out for the cameramen because it is so bright they can pick it up, but in third place and fourth place, the one, well, what we've had is the change. One is now ahead of 25. Nico Müller's got past Markus Winkelhock, having caught him, and I'm sure it was fairly required the number 1 crew got ahead of 25. I think in terms of the pecking order, the one is more important. Antonio Garcia, René Rast and Nico Müller. And if it hadn't been for the drive-through for René Rast, it wouldn't be third now. It'd be in the lead of the race.
Well,
because especially because Lawrence Vanthoor's just come into the pits.
I mean, that's the story of so many of the fortunes, misfortunes for the top pro teams.
But actually the timing of that pit stop with almost precisely 4 hours to go is not too bad in terms of driver stint time. It's not too diabolical. They can go to a maximum of 65 minutes. So with just over 4 hours, that fits very nicely for 3 more pit stops.
Nico Müller having to balance the car on the steering wheel and on the throttle. You can see making those little adjustments just to keep that knife edge level of balance and grip, and a bigger commitment into the Cœur Paul Frère. Then everything becomes more relaxed again as you really just caress the steering wheel in through the first part of Blanchimont. Now focus gets more intense, bigger commitment, carrying a lot of speed, need not to run too wide in the exit, get a further penalty.
What it must be pointed out, in the first 3 or 4 hours of this race, so many drivers got warnings and then they carried on exceeding the limits, and they got the drive-through penalties, and our screen has not been littered since we restarted our stint at 8 o'clock this morning with as many driver penalties. There have been some, but they've been for other incidents, really predominantly, rather than for exceeding track limits. But certainly we knew that some of the top runners have been watched, including René Rast in this car, the number 1. It
was a very late downshift. He was shifting down literally as he got to the apex.
BMW have not had a dream event recently. The 99 car had wheel fastening problems, and that took them out well, it didn't take them out, it took them out of the top running order in the first hour, just after the first hour mark, and Alexander Sims, it was a wheel fastening problem, and that led to damage under the car. Eduardo Mortara leading the race, and that puts him 10 positions ahead of the better placed BMW, but Bruno Spengler's just spent time with that car in the garage, John.
Yeah, so we never found out what the reason was. It went in, a lot of work going around the left rear corner, so whether that was something that was obviously, well, it's easily and quickly rectified, but normally when you have to take a car in and start working on it, where you can allow more of your team members to contribute, that's something that's not going to be a quick fix. So we never found out. The car's back, and Bruno Spengler running competitively, albeit that the car is now down in 11th place.
Now, bonus points were awarded at 6 hours, 12 hours, 18 hours. This is 20 hours, but the car that was leading after 18 hours is still leading the race now, despite that spin at Eau Rouge, that big scary moment for Eduardo Mortara. He's still on board, he's lapping well again. 2 minutes 22.4 seconds last time around. That is a competitive lap time, so the new tyres suiting him well. But I think Michael Meadows, his teammate, one of his 2 teammates, was pointing out that they don't quite have the pace, but they've got a pretty good driver lineup. But they're having to push this car very hard indeed. It seems the pace comes more easily to the number 1, 2 and 25 Audis, and also to, not so much at the moment, to the Vincent Abril, but he's picking it up in the number 8 Bentley up into 5th place, but certainly for the 117 Porsche. Michael Christensen back on board, not long ago out, handing over to Lawrence Van Tor. We heard from him. But
so are they going to hold back Kevin Estre for a mega double stint?
I think that is your thing, because it was Christensen, Van Tor. Sorry, mate, Christensen, you're back in again, and then we're going to have
Kev the Rev.
Kev
the Rev is going to be back in to launch this car. We've got just under 4 hours remaining, so it might be a double stint for Kevin when we get down to just over the 3 hours. And then the final stint will be, I would imagine, back to Laurens Van Thor. Oh, something came off the Audi, or something flicked up as it came down. Maybe it could have been just a bit of, there's certainly debris all around the racetrack, but just I looked up at the screen and something flicked up, a bit of bodywork, and wasn't sure if it'd come off the car, the Audi, or whether it was.
Well, it wasn't.
Looks like it's probably been just debris on the circuit.
Don't forget, about 5 or 6 laps ago, maybe even 10 laps ago, we saw Mortara drive over something that was on the circuit down towards Les Fagnes. Nothing untoward, but these little things can just catch you out at this late stage.
19 Lamborghini is being a bit of a pain from the perspective of these 2 Audi drivers, and I don't think the Nico Müller and who's it in second? They're not going to be impressed, because they all share a common engine, they all share a common platform. Now Winkelhock getting on the lights, try and get a bit of a hurry on.
Well, these should be their sweet laps. 1 and 25 would fight together. 25's left.
Watch again, see the Lamborghini comes past. That's get kicked up by the Lamborghini, gets hit by the Audi, and then gets further
Did they all have contact with it? One flicks it to the second to the third, but
2 of the 3 did. I think
Nico Muller got it in his face.
Maybe managed to avoid it. Marcus Winkelhock might have avoided it. Still, Winkelhock having a little sniff up the inside.
I don't think Winkelhock was happy to be passed, John. He's
anxious to get past, but there's places you can do it, and there's places you're not going to try and do it. And into Campus, with somebody as competitive as Nico Muller, you ain't going to do it.
Yeah, different teams. Point we need to make. They're both entered by Audi, but one is Team Santalok, number 25. Team Santalok, Team WRT. WRT with the advantage with the number 1 car, Nico Muller.
Oh, he's gone up the inside, he's trying.
So we thought he was just sharing the flashing of lights. You're only allowed so many flash, a big tail swinging moment for the number 1, Nico Muller. And Winkelhock should have a better exit onto the very short straight up to that source. They're fighting for position.
Bruce, this has got, get away. If I was Audi overall, I'd be saying, do you want to do this? Because look what's happened. Marcus Winkelhock has made it through. I wondered, did Nico Muller get caught unawares, or did he decide, I'm going to let him go because that's the more prudent thing to do?
Well, Raffaele Giammaria just decided to keep out of the way, so we thank him for that. But I still didn't see the moment where Winkelhock got passed by Muller in the first place. 3 laps ago, their order was the other way around.
It all happened coming up into La Source. There was I think it was confusion with the Lamborghini, and it may well have Nico Muller may have been wrong-footed by a sort of an unexpected, easy pass. Marcus Winkelhock was reading it, and all of a sudden he was there.
Yeah, the other way round, when Muller went ahead of Winkelhock was the thing that passed me by. But anyhow, it's Winkelhock re-established in second position and Muller back to third. 15 seconds down on Eduardo Mortara, and we think it possibly could have been actually on the stops. Yeah. But anyhow, Winkelhock, the driver who set the fastest lap of the race at about just after 7 o'clock this morning, is going for it. He's stretching clear now.
Absolutely,
from
you
Nico
can
Muller.
see the gap the last 3 laps. That graphic on screen indicated that Nico Muller doesn't have a response for the pace of Marcus Winkelhock. So we will see. Nico Muller was 15 seconds behind the lead Mercedes. So it'll take a lap for it to resolve itself, but I would think that Marcus Winkelhock is going to be the lead Audi driver to challenge, to put pressure on the 90 Mercedes. And if you can start taking 2 tenths, 3 tenths, 4 tenths a second per lap out of the lead car, that then again makes the Mercedes, they've got to respond. What do we do? The ASP team, are they going to sit back and suck it up and say, well, we don't need to react because it'll wash itself out when we get to the next round of pit stops? Or will they take the sucker punch?
Well, Winkelhock very much taking the shortest route around the circuit. Last time around at Les Combes, he was kicking up the dirt on the inside. Just seen Oliver Morley coming back out into lead of Pro-Am. This will be his final stint in the race.
Has he just flown in from Ibiza?
Yeah, he was doing some deep house music. I better stop now. I'm heading off. Right, second place in the race, Marcus Winkelhock. It stayed 15 seconds to the race leader, but he's put nearly 2 seconds on Nico Muller in the last 7 kilometres. It was at the corner they're just exiting now. The second place was handed back from Nico Muller to Marcus Winkelhock, and Muller can do nothing about it at all at the moment because Winkelhock is absolutely flying. So used to him racing for Team Phoenix in Audi colours, but now he's racing for Team Santalok, sharing with Jules Gounon and Christopher Haase. And Christopher was a driver who was really impressing you early in this race.
Yes, I mean, and likewise, Jules Gounon, who has been racing in the ASP Mercedes and Blancpain Sprint in an Audi. I think Jules Gounon is one of the younger generation of drivers who, and was it Nico team as well? There are young guys out there who are sort of looking for a long-term berth in a manufacturing or a factory-backed private team who are going to be the big names and stars over the next 5 or more years. But there we are, a man, senior citizen in some respects. This is the Nico Muller Audi we're looking at. That Marcus Winkelhock can go out and achieve fastest race lap early hours of the morning, as he did this morning, can overtake another highly regarded young driver within the Audi squad, Nico Muller, and stretch that advantage. I mean, you have to say happy days.
Yeah, entirely so. Yeah, everything you can do right. Car 888. Last warning for track limits being exceeded at turn 17 at Blanchimont. 888 is the class leader in AM. So it's Nicky Kadai at the moment. He can't afford a drive-through penalty. In fact, he probably can. He's got a lap or two's advantage, but you just don't want to be dropping the ball with things like that. So the message will be loud and clear to Kadai. Keep between the white lines. All four wheels must be not beyond those white lines. And likewise, the message will go to the car leading the race, Eduardo Mortara. He's due a pit stop fairly soon.
Just had a big,
go on, a thought.
Deep inhale of breath because I'm watching again the monitor lap times, and it is Michael Christensen on that fresh set of rubber. Yet again, nailing a 2-minute 21. But all around him are doing middle 2 minutes 22s.
Yeah, but he's half a minute and more back on Vincent Abril in that fourth place Bentley number 8.
I'm using positive thought here.
No, that's good. I like positive thought. I go with that. We've got just under 4 hours remaining in this race.
It's a doable, isn't it?
It's doable with an incident. That's a real riding clause, isn't it? It's pathetic. So, still seeing the Nissans in the race. We thought we were going to lose one very early on. Now, first, second and third, you can see it's edging away, certainly in the favour of Marcus Finkelhoff. Not only edging clear of Nico Muller, but he's cutting down on the race leader a little here, a little there, 0.6 of a second over the last 2 laps. And again, the first part of this lap, another few hundredths going his way against Mortara. But it's a good stint from Mortara. Not only has he not had a big Larry spin, but those fresh tyres, he's making them work.
What he's done, he's regrouped, sorted his head out, got his head down, and is doing a good job because he's running at the lap time of the second and third place Audis, so they're not really making any impression upon him. And even fourth place Vincent Abril in the Bentley running again in the same time, 2 minutes 22, middle 22s. The Porsche Michael Christensen is the quickest car of that top 5 group, but of course you're talking about 3 or 4 of a second a lap advantage over the top 4, and in reality it needs to be significantly more. It will take a last warning for 8 at track limits at turn 17. So that's the Kessel Racing Ferrari, which is the leading.
Nicky Kadai leading the class.
Well, they don't need to have a drive-through. I mean, that's a no-brainer. I mean, read the tea leaves.
Yeah, they've got away with the damage on the back of their car. They clearly were given a clout, or in fact, that may be just their own rotation clipping the barrier. And when we came in this morning, that was hanging off. It was removed as soon as they possibly could. And the car, they're right up behind the car that's second in class. Stefan van Kamphout in the 36 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. That's just had a pit stop. We saw that going past in terms of speed on the track, but Nicky Kadai has picked up the pace. The 888 Ferrari, and very much matching Van Kampenhout, but he's got a couple of laps advantage over the BMW, so he doesn't have to worry. And we've just been talking about Jules Gounon, and who walks through the door? The great Jean-Marc Gounon. He's obviously got the same timing perfection he ever used to have. We're going to put a set of headphones on Jean-Marc, check it's plugged in. Yeah, that looks good. Jean-Marc, can you hear us in your ears?
Yeah, no problem.
Oh,
Go
fantastic.
back to Scoop and speak English now.
Yes, but you're very good at English, Jean-Marc. So Jules is having a really good race and picking his way up the order. And
yes, for the moment, I think they do a good job in the team. No mistakes. They had only one trouble with one nuts on the wheel in the night, which he had to come back in the pits, and they lost 1 lap, but they rejoined the winning lap for the moment. Also, situation is good.
How does he find the difference between driving the Mercedes-AMG GT3 and now getting to a totally different side car in the Audi? I mean, different worlds apart.
You know, it's a guy which is so happy to be a racing driver that you can give him a bicycle with an engine, he will be happy. You know, also.
Just like his dad.
But I think it's from this.
Well, we're lucky we don't have a commentary or a camera in the booth. But look at the Bentley has got damage on the rear, peeling away. That's the number 7. Bentley not really in contention in 13th place.
Yeah, Guy Smith at the wheel at the moment. That is the one that's had the problems through the night. That's started way down the order. It's the 8 car they have to be worried about. For Guy Smith, he'll be coming back to have that. It looks a bit of that's the car that's been dragging bodywork under the door off the side of the car for a while. So Guy Smith is he going to be heading back towards the pits? What's his lap pace at the moment? 2:25, so not that good, but well, there we are. Things can happen deep into the final. We've gone past the 20-hour mark, and waiting for the 35. That's the Walkenhorst Motorsport crew waiting for their BMW, but the BMW will be in very soon, but the Bentley, I think, will come in too.
Jean-Marc, Jules, a driver I've taken an interest in because I think he's got a lot of ability, a lot of talent. Do you see his future being in GT racing, GT3 racing, which is just ever expanding?
You know, I think I told him as soon he wanted to go to race in go-kart, I said, if you want a future, the future is with a branch. Because when you see the situation in single-seater, it's so much money to find that it's just impossible. Also, I just said him, you have no chance, but you need to fight. And he agrees that, GT can be a good solution. And he listened from my experience, because I remember when I came to Simtech Formula 1, I had a contract in France with BMW and Hugues de Chonac, and I was racing with a guy which had no future anymore, and this guy was called Ivan Müller. And it was his last chance to race a car, and we could see our situation, how it goes in the years after. Ivan began the professional driver of the road car, the saloon car, and he stayed for 10 years, well paid and recognized as a very good driver. And he was the good choice. It was a forced choice, but it was a good choice.
Yeah, and it very much worked for him. Your boy Jules is running, his car is running in second place at the moment. It's the best place Audi. These are important points, not just for you, for him, but also maybe for Jules' bank manager.
I am an old man, and he's even if he's young, his situation is in his hand. Also, he has to do the job. That's all.
Listen, I'm an old man as well. I'm going to go and have a brief lunch break. Jean-Marc, great to see you. And Martin Haven's going to come in and take over from me.
Okay, Watty leaving for a spot of lunch. Great to have Jean-Marc Gounon come in and join us. And you can see the front of the number 8 Bentley has had damage, but that's been for a long time. And the 7 sister car, the flapping rear bodywork, but it's the pace of the 2 Audis that are chasing after the 90 Mercedes. Eduardo Mortara having a massive moment. I don't know if Martin saw that. Were you back at the circuit? Got it wrong, clipped the speed lover Porsche, going through Eau Rouge, had a massive spin, missed everything at the top of the hill when leading the race. Cost him 15 seconds, turned all the tyres from round to square, and is still in the race. There he is now, still 0-1 on the windscreen of the ACA ASP car that one of Jean-Marc's old rivals, Jérôme Poliquin in Formula 3000, will be so nervous. Just under 4 hours remaining, his car leading the race.
Yeah, but he's used to that. He finished second last year, and I know him well because my son is riding with him in the Blancpain Europe with a gentleman car. But he's a professional, and I think for me this car has a good chance to win, because you see he had a contact with the Ferrari. No problem on the car. He had a contact with Rust. No problem on the car. He had a spin in Eau Rouge. We know how can be a spin in Eau Rouge. No problem in the car, and it's still there.
You're absolutely right. Sometimes luck. If you don't have that luck, the car could have been written off 3 times.
Exactly.
The contact with the Ferrari, he could have been in the barriers at Eau Rouge, and the Ferrari could still be leading the race, and he's not. And so, that's...
And you can also manage to modify the toe of the car by touching the wheels of another car, and if you modify a little bit the toe of the car, you lose the performance.
Yeah.
So everything is there in place for them.
Yeah, so when there was the clash with the 55 Ferrari, Marco Ciocci at the wheel, he went up to La Source, Raffaele Marciello got away with it. At the next corner, it went away from the 55 Ferrari. Ciocci, broken steering, into the barriers, out of the race. The 90 still going. Another car still going towards class victory is the 16 Black Falcon Mercedes. Oliver Morley driving it again, as he acknowledges he's not the quickest driver in that crew. He is doing the job he has to do, then he's going to hand it back to the young guns. But 25 running very well. It got back past
97. Drive-through penalty car 97.
Drive-through for car number 97.
Driver
Don't worry.
stint. Driver stint.
Well, that's a problem. Excessive driver stint time for the car that's second in GTE AM. So I don't think it was a problem with Johnny Adam. He took over after Ahmed El-Hati got out of the car, and that has really given the advantage. It was already in the court of the 16 Mercedes, and now it's very much more so. So this Aston Martin that was running very well in the top 10 in the first part of the race with Johnny Adam, a pro driver in a Pro-Am car, but now the one and only Aston Martin is being set back. Well, it's listed as Sally Yoluk, but on our timing screens it says Johnny Adam. Whichever of them is in the car, they have to come through for a drive-through penalty. We've had penalties for exceeding track limits, we've had penalties for contact, we've had penalties for exceeding time in the pits and stint time.
Yeah.
And so many penalties can catch you in a 24-hour race, and the key is not to get a single penalty. The number one Audi suffered a drive-through penalty. René Rast had contact with Raffaele Marciello, and that it's still in third place. But the 25 car that Jean-Marc Saint-Jules will be taking over soon, Marcus Winkelhock is just going so well in that. He's only 12.3 seconds down on the race-leading Mercedes at the moment.
The top four still in contention. There's only half a minute in it, and in a single-seater race, in the old days, a 3,000, 30 or 40 lap race, 30 seconds is close enough. You've still got a chance, but here with 3 hours 40 minutes to go, the tiniest incident will rob you of 30 seconds. One mistake in the pits, one mistake with timings, with pit stops drivers or anything like that, an off-track excursion, too many, and that is going to cost you a drive-through, and that's more than 30 seconds. You can go first to last in that lead quartet, no problem.
Well, people have been talking about a quintet, but the car in 5th place is the one that needs everything to come to them. They can lap as fast as they want. It's the 117 Porsche, but having a drive-through penalty after it's already had a 3-minute stop-and-go penalty has put everything against the 117 crew. But Michael Christensen, who's driving at the moment, having taken over from Lawrence Van Tor, sharing with Kevin Estre, they have hardly put a wheel wrong. Had they not even had one of those incidents, they would be leading the race.
Well, it's Bentley's story last year, isn't it, with the number 7 car. They had 5 penalties, any one of which, had they not earned, would have allowed them to win the race. It was so close. And that 117 car, that actually has had rather more penalties than you'd expect from anybody running a Porsche team. It is a new outfit, and they, not got a vast amount of experience in the same way that Audi WRT have, but that will come. And the same with TF Sport. Tom Ferrier 2 years ago was running a small operation in British GT. Now he's sort of expanded across Europe through Blancpain, through ELMS, through Michelin Le Mans Cup, and here at the Spa 24 Hours. And they've done a really superb job so far. And a couple of penalties in the 24-hour race, that's not bad. They've been really careful on track limits. Saying that, you just watch him drift 4 wheels off. But they have been really careful on that, because the basic plan for Tom Ferrier was no penalties, drink lots of cups of tea. That was his game plan. He told us that before the race, and that's the deal, Jean-Marc. If you want to win a race, you've got to stop making mistakes.
Exactly. I had the experience of myself with a GTC team in the McLaren in Le Mans. We start in 17, fuel, tires, no mistakes, nothing, finish second. It's the basic.
It is. Stay out of the pits, stay on the grey stuff, and that's exactly the way you have to keep going. All that Audi has taught us over many, many years is that discipline of not making those silly errors, not causing yourself time loss. You look at any Audi win at Le Mans, minimum time in the pit lane, it's always the winning car. And when you've got multiple cars in a team, the difference between you winning or your teammates winning, if you've got the best car, that's really when it comes home. Because if you've got 2 cars that can both win, you don't want to be the one that makes the mistake that gives them the win.
Okay, now we're looking at a graphic. It's showing effectively the bottom end of the 63 runners. These are non-runners. They've had their shot and it hasn't worked. But the most interesting graphic to me is the one that shows the amount of time the cars have spent in the pits, and that Porsche is sitting on about 9 minutes more in the pits than some of its leading rivals.
Yeah.
And that in its own tells a story. Here comes the 97 Aston Martin, not for a regular pit stop, for a drive-through penalty, and it's really unfortunate. It's in the stint of the fastest driver in that car. Yeah. Is it being listed back as Yoluk? But no, it's Johnny Adam on our timing screens. And let's see the last lap time. It was it's not showing it because it's in the pits, but it's a shame to waste the Flying Scots flying times.
Well, to tell you how clean they've been, they've only done 22 pit stops. This is now their 23rd, quote, pit stop, i.e. whole trip through the pit lane. Some of those are behind the safety car. Everybody has 2 more than they've actually done shown. But the leader in the class has already had 24 pit stops. So they've spent more time in the pits. So actually, the pace of the 97 car maybe wasn't quite all the way through their lineup. where they wanted to be. But again, for that driver lineup, it's a first ever Spa 24 Hours.
Well,
and the key there is not we're going to aim to win it, we're going to aim to finish it.
Exactly.
That's the first thing.
Exactly so. Looking at a car with 0-3 on the windscreen, it's not the first of the fries, it's the second one. That's got a young French racing driver called Nicolas Minassian. I think you'll hear great things about him in the future. This is the car that's third in the Pro-Am class, but perhaps it might just about get very close to 97 Aston Martin by the time it's finished. No, it won't. It's got 3/4 of a lap deficit, but it gave it a chance to claw something back. One more incident, one more drive-through for the Aston Martin, should it occur, and Tom Ferrier will spill his mug of tea, then we could have a change of position. So the 961 making very good progress. Well, it absolutely flew, as you'd expect, in the hands of the last driver, Tony Villander, and certainly Nick Minassian doing a good run as well, to just try and keep the pressure that wasn't really on Aston Martin, but suddenly it has become so.
Yeah, Nick Minassian 2 weeks ago hadn't driven a racing car in probably a couple of years, maybe longer. He was team managing for G-Drive in ELMS. One of their drivers was had a clashing race with the Red Bull Ring effort, was in Japan, and so Minassian stepped up from team coordinator to third driver. And he was interviewed on the grid by Charlie George, and he said, so how long have you been retired? I said, I never retired. The phone just stopped ringing. And you know, and that's the way it is. Nobody ever retires from being a racing driver, really.
Yeah, but I think we've been over-egging how long he wasn't in the car. He was racing for SMP Racing in P2 last year, in the World Endurance Championship, racing for them again, trying to develop their own chassis in European Le Mans Series the previous year. But no, you're quite right. You never retire.
You certainly never stop being a racer, and that's exactly the same with Jean-Marc Gounon, with all that, you know, with Aurélien Panis, with his dad, Olivier, with all of these young guys. The father is still a racer now. You know, all of them, having been there and done that and learned their own mistakes, want to try and avoid their kids making as many of those as they can avoid. But on the other hand, nobody wants to be karting dad, and every racer knows exactly what that phrase means. All of that brings with it. It's like pony club mum for those who are of a different sporting persuasion, or rugby dad for Bruce's benefit. You don't want to be constantly interfering, because your kid's going to make his own mistakes on track and off.
Well, here's the graphic showing the time at a standstill. Look at the Porsche, 58 minutes 19 seconds. But look at the car 2 positions behind, 49 minutes 20. The car leading the race, 49.22. Yes, they owe us a pit stop, but that 9-minute advantage is massive.
Yes, absolutely. And even first to second, there's a 7-minute advantage. And the Bentley, that's, you see, two-car Bentley team, number one car had the bad luck magnet fitted in the factory. I don't know who put it in there, but it's in there. They've been hit, they've been penalised, they've made all the errors. And again, you know, two sister cars, one makes the mistakes or has the dramas, one has the misfortune, and the other one, you've got to then cross your finger as a team owner or team boss that the other car, the bad luck doesn't start to swing to them, because you want to have at least one dog in the fight. Again, with the Audis, you know, we spoke to them about bringing all the cars in. 10 seconds. You know, full course yellow. Not sure who's off or where.
5, 4.
Who's dropping down the order?
2, 1.
Bodywork
full
in
course
track.
yellow now.
That could almost be anywhere around the circuit.
Now, have we had a clear up all the bodywork full course yellow yet? I was suggesting in the night time that probably when we got not long after dawn and we had an incident, you use the opportunity to go and do a general house clearing and tidy up. So there's bits of debris which we could pick out in the driver's lights at night, but you can't see from a marshal's post. And we thought, right, they'll clear all those up. That's a bit of an Audi, isn't it? That's the back. That's an R8.
Well, that's coming into the final sequence at the end of the lap. That's been cleared, but we saw some just before you came back into the booth on the rundown from La Source. That then got flicked
5,
from
4,
one car to
3,
another, and then
2,
we're going to go green.
1, green flag,
right now.
green
so good
flag.
work, that's cleared it up, but of course under full course yellow, nobody can gain track advantage.
Which is
very short, and last night we saw, I think it was Andy Soucek ready on the restart on a very short full course yellow, bang, and he went from 5th place into 4th.
He was really on that, absolutely. And that's one of the things that the pro drivers bring, isn't it? The gentlemen, you know, when they're getting tired and they're getting fatigued, may not immediately able to do is to really have that alacrity, that purpose of mind, and that clarity of thought to just jump and to go immediately. Just saw Johnny Adam back at the wheel of the Aston Martin on the same lap now as the closest rival, Nicolas Minassian, in the Pro-Am class. And there your race leader completes yet another lap here at Spa now. 459 in the books. Need Trustwell to tell us what the record is and how close we're going to be. Since after the tomfoolery last night and the large number of safety cars, we may not get there.
Now, as the gap comes down between the race-leading Mercedes and the chasing Audis, one feature of GT3 racing in particular is the fact that we have so many manufacturers able to fight out. We had 5 manufacturers in the top 5 positions. That doesn't just happen on its own. Balance of performance. Jean-Marc, what are your views on the balance of performance? Do you think it's done really well, or do you think... What are your views? I'm not putting words in your mouth.
You know, I'm doing the job since 10 years now. Also, I know very well about the situation, and I would say that Stéphane Rattel and Claude Surmont, which is the technical director, did a fantastic job. And for me, the success of the story of the Blancpain is due to that. Because every branch can see that with that championship, everybody has a chance. And it's not easy, I tell you. The job of Claude is tough because he had to look the data qualif, data race, to see if there was someone wants to play with us. And at the end, with so much experience, we arrive at what we had in qualif, which was exceptional. 23 cars in 4/10, 34 cars in 1 second. You can see in every category you don't have that. And when you see the difference, and I can talk about that because I drove all the car, all the branch of the car, the difference you can have in the situation, how to drive this car, front engine, aspirate engine, turbo engine, Ferrari with double turbo, the Bentley with front engine turbo, heavy car, light car. You can have everything in this championship. And when you see that the situation is playing at 1/2, you just have well done to say well done to these guys, Stéphane Rattel, SRO, and Croft, of the job they did with this championship.
But I absolutely concur with that, but also, Jean-Marc, I think it makes it more attractive for young drivers to come here because they know they can make the difference. It's not because they've guessed and got the wrong manufacturer. They can make the difference on a level playing field.
And that's exactly, I mean, what we expect is different cars to be better at different parts of the circuit or on different racetracks. But what we hope is that one single manufacturer won't be better everywhere, and that's exactly what we've got. You know, some manufacturers go, oh, we're going to Monza again, we're going to get killed. Yes, but what you don't mention is that when you go to Paul Ricard, you're the one that does the killing, or whatever, you know, and exactly what we saw with the Ferrari versus the Lamborghini, for instance.
Well, just going to take a look back at the highlights. It started at just after 4 o'clock. 4:30 we kicked off yesterday afternoon. Thank you very much to Jean-Marc Gounod for just joining us. 63 cars going out to play. And Giancarlo Fisichella got it right from pole position. Mirko Bortolotti in the Lamborghini tucked in behind. But look, there's a twitch on the way into Eau Rouge from Bortolotti. It got worse in the middle of the corner. Somehow he managed to hold it together and pull it off. And Maxi Buch, who got on the grass on the run down to the opening corner, managed to pick his way back up the order. The Ferraris in Pro-Am and Am fighting all around the circuit and actually quite near the circuit. Many going off. First of the driver changes coming on, that's in the BMW cab. How's that for going 4 wheels off the circuit? That's Daniel Juncadella. 4 wheels in the air at Eau Rouge. An unfortunate clash between one of the Barwell Lamborghinis and the 912 Porsche. That wasn't the last problem that car would have, but a broken wheel fastening, or a wheel fastening that went wrong on the outlap for Alexander Sims really pegged back the 99 BMW that had gone so strongly in the opening stages of the race. But keeping out of trouble, keeping as best as they could away from the back markers, it upset Mirko Bortolotti leading the race and Giancarlo Fisichella, who just got out of the 55 Ferrari. And then the 50 Ferrari, a huge moment at Eau Rouge, massive contact, debris everywhere. Great work from the marshals to try and keep the remaining cars off that, all the shards of glass fibre and bodywork. The car was battered and tattered. The survival cell did its job though, because Passin Latoris was discharged very quickly from the medical centre. And then the second safety car period, JB Green's 17 Audi parked up after Bruxelles missing a wheel. That brought out the safety car, and then when the cars were released one more time, it was Mirko Bortolotti leading the 55 Ferrari. He brought the 63 Lamborghini in, handed it over to Andrea Caldarelli, but Ferrari came in a couple of laps later and came out ahead. It worked very well, and 01 was the number the 55 Ferrari had on its windscreen way into the night. James Collado, Marco Ciocci and Giancarlo Fisichella doing a great job. The 48 HTP Motorsport Mercedes in the wars, the 15 Mercedes from Black Falcon going off the circuit but rejoining, and then ready for another restart. Cars to be cleared from the side of the circuit. Number 6 came to a stop. Stefan Richelme had no electrical power. A couple of mechanics went to the barriers and shouted instructions. He couldn't get it going. One car that really was going, however, was the number 90 Mercedes. 9-1-12 going for a spin, but the 90 Mercedes kept on working its way forward for ACA ASP. Moment of quite a little bit of caution there from Christian Engelhardt as he chased after the race-leading Ferrari. They were separated by a second, but going past the back marker, caution required in the early night. Walkenhorst Motorsport brought a couple of BMWs there. It was the second of the Jaguars going out. That was number 14. And then great pit stop work from the people, the mechanics in charge of removing the wheels. And then a big moment, a twitch, and then slamming into the barriers on the outside of the circuit at Raidillon. Number 84, Jimmy Eriksson, had just got up to 3rd place. And that set the HTP Motorsport crew back on their heels. More problems from the 912 Motorsport Porsche, but that was from contact from another driver. Not their own fault this time, but crash cars, bring back gravel to the pits. That has to be cleared up, but no such problems at all for Kaspersky Motorsport. They just kept on at the front end, ticking away. A really strong driver lineup. But for the fans, there were fireworks and then a great big concert on the outside of the circuit at Eau Rouge, just to keep them entertained before they headed back to their tents, or if they were brave or foolish, stayed up all night. Guy Smith knew he had quite a lot of staying up to do, and certainly wasn't helped by his being the car that attracted the problem in the Bentley Motorsport camp. And then for Walkenhorst Motorsport, they'll still be trying to find out who left that little compressor at the front of their pit garage, because you can see the damage on the 35, the better placed of their 2 runners at that point in the race. Marciello et al. In the 90 Mercedes crew, 01 in their windscreen, showing just how well it was going, but Andy